The 3 saints and 4 rapscallions, and the monk and the emperor who wandered off the evaluation system of the cultivators, together with the Grandmaster of Great Zhou, who recently rose to fame, were basically the top 10 experts of the Ancient Sages sector. However, the so-called top 10 experts only described their personal combat ability. As a matter of fact, the 3 saints and the 4 rapscallions were greatly different from each other. Ba Xiaoyu was an unaffiliated cultivator who came and went on his own. Yin Liren and Master Bitter Cicada could not mobilize all the forces of the Purple Pole Sword sect and the Stupa Temple either. Although Qi Zhongdao was the nominal leader of all the cultivators, he was more like a mascot than a real commander who could control the sects below him effectively. There was no need to mention Li Yao, who, as an alien in this world, fought on his own too. The 5 of them basically had no subordinates. They were just good fighters. That was all. The 4 rapscallions, on the other hand, were different. Han Bailing, Qi Changsheng, and Wan Mingzhu were all leaders of important organizations. Even if the latter 2 were often defeated and crushed, they always rose again despite all the setbacks. Although Wong, she was a homeless dog, his wisdom and leadership were certainly unquestionable, considering his past power in the court. The organization named Ghost Character that he had founded himself and infiltrated the world of cultivators was not entirely cleaned up, either. A lot of loyal subordinates had vanished mysterious when he went on the run. In other words, any of the 4 rapscallions commanded tremendous resources and stood for a force that had the chance to turn the world upside down. They were certainly magnitudes above the solo warriors such as Ba Xiaoyu, Master Bitter Cicada, Yin Liren, Qi Zhongdao, and Li Yao. Right now, the 4 forces were joining their hands. What were they up to exactly? Li Yao slowly activated his technique to lower his heartbeat to the minimum, while he analyzed every word spoken inside the cabin without missing a single detail. Then, he heard a voice that sounded damp and from the deep soil. Let's not talk about the world just yet and focus on the core for now. We have paid such great prices in order to retrieve those items. Are they really the core that Lord Wong mentioned? The man slightly had the accent of the Northeast. Although he was trying to disguise himself, Li Yao was still able to distinguish it easily. The sunny female voice chuckled. You can tell if it is real for yourself after I show it to everyone once Mother White Lotus returns. It has been decades since Lord Wong learned of the secret and began planning everything. Ghost Character was founded half for the secret too. Right now, we have finally collected all the intelligence and items needed from various channels. How can we be wrong? Then, another voice that sounded rather solemn spoke coldly. Since Wong Shi has spent decades planning the exploration and collecting the intelligence and the usable items from all the sects without bothering cost, why did Lord Wong not start the exploration on his own, but chose to share the great benefits with us? I believe that Lord Wong must have a lot of capable, trusted subordinates exactly like you, Special Agent Wong. The voice sounded rather familiar. Li Yao blinked and immediately recalled who it belonged to. The owner of the voice was exactly Han Yuantai, Han Bailing's right-hand man who had been captured by him in the forests of the Southland of Sorcerers and then released in the past. Even Han Yuantai had gone there in person. It appeared that the secret meeting of the 4 rapscallions was of a high level. The woman who spoke first turned out to be surnamed Long. She was a special agent sent by Wang Shi. It would seem that Wang Shi had found an important secret decades ago and then collected all kinds of information and items in order to unravel the secret. Perhaps he did not intend to share his secret with anybody else, but planned to develop it on his own with his incomparable power. It was a pity that his reign had been toppled, and the resources at his disposal had been greatly reduced. Also, he risked being attacked by all the cultivators in the world if he showed up. Having no other choice, he could only propose a meeting of the 4 rapscallions as a middleman to develop the secret together. As expected, Special Agent Long said, General Han, Lord Wong had already shown his complete sincerity for the operation. Cloud Qin is best known for your fearlessness. Why are you so skeptical? Not convinced, Han Yuantai said coldly. Just because we are not scared to be killed does not mean we want to be killed. History has proved that most operations to explore prehistoric relics end in internal conflict. Your Lord Wong is certainly not the most lenient person in the world. I find it difficult to completely trust him. Lord Wong is not the most lenient person, but Regent Han is not so easy to deal with either. Special Agent Long chuckled. Then again, do the Heaven-Battering King and Mother White Lotus look gullible? Lord Wong is aiming for something great. This secret concerns the future of the Ancient Sages sector. Our joint exploration will not be a robbery of the general mobs. I believe that none of us are short-sighted thieves. Why would we do things that will satisfy our foes and hurt our friends just because of some petty benefits? Besides, for the operation to work out, the four forces here are indispensable. There's no need to mention Lord Wong, who was the first one to discover the secret. He spent decades collecting the scattered clues and gathering the pieces from the major sections. Finally, even the core has been retrieved. As for the Heaven-Battering King, for the longest time he has been dealing with underground relics. In terms of relic exploration and excavation, the Heaven-Battering Army is certainly second to none in the Ancient Sages sector. Mother White Lotus, on the other hand, is an unpredictable, bodiless spirit. Once we arrive at our destination, chances are that a lot of traps and secret tunnels will only be able to be infiltrated and cracked by her. Cloud Sheen's role in the exploration is even simpler. The location of the secret is the vast expanse to the north of Cloud Sheen. If we want to send out tremendous elites to explore the secret, there's no way that we can bypass Cloud Sheen. Besides, the other three parties here are all under the hunting of the court of the Great Qian dynasty. We are now at a temporarily low point, and few hands are at our disposal. Only Cloud Sheen can mobilize a large batch of well-trained cultivators to support our exploration operation. With that in mind, Lord Wong has invited everyone to join the operation. He is certainly not regarding anybody as cannon fodder. General Han, if we were talking about betrayal, I believe that the other three parties here should be more worried about Cloud Sheen. After all, our destination is deep within Cloud Sheen. Don't you agree? Han Yuantai was dazed for a moment. Well, however, we are certainly not going to trouble you with the groundless concerns. Special Agent Long suddenly changed the topic. Entirely grasping the pace of the conversation, she chuckled. We believe that Regent Han is an ambitious hero who is pursuing a great cause. Right now, the greatest enemy for everyone is still the court of the Great Qian dynasty and even all the cultivators there. Although the four parties here barely had any contact in the past, we have been in implicit cooperation by stalling the forces of the Great Qian dynasty for each other. That is the only reason that we are all alive today. If we attack each other, the Great Qian dynasty will be the only one to profit. Who can't understand such simple logic? There was a brief silence in the cabin. Then, the male voice with the northwestern accent gnashed his teeth. Exactly. Last winter, 1 million soldiers of the Heaven-Battering Army were reduced to 3,000 by the court's army. We are desperate for revenge. As long as everybody here is sincere about the cooperation, Cloud Sheen will certainly honor our words. Han Yuantai said. That's right. Special Agent Long's laughter was mixed with an indistinct coldness, like the edge of a razor covered in marshmallow. The pie is so big that any force will choke if they intend to eat it alone. Only if the four parties divide it together can we finish it all without leaving any residue. Right then, a creepy voice suddenly echoed. Mother White Lotus is back. Greatly alarmed, Li Yao crouched into the sand and did not dare to move at all. The temperature of the ocean water was suddenly lowered by more than 10 degrees. It was almost frozen. The shoals of colorful fish, eels, and jellyfish seemed to have run into the most brutal enemies and fled in panic. Vague white smoke, like an enormous jellyfish dozens of meters long, in the shape of a translucent cloud swam close over Li Yao's head and merged into the shipwreck. The shipwreck shivered slightly. As if new energy had been injected, it was moving at a much higher speed. It's a privilege to meet you, Mother White Lotus. Inside the cabin, Special Agent Long and Han Yuantai and Qi Changxing's representatives all greeted her respectfully. Save the pleasantries. You've been troubled too, Wan Mingzhu said, somewhat exhausted. Her voice was no longer as agitated and high-pitched as on the battlefield a moment ago. Instead, it was filled with calmness and indifference. That was more like the style of the mother of all ghosts. Her demeanor on the battlefield had been no different from a vixen on the street. You were blocked and hunted by Qi Zhongdao, Yin Liren, Master Spiritual Vulture, and other experts. Was your escape smooth, Mother White Lotus? Special Agent Long asked caringly. It's not a big deal. The 5 of them are not enough to kill me. Moreover, I didn't even see that Master Spiritual Vulture in the end. He must be a guy who's more interested in preserving his own strength, too. Wan Mingzhu sighed gloomily and said, I only feel regretful that the tremendous army that I gathered through the natural disasters has been completely crushed. A lot of ghost generals who have followed me for years, and many zombies that I refined at great cost perished. Special Agent Long, I hope that your Lord Wong's intelligence is not wrong, and that we have paid such great prices for something worthy of its cost. According to Mother White Lotus' previous strategy, the army of ghouls could have remained active in the southeast for at least a year and a half. Even if the army had been annihilated a year and a half later, she certainly would have been able to raise a new batch of elite forces who would be the seeds for the next uprising. After Wan Mingzhu's complaint, Special Agent Long's voice turned solemn. 2. Mother White Lotus, the items are most certainly correct. As long as they are assembled, you will see undeniable proof. Excellent, Wan Mingzhu said coldly. Then, please take a rest for now, everyone. We'll talk later after we arrive at White Lotus Island. The representatives from different forces bowed to Wan Mingzhu and left the room one after another. For a long time, there was nothing but silence inside the cabin. Wan Mingzhu must have paid a great price to get away from the pursuit of Qi Zhongdao, Yin Liren, Ba Xiaoyu, and Master Bitter Cicada. Like an agile fish, Li Yao followed the shipwreck to move forward with the help of the currents. After several hundred kilometers, when he was reaching the edge of the continental shelf, he discovered that clusters of colorful brilliance were shining ahead, as if a city was standing at the bottom of the ocean ablaze with light. The shipwreck swam toward the undersea city quickly. Li Yao was alarmed. Half buried in the sand, he crawled on all fours while he observed the flying light ahead. The bottom of the ocean up ahead was slightly rising up, forming a small hill. The hill was full of corals and reefs and covered in actiniae, seaweed, and all kinds of shells, which constituted the natural buildings. In the seawater nearby, a lot of jellyfish were shimmering, like dancing butterflies. Around the hill were hundreds of altars piled up with shells and coral. On the top of every altar was a pearl larger than a fist. All the pearls were glittering, releasing the most dazzling light from the core. Together with the mild light from the jellyfish, they illuminated the entire undersea world. The hundreds of altars congregated into an invisible shield that enveloped the entire city. Under the protection of the shield, hundreds of skeletons were moving at the bottom of the ocean. Upon closer inspection, the pale, creepy things did not seem to be doing anything evil. Instead, they were attending to the actiniae and the seaweeds. Some of them were digging certain things from the sand. Some others were moving around the colorful fish, as if they were hurting the fish. Li Yao even saw that a few tiny skeletons, which seemed to belong to little children, were running about on the sand, fighting over a bluish pearl. Although it was difficult for the voice to spread in the seawater, Li Yao still perceived the delight and carefreeness from the tiny skeletons. It seemed that they were using the pearl as a football and having great fun. Such a weird scene left Li Yao with a ridiculous illusion. He felt that the town covered in the shield was the home of the dead, and the skeletons were planting seaweed, raising jellyfish, herding fish, collecting pearls, and living a comfortable life, just like the living peasants on the ground. In the past, when Lord Wong was in power, he suspected that Mother White Lotus base might be on a certain island offshore. That was why all the searches in the forests on the land had proved futile. Inside the cabin of the shipwreck, the few representatives gathered again. Special Agent Long smiled and said, Lord Wong even summoned a lot of cultivators to search on the islands near the ocean, but they failed to find any trace of Mother White Lotus. It never occurred to me that the legendary White Lotus Island is actually on the ocean floor. There is not any sanctuary for common folks on the ground, Wan Mingzhu said coldly. Where can the dead escape to if we don't manage to find a shelter at the bottom of the ocean? As long as the operation works out, Special Agent Long said. I believe that before long, you and your believers will be walking in the world openly again, Mother White Lotus. Then, let's see if the core truly boasts infinite mysteries as Lord Wong claims. The shipwreck entered the shield as if it was piercing through a soft bubble. The ghost did not need air. Therefore, the shield was not meant to block the seawater, but to stabilize the magnetic field so that the ghosts would not disperse. The shipwreck slowly stopped in front of the hill. The seaweed and barnacles ahead wriggled for a moment, revealing a tiny hole. An object that looked like an enormous sea cucumber extended out of the hole into a secret cave below the hill. It seemed to be a natural tube that was designed to transport personnel. Thankfully, the tube was not closely stuck to the wall of the cave. Therefore, Liao was able to maneuver Neltharion to cram in through the gap between the tube and the wall. After a soul-stirring journey in the darkness, Liao found himself in a bright place, which turned out to be a spacious palace piled up with countless translucent crystals. The exit of the cave was in the ceiling, which was connected to a huge pool at the center of the palace. The palace had been installed with special barriers to ensure that there was enough fresh air and sufficient air pressure. Not a drop of seawater had leaked into the room. Those who were qualified to enter the palace were only Mother White Lotus herself and the representatives of the other 3 rapscallions. Fearing Wan Mingzhu's expertise, Liao did not dare fly Neltharion too close to them. He simply stuck it to the edge of the pool and observed the 4 individuals in the palace. At that moment, Wan Mingzhu was no longer a monster made of broken bones. Instead, she had changed into a vivid body and looked like a beautiful middle-aged lady with fair skin. It should be a puppet body that she had carefully refined for herself. Unless the high-level cultivators scrutinized her carefully with spiritual energy, it would be extremely difficult to tell whether she was dead or alive. But her eyeballs, which were as cold as ice, were still a little bit rigid. She was also wearing necklaces and bracelets made of tiny skeletons and bones on her long neck and fair wrist, which added a frigid charisma to her. She was sitting on a seat carved out of jade and eyeing the 3 representatives coldly. Han Yuantai, the representative from Cloud Sheen, was basically the same as half a year ago. There was a man who was slim and tall and looked like a sculpture cut out of the root of a tree. He reeked of soil, even at first glance. He was likely a representative of Heaven-Battering King Qi Changxing, Special Agent Long, the most important representative of all, who came on behalf of Wang Shi. However, was not exactly what Li Yao had imagined. Li Yao had thought that she would be either a beautiful, manipulative woman or a cold-blooded, mechanical female assassin. Judging from the conversation, he had believed that the first guess was more plausible. However, her real appearance was much plainer than he had expected. Her hair was somewhat yellow, her skin was rough, and her facial features were unattractive. Other than the scarlet mole on the top left corner of her lips, there was absolutely nothing about her that called for attention. She was wearing male clothes and a pair of thin-skinned boots. Her waistband was tightened, and her shoulders were broad, but she was not covering her breasts at all. Her garment brought an unusual handsomeness to her. After blinking, Li Yao felt that he was already forgetting what Special Agent Long looked like. On second thought, such an image did befit a super assassin from the Ghost character. Only such a face could allow her to hide in the crowd without alarming anyone. As for the mole above her lips and her large breasts, they were obviously features that she had intentionally exposed in order to leave a deep impression on the observers. When she was obliged to hide herself, she only needed to cover the mole and bind her breasts in order to change into a completely different person. Li Yao could not discern the cultivation of Special Agent Long and Qi Changxing's representative yet. However, by simple analysis, those qualified to participate in the secret meeting on behalf of the 2 unparalleled rapscallions were certainly their most trusted subordinates, just like Han Yuantai had been sent by Han Bailing, the regent of Cloud Sheen. How weak could their trusted subordinates possibly be? Han Yuantai was in the middle level of the nascent soul stage. The 2 representatives who stood for Wang Shi and Qi Changxing should be at least in the beginning level of the nascent soul stage. two in the beginning level of the nascent soul stage, one in the middle level, and Wan Mingzhu, who was a mysterious super nascent soul stage cultivator. This place also happened to be Wan Mingzhu's home field, with countless skeletons and zombies lurking nearby, deep inside the Undersea city. Li Yao discovered that he was no match for them. Let's begin. Inside the palace, Wan Mingzhu spoke to Special Agent Long. Special Agent Long observed the size of the palace, as if she was trying to find a suitable place. Then, she walked to the center of the palace and fell on one of her knees. The 4 cosmos rings that she was wearing on her hands were glittering non-stop as she retrieved dozens of components and tossed them onto the ground in crisp sounds. Li Yao's eyes suddenly shone. The components could obviously be divided into 2 parts according to their different styles. Some of them seemed to be made of red copper. They were relatively crude and shabby. It appeared that they had been crafted manually a long time ago. The other components, in comparison, were glittering and showed the flawless, errorless features on the surface, indicating a high capability in fashioning. It meant that if the component was a right-angle one, the angle of the component would be absolutely 90 degrees without the slightest slant. If it was a straight rail, the component would be absolutely straight, and there would not be the tiniest error however it was measured. Such magical equipment had obviously been crafted through with technology far more advanced than the technology of the ancient sages sector. They were either from the Pangu civilization or the Nuwa clan. Chapter 1453 Divine Palace. The Pangu clan's runes, just like their buildings, were so strict that it bordered on rigidness. Right angles and straight lines were used to form the delicate objects. Arcs and circles were barely adopted. The runes of the Nuwa clan, on the other hand, had a lot of twists and turns. Stripes resembling the clouds and actinomorphic lines were often used, which in many occasions made the runes seem disordered. They seemed to be filled with boundless vigor that could not be vented elsewhere. On the core that Special Agent Long had retrieved from the Cosmos Ring, rune circles in the shape of waves were blossoming, which was an obvious feature of the rune system of the Nuwa clan. It meant that the ancient sages sector, which was hidden in the dark nebula, did not escape from the search of the coalition army of the Nuwa clan and human beings in the God-sealing war hundreds of thousands of years ago, and a great battle had once taken place there, right? It did make sense. The so-called 12 gold statues of Cloud Sheen were obviously colossi, the super magical equipment that the Nuwa clan specifically crafted for human beings, so that human beings would be capable to compete with the Pangu clan. If this place had never been discovered by the coalition army of the Nuwa clan and human beings, it would have been impossible for the 12 gold statues of Cloud Sheen to show up. Pondering, Li Yao focused his attention on observation. The entire ground was filled with the components. The components that were crafted in the primitive and crude ways adopted a lot of mortise and tenon-like structures with many arced and straight-lined rails on which countless sophisticated rune arrays had been carved. It was obvious that the runes had been left by human beings of later generations. Li Yao could tell that their function was to decompress certain highly focused information. They were similar to the parsing rune arrays carved on jade chips, except that they were 100 times more complicated. On one of her knees, Special Agent Long assembled most of the components unhurriedly into a circular rail about 5 meters in diameter. There were 4 bizarre-shaped units that looked like toads opening their mouths to the ceiling around the rail. They appeared to be where the crystals were inserted. As expected, Special Agent Long retrieved 4 crimson crystals the size of a fist from the Cosmos rings and placed them into the 4 metal toads' wide-open mouths respectively. Half of the crystal fitted in every mouth perfectly. The circular rails shivered for a moment, and the runes shone one after another. Not only were they flashing on the rail, they even floated into the air, yielding a half-round shield of light where thousands of runes were rotating. Special Agent Long bit her lip hard, her face solemn. There was obscure expectation in her eyes as she piled the highly delicate components on the fusiform core one after another, combining them into an octagonal, glittering device that looked like a crystal. Han Yuantai and Qi Changxing's representative both held their breath as they gazed at the device in Special Agent Long's hand. Wan Mingzhu did not have any breath in the first place, but two frozen, ghostly flames were also beaming out of her eyes, indicating that she was quite anxious. There was no need to mention Li Yao, whose teeth had cut deep into his lips. Holding the device with both hands, Special Agent Long slowly carried it to the center of the shield of runes. Then, she loosened her hands bit by bit, and the device floated in midair. Heal, 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 heal. Dozens of silver rays of light shot out of the circular rails and hit the different facets of the device. After they were refracted inside the almost transparent device, they turned into ripples of shimmers that gradually became a panoramic operation menu. Impressive! Li Yao raised his thumb for the pioneer refiners of the ancient sages sector in his heart. He finally understood what the device was for. The item that was addressed by Special Agent Long as a core should be a storage unit from a mainframe crystal processor of the Niwa civilization, like the storage chips on the crystal processors of human beings. Although there was no telling exactly how the storage unit had fallen into the hands of human beings, it was obvious that the corresponding mainframe crystal processor and operation menu were already gone by the time the gadget was discovered. The circular rail around was obviously a convenient, understandable operation system for human beings that the offspring crafted to retrieve the information from the storage unit by rewriting a whole set of parsing and analyzing runes. Such an operation system was certainly no match for the mainframe crystal processor corresponding with the storage unit. Perhaps it could only trigger 1% of the information stored inside. However, for the ancient people who did not know the first thing about crystal processors, their achievement was already awe-inspiring. Special Agent Long stared at the operation menu in a daze for a while. Her hands were frozen in midair for a moment before they touched the thousands of runes like flowing water. Shwa! The halo around the device drowned the entire palace like ocean water. The image gradually turned clear, which was apparently an extremely delicate 3D map that was as complicated as a labyrinth. Judging from the appearance, it should be the guide of a large military base. The light and shadow brushed the faces of Wan Mingzhu, Han Yuantai, and Qi Chongqing's representative, as if it were bringing their souls away. Despite the high cultivation and the resolution of the natives of the ancient sages sector, they could not help but feel astounded when faced with the extraordinary views that were eons ahead of their generation. But Special Agent Long appeared to be more confused than shocked. She was looking at the map in a particularly weird and thoughtful way. Silently, she tapped on the operation menu softly. Shwa, shwa, shwa. The 3D map was shrunk in size until it was reduced to a tiny point. What replaced it was continuous mountains and a broken shoreline, then the outline of a whole continent, and then the transparent representation of a planet, as well as the relative position of the planet in the entire galaxy. It felt like the camera depicting the map was drawn far, far away, with the plotting scale reduced incessantly, until it stopped at the depths of the universe. Endless complicated data was floating in midair like a bunch of crazily jumping fish. They were the mathematical expressions of the fundamental information of the ancient sages sector, including the features of the star of the ancient sages sector, the number of planets and satellites, and the stable areas in space that were suitable as jump points. This is the ancient sages sector. Han Yantai exclaimed. For those in the nascent soul stage, as long as they held their breath and flew upward on their flying swords nonstop, it was possible for them to break through the atmosphere and observe their world from the universe. Therefore, even the most idiotic ancient cultivators knew that the planet was not flat. They had come to the realization that their species lived on giant spheres that were surrounded by a boundless universe a long time ago. It was the same in the ancient sages sector. The natives knew that the world was round and had even painted many rather detailed global maps by surveying from the space. Therefore, Han Yuantai and the rest of them soon recognized the world on the map. Special Agent Long smiled. She was slow and rigid when she operated first, as if she was learning how to use it for the first time. However, she soon became more and more deft and smooth as if she was already familiar with it. Her hands gradually turned into two clusters of gray mist, as more and more runes were compiled into a series of instructions by her. Eventually, she smashed the set of instructions consisting of hundreds of runes. After a bam, The global map of the ancient sages sector broke apart, replaced by brand new 3D structural designs that looked like enormous metal puppets of different models. His eyes bulging out, Li Yao almost shrieked. They were the designs of dozens of different colossi, although they were only the rough, general designs, many of which were lackluster and incomplete because not all the information had been successfully retrieved. The incredible spiritual energy circulations and the magical equipment accommodation patterns still dumbfounded Li Yao. He felt that hundreds of peals of thunder were bursting out in his head at the same time. That was not the end of it. As if she was planning to scare everybody on the spot to death and mother White Lotus back alive, Special Agent Long displayed a series of different animated pictures. On the pictures were tiny human beings who crawled into the spiritual residence in the colossi, sat cross-legged, and mumbled spells to themselves, while the spiritual energy circulation in their bodies underwent fantastic changes. Li Yao immediately realized that they were the tutorials of the colossi for the human soldiers to learn how to pilot the dozens of different colossi, allowing the shadows of the dozens of colossi to keep performing unbelievable movements in midair. Special Agent Long casually asked, "What do you think, everybody?" Wan Mingzhu, Han Yuantai, and Qi Changxing's representative had not recovered from their shock yet. It was not until he was in a daze for 1 minute that Han Yuantai took a long breath and mumbled to himself, "It's real. The legendary deities and devils in the primeval era are real. And they even boasted such magnificent power. Some magical equipment and such techniques are indeed not something that the cultivators who struggle to survive in the mortal world can create. This is the field of the deities and devils. We thought that there were only 12 gold statues of Cloud Qin, which have been destroyed one after another after 100,000 years of battles. It never occurred to me that there would actually be dozens of them. So to speak, even if the original 12 gold statues of Cloud Qin are gone today, it is still possible for us to find more intact, undamaged gold statues." Special Agent Long smiled. "It may be even better than you think. According to the scattered information that Lord Wong has collected from the unofficial records and the notes of the previous dynasties, the Divine Palace hidden in the eternal night in the northern reaches is definitely much more than a place where a batch of Cloud Qin gold statues are buried. It is possible that the place is a Cloud Qin gold statue factory. As long as we get control over the Divine Palace, we can produce as many Cloud Qin gold statues as we want. Chapter 1454 Path to the Deities' Realm. That's true. Han Yuantai and the rest of them nodded, deep in thought. Since the magical equipment is designed for us, the deities and devils would have taught us the extraordinary techniques so that we can produce them on our own. Looking at the three of them, Special Agent Long threw out yet another bomb unhurriedly. Moreover, according to Lord Wong's speculation, other than being a factory where the Cloud Qin gold statues can be manufactured, this divine palace can even reach out to the real deity's realm. There is even a mysterious heaven's path that allows people to ascend to the deity's realm directly. What? This time, Wan Mingzhu, Han Yuantai, and Qi Changxing's representative were more shocked than ever. Han Yuantai's voice was utterly twisted as he bulged his eyes and demanded, "Why didn't you tell us such an important secret earlier?" Special Agent Long smiled and said, "The prophecy of ascension is too groundless after all. You wouldn't have believed it even if I told you in advance, would you? Only after witnessing the incredible views that definitely do not belong to the human world with your own eyes will you believe in Lord Wong's assumption. The Divine Palace is actually a station between the world of humans and the realm of deities. Tens of thousands of years ago, Lord Wong received the scraps of a notebook that should have belonged to the owner of this thousand stars tray. He recorded his experiences in the Divine Palace. According to him, he was enlightened by the deities in the Divine Palace and appreciated the infinite mysteries of other worlds that could never be seen in the ancient sages' sector. What else can the places be if not the deities' realm? It is said that the deities' realm is thousands of times larger than the ancient sages' sector. The ancient sages' sector, which we think to be the whole world, is but a drop in the bucket in front of the real deities' realm. Also, There's amazing magical equipment hidden in the Divine Palace, which allows the passengers to shuttle between the mortal world and the deity's realm free at will. One does not have to train oneself to the ultimate level in order to break the void. As long as they know the trick, even ordinary people without the slightest spiritual energy and their pets can ascend to the deity's realm safely. How about it, Mother White Lotus? Is it a fair deal to trade your army of ghouls for the core of the map of the Divine Palace? A hint of greed flowed out of Wan Mingzhu's frosted face. She stared at the map for a long time before she squinted and coldly said, "The deity's realm is too groundless after all for anyone to pursue after through great trouble. Let's talk about the Cloud Qin gold statues first. Your Lord Wong made the Divine Palace out to be second to none in this world. Judging from the motion pictures here, he was not exactly exaggerating. However, no matter how many mysteries there are in the Divine Palace, they are only useful to us if we have the place under control and can develop it on a large scale." She considered the Cloud Qin gold statues as the most important items in the Divine Palace and the so-called deity's realm to be just a groundless bonus. It would be great if they earned the bonus, but it would not hurt if they did not. However, when Liao heard what Special Agent Long said, it was no different from yet another round of rumbling thunder. He felt that his every brain cell was humming. Of course, the deity's realm and deities did not exist in the world, but it did not mean that the notes that Wang Shi had collected were lying. The so-called deity's realm that was thousands of times larger than the ancient sage's sector probably referred to the 3,000 sectors beyond the Dark Nebula. The theory that even one's pets would be able to ascend to the deity's realm as long as they grasped the tricks was more like a description of a space jump across sectors. Could it be that the so-called Divine Palace was a war base and a communication station that the Niwa civilization had established in the ancient sage's sector hundreds of thousands ago, and that a certain launch platform in the Divine Palace, similar to the Heaven's Artillery and the Eye of Blood Demon, could penetrate the Dark Nebula and send the natives of the ancient sage's sector to the outside world? As a piece of super teleportation magical equipment, it was indeed a piece of shocking news. Inside the palace, Special Agent Long nodded. Exactly. Although we have the map of the Divine Palace, there will be a lot of obstacles awaiting us if we plan on developing it for real. The greatest hindrance for us is that the Divine Palace is too remote. It is actually located in the land of eternal night, tens of thousands of kilometers to the north of the dark cloud prairies. The land of eternal night is much more than a far-flung area with frigid weather. Han Yuantai frowned. It is very close to the North Pole of the ancient sage's sector and often caught in sunless nights all year long. The spiritual energy there is extremely turbulent, too, making the cultivators unable to fully carry out their cultivation. There are also the freezing gales that are almost as powerful as the febrile typhoons. Super blizzards break out every day. It is impossible for an ordinary person to survive one day there. Even a whole team of cultivators must tread very lightly and ensure that the supplies and camps are properly handled. If there is negligence in any procedure, even thousands of cultivators can freeze to death overnight. Also, in the vast snow field up north, there's also dozens of ferocious beasts that are not scared of the cold weather and can even manipulate the ice and frost-free at will. Barbarians that are even more tough, brutal, and cunning than the soldiers of Cloud Qin live in the place, too. Cloud Qin has always regarded the land of eternal night as an inferno of ice, and we very rarely go there. Even when the prisoners are exiled, we will never choose the land of eternal night as the destination, because it is a penalty that is much crueler than any torture imaginable. When I was young, I used to train by myself in the land of eternal night. I fought the man-eating whales and the barbarians in the wilderness there, which laid a solid foundation for my advancement into the nascent soul stage later. However, if I was asked to do it again, I'd have to hesitate and consider it very carefully. That's why the four parties here must be united, Special Agent Long said. It's the only way that we can move into the Divine Palace against the blizzards in the land of eternal night and excavate all its secrets. Precisely. Qi Chongqing's representative chuckled, his facial muscles twisting. For the dozens of cloud-sheen gold statues, not just the land of eternal night, even the deepest depths of hell must be broken into by the heaven-battering army. All right, then, please forward everything that you have seen today to the heaven-battering king and Regent Han. Special Agent Long smiled. Also, please ask Regent Han to establish supply points on the way first. We'll settle the time and location of our next meeting soon. All right. Han Yuantai and Qi Chongqing's representatives both agreed quickly. Mother White Lotus' face suddenly turned extremely weird. Her expression did not change, but something was wriggling below her thin, fair skin. All of a sudden, his eyes that looked like two glass pebbles darted toward Neltharion as she shrieked, "Who's there?" "Not good." Special Agent Long, Han Yuantai, and Qi Chongqing's representative were all alarmed. "An intruder! You are asking to be killed by trespassing on the White Lotus Island." Pale flames were burning furiously around Mother White Lotus as she dashed into the pool at the center of the palace in a streak of whiteness. Raging mists were triggered by the ghostly flames, but she was one step slower. Neltharion had long been fully activated and darted out of the cave toward the deep sea without looking back. The enemy must have overheard our whole conversation. He cannot be allowed to get away. Special Agent Long shrieked at the top of her voice. Simultaneously, her hands turned into two clusters of gray mist quickly, and she turned off the operation menu on the storage core and dismantled the enormous, precise 1,000 stars tray, ready to store them back into different cosmos rings according to the category of the components. Looking at each other, Han Yuantai and Qi Chongqing's representative both realized the severity of the issue. They gritted their teeth and followed Wan Mingzhu out of the palace. Sensing Wan Mingzhu's overwhelming fury, the whole of White Lotus Island was seething. Countless skeletons jumped out of the sand, with green and blue ghostly fire beaming out of their deep, dark eyes. The remaining souls that looked like jellyfish had been gathered into a rather large army that was emitting threatening brilliance. An inconspicuous spiritual wave was fleeing westward, toward the continent. "Go after him!" Hundreds of colorful streaks of brilliance tailed the spiritual wave like hundreds of ravenous sharks. On White Lotus Island, there were only few ghost soldiers and the guards that Han Yuantai and Qi Chongqing's representatives had brought with them left. Inside the palace, Special Agent Long was left alone. She was still gritting her teeth to dismantle the 1,000 stars tray and the core device. The prehistoric magical equipment was structured quite precisely, and it was not easy to dismantle. She was so anxious that she made a lot of mistakes that she should not have. In the end, she was almost in a flurry. After dismantling all the components, she finally took a deep breath in relief. She was about to activate the cosmos rings and absorb the components when angry, splashing noises echoed in the pool behind her. "The guy got away!" Wan Mingzhu's voice was sharp and high-pitched. She sounded really pissed off. "What?" Greatly shocked, Special Agent Long was going to turn her head when cold sweat suddenly poured all over her forehead. Gritting her teeth, she rolled forward and reached for the sword on her back. However, an immense blast threw her back brutally. The spiritual energy dashed into the veins and acupoints on her back like vipers, almost paralyzing her entire spine. Her hand that was going for the sword was delayed by half a second. During that half a second, an unstoppably sharp edge cut the handle of her sword on her shoulder. If she continued reaching for the sword, her wrist would certainly be cut off. As it turned out, she had intentionally reached toward the handle of the sword when she could have controlled her flying sword with telepathic thoughts remotely, all for the purpose of baiting the enemy and shortening the distance between them, so that she could perform the deadly move with the poison dagger below her boot. Pooh! The poison dagger pierced into a cluster of sticky gel without a sound, but the venom failed to leak into the flesh and blood of the target. Even the furious energy contained inside the dagger was completely sealed. Clang! 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 The overwhelming sword auras were broken by tiny needles like bubbles, too. Boom! Special Agent Long's back suffered yet another heavy blow, as if a shooting star had hit her spine brutally. She could not help but vomit a mouthful of blood, and the spiritual energy inside her body was in disorder for a moment. Crack! Crack! A streak of blueness rushed close from her back and hovered around her. While her spiritual energy was in disorder, dozens of sharp thorns pierced into her body brutally, locking all the acupoints in her body. The more she summoned her spiritual energy, the deeper the thorns were piercing into her bones and veins, making her suffer as if thousands of ants were biting her heart. Special Agent Long grunted and finally could not help it any longer. She collapsed to the ground and shivered as if she were being shocked. Foam was pouring out of her mouth. A shackle of a skeleton vulture, made of jade, had appeared on her body, which locked every critical part on her body and deprived her of all her combat ability. Behind her, Li Yao stored the gel that had been left with a hole by the poison dagger back into his cosmos ring before he quickly walked over to her. Special Agent Long trembled hard as she stared at Li Yao full of resentment. When Li Yao opened her mouth, she suddenly opened her mouth and spurted 3 balls in red, yellow, and blue from her mouth. The balls expanded exponentially the moment they touched the air. When they reached Li Yao's face, they had already grown into the sharpest blades almost half a foot long. Li Yao, however, had long been prepared. The upper half of his body suddenly blurred because he made hundreds of dodging movements in the blink of an eye. As a result, the 3 blades failed to lock onto the enemy and circled in midair like headless flies, only to be pinched by Li Yao with 2 fingers easily and flicked away the next second. Pa! 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 Hardly had the 3 blades been snapped away by him when they suddenly exploded in 3 dull fulminations. The metal scraps the size of rice spluttered to more than 10 meters away. Although the explosions were not very powerful, it would have been more than enough for them to wound the 2 fingers that were of paramount importance for him had he reacted less promptly. Judging from the stinky mist left in the air after the explosions, the 3 blades definitely contained rather sordid poisons, which would leave troublesome sequelae after they entered the body even if the wounds were healed. The ghost character's methods were indeed shameless enough. Li Yao strode forward without any hesitation. He pressed Special Agent Long's jaw and forced her to open the mouth. After examining her mouth carefully and finding no suicidal magical equipment made of jade, Li Yao was more or less relieved. "You can save yourself the trouble." Special Agent Long was actually laughing. From the moment Li Yao appeared with Wan Mingzhu's voice to the moment when she was completely suppressed, although the 2 of them had several rounds of soul-stirring fights, it actually only took 1 second. However, Special Agent Long was neither frightened by the enemy, who jumped out of nowhere, nor devastated because Li Yao suppressed her. Even the resentment on her face just now had been faked in order to ease Li Yao's wariness, so that she would have a chance to spurt out the 3 balls. Seeing that the 3 balls did not work out, she resumed her calmness quickly and eyed Li Yao with great interest. "I am not that kind of low-level agent. If I want to kill myself, I can die painlessly at any time in 100 different ways. You will not be able to stop me even if you have locked all the veins and nerves on my body. So I don't need to stuff a venom container into my tooth like a fool." What a fine shackle. Not only does it lock my acupoints and nerves, it is also binding my neck with metal threads as thin as hair and sticking certain explosive magical equipment to my heart. As soon as I show any anomaly, my heart would be obliterated and the metal thread would cut off my head. This is indeed a well-designed ultimate treasure. Special Agent Long's voice was still as comforting as the spring breeze, with the sincerest compliment, as if the life-blighting shackle was not tightened to her critical parts. She continued remarking, "Go's character has collected the interrogation magical equipment of all the previous dynasties. Naturally, a lot of them are about barriers and shackles. However, after more than 10 years, and combining the expertise of different schools, we still haven't created a shackle as marvelous as this one. You have such an extraordinary treasure, and your cultivation is unbelievably high, too. The needles that broke my sword auras just now are also spectacular. So, I assume that you must be Master Spiritual Vulture, the famous Grandmaster of Great Zhou in the world of cultivators recently? Lord Wong has often mentioned you recently, Master Spiritual Vulture. He thinks very highly of you and believes that you are definitely qualified as a top 10 expert in the world. Had it not been for the treacherous situations lately, which made it difficult for him to appear in public, he would have found a way to meet you and have a nice chat over delicious wine. I thought that it was just Lord Wong's flattery, but after fighting you myself, I finally understand what seeing is believing means. I, Long Yongjun from Ghost Character, under Lord Wong's command, pay respect to Master Spiritual Vulture. Long Yongjun struggled to fall on one of her knees and, holding the heavy shackle, performed the courtesy to Li Yao as if she were truly sincere. Li Yao, however, knew that the super assassin was merely buying herself time with all the irrelevant talks so that Mother White Lotus and the main troop could rescue her after they got back. He did not have time to play the word game with Long Yongjun. Turning a deaf ear to everything that she said, he sorted through the whole ground of components briefly and activated his own cosmos rings, setting the absorption range as all the components in front of him. Then he initiated the process, but the cosmos rings showed no response. What the heck? Li Yao frowned. He extended his telepathic thoughts into the cosmos rings and checked it out. Everything was all right. In order to store all the magical equipment components, he had already rearranged the space in the cosmos rings and spared the room of 3 cosmos rings. There should be enough space for storage without any conflict. How come the components were not being absorbed into the cosmos rings? With all due respect, are you trying to steal the 1,000 Stars tray and the map core left by the primeval deities, Senior Spiritual Vulture? Long Yongjun asked politely. Li Yao glanced at her, but did not respond. He focused his attention on the cosmos rings. Even if something went wrong with the cosmos rings, it did not make sense at all that 3 of them had malfunctioned at the same time. If I may advise you, Senior, Long Yongjun slowly said, your cosmos rings are fine, Senior. It's because I have installed special barriers on the 1,000 Stars tray and the map core. They are essentially giant invisible locks. Only the cosmos rings that I carry, which correspond with the barriers, can absorb the components. Otherwise, wouldn't it be hilarious if somebody absorbed the items of such importance into their cosmos rings casually and took them away? Li Yao was dazed for a moment. Then he eyed the 4 cosmos rings on Long Yongjun's fingers maliciously. Are you thinking that you only need to cut off my fingers and steal my cosmos rings in order to absorb the 1,000 Stars tray and the map core and bring them away without any trace, Senior? Long Yongjun opened her fingers in front of Li Yao and said unhurriedly, Long Wong thought of such a scenario before I set off. He planted special barriers into the 4 cosmos rings and my body. The 4 cosmos rings are only stable when they are worn on my fingers and sense my temperature, breath, heartbeat, and pulse, and if I send special telepathic thoughts to them every minute. If any of the conditions are not met, the self-destruction rune array inside the 4 cosmos rings will be activated, destroying the internal world inside them and turning them into 4 common rings that can no longer store anything. It means that whether you want to rob me of the 4 cosmos rings, or you want to blow up my soul and simply keep my breath and heartbeat, Senior, it is not going to work out. Li Yao cursed aloud in his heart. He analyzed every muscle on Long Yongjun's face carefully, trying to tell if she was speaking the truth by her micro-expressions, to no avail. The super assassin of the Ghost Character must have received the harshest training on interrogation. Neither her lips nor her pupils were giving away any useful information. If you don't believe it, Senior, you can take off a cosmos ring from my fingers and have a go yourself. Lord Wong has long admired you, Senior, and I do not dare lie to you as his subordinate. Of course, Senior, you are a renowned master in refining. It's possible that you have a profound understanding about the arts of barriers. Given a couple of days, Senior, you may be able to crack the barriers that Lord Wong has set up. Li Yao's eyelids twitched violently. Everybody had their own specialty, and every finger was of different length. Although he was a master of refining, he had never had much expertise on the arts of barriers. It was sort of one of his weaknesses. Besides, he did not have several days. Mother White Lotus and the rest of them were no fools. After following Neltharion for dozens of kilometers, they certain would realize that something was wrong and immediately return. Chapter 1456 Escape. Li Yao was not a god. He was best at small, single magical equipment for battle. Crystal suits and colossi were his specialties. He was certainly not a man that could craft all kinds of magical equipment. For example, he did not know much about decompressing and translating the information of the primeval civilizations. To make matters worse, he did not have the help of the super crystal processors with immense computational ability on this relatively primitive planet. He also did not have the professionals to assist him. It was practically impossible for him to craft a set of decompressing and translational magical equipment similar to the Thousand Stars tray, much less compiling a sophisticated operation system with a brand new rune system. Without the Thousand Stars tray, it would be impossible to display the map of the Divine Palace. Even if it was displayed one way or another, it would still be impossible to tell whether or not there were more secrets to the map. Liao looked at Long Yangjun again. He suddenly realized that, compared with Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu, lead eunuch Wong, she was the true crux of the operation. How exactly did Wong Shi discover the so-called Divine Palace? And how could Wong Shi's subordinate turn on the map of the Divine Palace so skillfully and perform all the complicated operations? Also, Wong Shi had mentioned to Yin Liren before that the people stranded in the ancient sage's sector were the frogs at the bottom of a well. Right now, Wong Shi had found the Divine Palace who allegedly led to the Deities' realm. The project had already begun more than 10 years ago. So, did it mean that Wong Shi had been working hard to jump out of the well? What was his purpose exactly? Was the mysterious signal sent to the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector 100 years ago related to Wong Shi to some extent? Or maybe, was it because the scouts from the Imperium of true human beings were hiding behind Wong Shi? Liao had planned to have a nice conversation with Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu first. However, it was rather questionable whether or not Wan Mingzhu was of a mind to communicate with him peacefully now that he had eavesdropped on such a shocking secret. Anybody would try to kill the eavesdropper to prevent the secret from leaking, right? It was not like he could tell Wan Mingzhu directly that he was in fact a fellow cultivator from a different world and that he was to some extent a deity that they had been dreaming about. Could he? Even if Wan Mingzhu miraculously bought it, it would be quite awkward if the forces from the Imperium of true human beings or even more terrifying existences were lurking behind one of the 4 rapscallions. Liao had never been a man who was willing to let someone else take control over his fate. This place was Wan Mingzhu's home field. Nobody could tell how dominating she could be. Even if communication was truly necessary, it would be best that he talked with her in a place that was less passive for him. He might as well find a place to chat with Wong Shi's special agent first, and see what the previously powerful and now mysterious lead eunuch was up to exactly. The more information that he grasped, the more likely he would be able to understand the general picture of everything. By then, he would be able to choose whether to expose his identity or to go to the Divine Palace as Master Spiritual Vulture. You collect the Thousand Stars tray and the map core. Follow me. Liao spoke to Long Yangjun aloofly. I am not supposed to disobey you, senior. Long Yangjun was not scared of Liao's cold eyes at all. However, I have not fulfilled the mission that Lord Wong entrusted to me yet. I'm very curious about one thing. What can you use to threaten me? After all, senior, you should be very clear that I, as a member of Ghost Character and a special agent that Lord Wong picked in person to carry out the mission, am certainly not scared of death. Of course, you are not scared of death, but you are scared that your mission will fail. Liao said coldly. Leave with me now. One more word, and I will destroy the Thousand Stars tray and the map core. We'll go separate ways. I don't care. I was just roaming for fun while I was unoccupied before I somehow wandered to this place and overheard your secret. Fascinating as the Divine Palace and the Cloud Sheen gold statues sound, I will suffer no loss even if I cannot find the precise map to explore them. Your master Wong Shi, on the other hand, has planned the mission for decades. Who do you think will find the loss more intolerable? Him or me? The smile on Long Yangjuan's face gradually froze, and the fear of losing control over the situation was popping up in her eyes. Sneering, Liao generated a greenish fire in his hands. The fire was burning more and more fiercely in cracking noises. Without further ado, holding back the excruciating pain caused by the shackle, Long Yangjun raised her hand. The thousand stars tray and the map core turned into hundreds of streaks of brilliance and dived into her 4 cosmos rings. Excellent, Liao nodded in satisfaction. He snapped his fingers, shooting 3 sparks from the ghostly fire to 3 key parts on the shackle on Long Yangjun's body. The thorns that pierced deeply into her veins were slightly retreated, so that she could summon part of her spiritual energy. You are a smart person. Don't do anything stupid. Your life is worthless, but the map of the Divine Palace is invaluable. Don't do anything that gives me a reason to destroy it. Li Yao's voice was utterly unemotional, as if it was made by the gears and bearings inside a machine. Long Yangjun nodded obediently. At Li Yao's gesture, she walked in front of him. When the two of them left the White Lotus Island without a sound, the skeletons and remaining souls guarding the place did not know what had happened yet. However, in the seawater not far away, a surging undercurrent was returning with the utmost fury. Mother White Lotus had realized that she had been tricked and was rushing back at full speed. Shwa! 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 The jellyfish floating around the White Lotus Island suddenly grew agitated. They all opened their transparent bodies as if they were balloons being blown. Under the illumination of their colorful mystic rays, Li Yao and Long Yangjun no longer had nowhere to hide. The round jellyfish all drifted toward the two of them. Some of them even exploded without any warning when they collided. Let's go! Li Yao pushed Long Yangjun's back heavily. His spiritual energy flooded out of every pore on his body, turning himself into a jet submarine, which allowed him to crawl out of their siege before the hundreds of jellyfish surrounded them. The hundreds of jellyfish exploded like fireworks, providing even more impetus for Li Yao. He was able to dash forward abruptly. Then, he retrieved dozens of bizarre-shaped components from the cosmos rings and wore them on his limbs and his back. Like enormous fins, all the components could be moved freely. Shwa! While Long Yangjun stared at him in the utmost astonishment, Li Yao controlled the fins precisely while he dragged her to move straight upward, leaving ripples behind in the ocean. This place was still within the range of the continental shelf. So, the ocean was shallow. After only 1 moment, the two of them had already leapt out of the water. On the surface of the ocean, however, were thunder, lightning, and surging tides. The world was occupied with extremely furious spiritual waves. The weather could not have been rougher. It was the harbinger of a febrile typhoon. Qi Zhongdao had informed them earlier that 2 febrile typhoons would attack the offshore area one after the other. The first febrile typhoon had already caused great natural disasters. Right now, the second febrile typhoon was coming at the area aggressively. Senior's spiritual vulture, glancing at the sky that was filled with dark clouds and purple lightning, Long Yangjun raised her voice and shouted, "You don't really belong to the world of the cultivators in the Great Qian Dynasty, and you have nothing to do with the Great Qian Dynasty. There is absolutely no reason for us to be hostile to each other. Why can't we sit down and have a nice talk?" Boom! 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 Thunderous explosions were rumbling in the ocean behind the two of them. An enormous bone dragon hundreds of meters long, made of countless corpses of the undersea demon beasts, surfaced and opened its bloody mouth, roaring at Li Yao in the most deafening sound. Bluish flames spurted out of its throat and darted into the clouds brushing past by Li Yao's hair. After a cracking sound, the cloud was almost ripped apart. Between the giant horns of the bone dragon, Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu was gazing at Li Yao with the utmost fury. Li Yao looked at Long Yangjun. "I was wrong. You can run away now, senior." Licking his lips, Li Yao dragged Long Yangjun to fly into the sky toward where the spiritual energy was most chaotic, the lightning was most dense, and the thunder was loudest. Long Yangjun's head was dizzy. Her hair was all standing up because of the stimulation of static electricity. She shouted, "Senior, senior, we are probably going to run into the febrile typhoon ahead." It was exactly what Li Yao wanted. The sky above the ocean had absolutely no shelter where he could hide or dodge. If he was all by himself, he was confident in running from Mother White Lotus. However, he was carrying a great burden named Long Yangjun. If he went in a straight line, Mother White Lotus would certainly catch them. Running into the febrile wind was their only way to escape. The febrile typhoon indeed looked intimidating. However, it was not Li Yao's first time training himself in a thunderstorm or suppressing the enemy with the power of lightning to secure the final victory. Back in the old days in the Flying Star sector, he had not even been scared of the furious turbulence unleashed by the supernova outbreak in the Wraith's Wrath. What could a tiny febrile typhoon do about him? Releasing thousands of spiritual threads and sensing the incoming direction of the febrile wind, Li Yao roared and crashed right into it while dragging Long Yangjun. Mother White Lotus, on the other hand, was chasing after him closely on the enormous bone dragon, followed by countless ghost soldiers and the experts from Ghost Qin and the heaven-battering army. Only Mother White Lotus and a few experts were still tailing him. However, it was impossible for them to persist for long, either. Boom! Crack! They entered the area of storm. The rain on the ocean was smashing down like hail, turning the entire sky into yet another ocean. The vision, hearing, and senses of the pursuers were seriously affected. Li Yao was still wearing the bizarre-shaped fins, except that some of the fins assembled each other after a period of cracking noises and turned into a piece of broader magical equipment to support flying like wings. Dragging Long Yangjun in midair, Li Yao seemed to be holding nothing at all. He was drawing the most spectacular curves in the middle of the thunder and lightning, making best use of the power of the rain and the magnetic field. He drifted unpredictably like a dry leaf in a blowing wind, without any pattern that the pursuers could follow. Mother White Lotus roars and attacks brushed past him time and time again, and he was drawing closer and closer to the febrile typhoon. In the dark ocean up ahead, a violent storm could already be vaguely seen, as if a gap leading to the deepest depths of hell had been ripped open in midair, from which the eternally burning fire of destruction was spurting out. It was the febrile typhoon. Even Li Yao did not dare engage head-on with the febrile typhoon without the protection of a crystal suit. He was not planning to crash into the febrile typhoon boldly, either, but merely cut slightly into the edge of the febrile typhoon to make use of the centripetal force, as if he were surfing. The febrile typhoon was still developing, but it was already hundreds of kilometers in diameter. Naturally, the periphery was rotating at the highest speed. The wind was blowing so fast that it seemed to be able to extinguish the sun. Oh! Li Yao shook arms and legs. His fins, or wings, instantly doubled in size. Picking up the febrile wind, they became round and puffy, like the sails of a boat in full wind. His speed was immediately doubled. Bound by a chain, Long Yangjun was pulled behind him like a kite. She could not help but scream hard in the middle of crazily roaring wind. Mother White Lotus was residing inside a puppet body. The combination of a ghost and a puppet could never be as tight as the combination between a living person and their soul. If she barged into the febrile typhoon recklessly, it was possible that her soul might be blown out of the puppet. Even if she was known as the mother of all ghosts, it would be impossible for her to persist for long inside the rampant febrile typhoon without the protection of a shell. The bone dragon came to an abrupt halt at the periphery of the febrile typhoon and spurted out dozens of clusters of dazzling fire toward the depths of febrile typhoon, which exploded inside the febrile typhoon and turned into enormous flowers of light. However, they were not even close to Li Yao before they were shredded and obliterated. Mother White Lotus was not as insane as Li Yao, restraining from galloping into the febrile typhoon after him. It was needless to mention Han Yuantai, Qi Changxing's representative, and the rest of them, whose cultivation was much lower than the two of them. They could only gaze at Li Yao and Long Yangjun reducing in size in the violet storm until they were gone in the end. Crack! Wan Mingzhu was so exasperated that she crushed the horns on the bone dragon that were as thick as thighs. Who is this guy exactly? She shrieked in the most high-pitched voice. The following morning, the febrile typhoon had already passed. As if all the dirt in the world had been cleaned, the sky was clear and cloudless, and a red sun was rising up in radiating glow, not far away from the shoreline. There was a desolate island that was surrounded by sharp-edged reefs. Such desolate islands were anything but unusual in the offshore area. Most of the desolate islands were less than half an acre in coverage. They were essentially rocks that were larger in size. Also, they were surrounded by cliffs and hidden reefs, lacking ports with deep water and flat beaches. So, it was not worth investing in exploiting them. Even the lawless pirates would not consider such places as their den. Only the birds would rest in such places. Therefore, most of the islands had already been buried in the stinky, gray struvite. Deep inside the desolate island, the previously rough, uneven place had been crushed and paved by Li Yao into a flat ground the size of a grain-sunning field. Ow! Long Yangjun was shaking and gagging on the ground, wet from head to toe. There was no telling whether it was because she had drunk too much rainwater or because she was intimidated by the power of the febrile typhoon and the thunderstorm. The super assassin of the ghost character looked like a half-dead fish right now. Her face was pale and full of fear, and her calmness from when she dealt with Li Yao last night had vanished. Li Yao had intentionally taken her to break into the febrile typhoon partly to shock her and collapse her mental defense line. Judging the outcome, the tactic had worked out pretty well. Li Yao was sitting cross-legged in a corner of the desolate island with his eyes half closed as he rested in silence. Bright green flames of spiritual energy were dancing around him, adding to his mysteriousness. Breaking into the febrile typhoon had been extremely exhausting, even for him, especially when he was carrying the huge burden named Long Yangjun. He was quite close to the main continent, and it was broad day with a bright sun. Qi Zhongdao and the other nascent soul stage cultivators would be searching for Mother White Lotus and him. Under such circumstances, it was highly unlikely that Mother White Lotus would chase after him with a large batch of ghost soldiers. However, one could never be too prudent. The sooner he recovered his spiritual energy and returned to his peak combat ability, the better. While Long Yangjun was not paying attention, Li Yao injected a powerful recovery drug that he had brought from the Star Glory Federation into his body. The effect of the drug was many times better than the best recovery pill in the Ancient Sage's sector. Senior Spiritual Vulture. Long Yangjun gagged on the ground for such a long time that she seemed to be vomiting her guts out. She looked at Li Yao full of reverence, and after a long hesitation, finally summoned the courage to say, "I didn't know that your cultivation is so shockingly high that even the febrile typhoon, a hazard for all cultivators, was completely at your mercy. Since you have such astounding cultivation and are a world-famous master of refining, Senior, you will certainly play an important role in the exploration of the Divine Palace. We could form an alliance. There's absolutely no reason for us to hurt each other. Lord Wong cherishes our world's heroes more than anything else. Now that you have learned the secrets about the Divine Palace, and since there is no way at all that I can harm you, inviting you to join the cause seems to be the only option. Even if you kill me and take away the map of the Divine Palace and the Thousand Stars tray, you still won't be able to achieve anything on your own, Senior. First of all, the map of the Divine Palace itself contains infinite mysteries and must be opened in a secret way. There's no way that you can read it by yourself. Secondly, even if all the mysteries of the Divine Palace are unraveled, that is just the tip of the iceberg for all the secrets about the Divine Palace. Lord Wong has kept a lot of findings to himself, and he is the only one who is capable of excavating the treasures. Right now, you're just a visiting elder of the Purple Pole Sword sect, and you are a barbarian cultivator who is not on the same boat with the cultivators of the Great Qian dynasty. Since it is impossible for you to open the Divine Palace by yourself, you will have to look for partners. Do you feel that the cultivators from the Grand Mystery sect and the Purple Pole Sword sect are any more trustworthy than Lord Wong, Senior? Li Yao slightly opened his eyes. Staring at Long Yangjun deep in thought, he asked, without answering her question, "How did your Lord Wong discover the secrets of the Divine Palace?" Noticing that the guy was apparently not as stubborn as before, Long Yangjun put on a smile of delight that almost escaped Li Yao's attention before she replied dutifully. Since the Great Qian dynasty was founded 1,000 years ago, not only has it inherited the enormous royal library left by previous dynasties, It has also collected countless ancient books from all over the world. Most of the records about the past can all be found in the royal collections. Before Lord Wong's rise, he was one of the librarians of the Royal Library of the Great Qian Dynasty. He was responsible for sorting the broad, complicated ancient classics and repair the mottled, incomplete volumes. As a rarely seen genius, he read all the ancient books that nobody had touched for thousands of years while he worked as a librarian for 30 years. He inferred from countless clues in the complicated ancient books, which led to the Divine Palace. The clues alone were not enough. A lot of the magical equipment and secret maps related to the Divine Palace were scattered in the world. One of the most important tasks for the ghost character was to help Lord Wong gather everything about the Divine Palace in the world. That explains a lot. Li Yao finally understood part of the reason that Wong Shi used to stir trouble in the world of cultivators. It appeared that his purpose was much more than simply helping the Emperor keep the cultivators in check. Nodding, he said, "Why exactly is your Lord Wong so obsessed with the exploration of the Divine Palace?" Long Yangjun was amused. The invincible cloud, Qin gold statues, and the possibility to embark on the path to the Deities' realm. Who in the world of cultivators wouldn't want to explore the Divine Palace? Frowning, Li Yao somehow felt that there was more to the guy's motive. Thinking for a moment, he asked again, "I can tell that you were rather skillful when you displayed the map of the Divine Palace. Had you ever touched it before?" The map core of the Divine Palace has been kept in East Peace County as an ultimate treasure by the local cultivation sects to stabilize their headquarters until now. The outsiders could never approach it easily. Of course, I never touched it before. However, Lord Wong has drawn a lot of illustrations for me to learn from. That is why I managed to pick up the operations. As for exactly how Lord Wong learned of them, I don't have the faintest idea. Long Yangjun was just one of Wang Shi's tools. It was impossible for him to let her know all the secrets however much he trusted her. Thinking quickly, Li Yao pretended to be in deep thought. "What you said does have a point. Since I cannot open the Divine Palace by myself, I'll have to look for help. I've had enough of those cultivators during the past half-year. Cooperating with Lord Wong indeed seems to be a viable choice." Chapter 1458, Everything is Under Whose Control? Senior Spiritual Vulture. As a visiting elder of the Purple Pole Sword sect, which was very close to Lord Wong in the past, you should know that most of the cultivators' condemnations are ungrounded. After thinking for a moment, Long Yangjun blinked and said, "You won't believe whatever I say right now, Senior. Please enlighten me. How can I convince you of our sincerity? You operated too fast just now, and I was too far away to see everything clearly," Li Yao said coldly. "Bring out the map and the Thousand Stars tray and show me the operations carefully again." Long Yangjun was dazed for a moment, hesitating. "Let me make it clear for you. You are begging me for cooperation now, not the other way around." Li Yao toughened his tone. "If you are unwilling to cooperate, let's just call it a day now. I'll kill you directly, or you can kill yourself. Nobody is going to find anything from the Divine Palace." While he stared at Long Yangjun and spoke, he intentionally mixed some soul attacks in his eyes to remind Long Yangjun of the horror in the febrile typhoon. Long Yangjun shivered slightly, and her face was even paler than before. Cold sweat the size of beans was popping up on her forehead. She pondered for a long time, only to come up with no solution. She could only retrieve the items from her cosmos rings, as per Li Yao's orders, and begin to assemble them carefully. Last time, because of Neltharion's angle of observation, fearing that he might be caught, Li Yao had failed to record the procedures through which he displayed the map. But this time, Li Yao focused his full attention without overlooking a single detail. Very soon, the Thousand Stars tray was assembled, and the map core was placed at the center of the pedestal. A sphere operation menu was released one more time. Long Yangjun's hands moved on it quickly, activating the internal structure of the Divine Palace and the coordinates of the Divine Palace. With Li Yao's computational ability in the nascent soul stage, since he was observing at such a short distance, naturally, he was able to etch every detail into his mind clearly. Not entirely satisfied, Li Yao asked Long Yangjun to lower the speed of her operation and demanded that she explain every instruction on every menu. Li Yao's questions were short and fast, leaving Long Yangjun no time to consider it all. Because of the high pressure, Long Yangjun confessed all the operations dutifully. Following her instructions, Li Yao tried a few times himself and did not find any loopholes. He finally nodded in approval. Long Yangjun had perhaps kept some secrets in the map core to herself, and chances were that something more valuable was contained inside the storage magical equipment. However, that did not matter. Based on the details that she had shared, Li Yao was already able to basically analyze the retrieval logic of the operation menu. Together with the crystal processor that he brought from the Star Glory Federation, he believed that he would certainly be able to unravel more secrets than the ancient people could. Very good. It seems that you are indeed very sincere. Li Yao smiled and waved at Long Yangjun. Now, step away. Exactly like Long Yangjun had done, Li Yao turned off all the maps and began dismantling the map core and the Thousand Stars tray. He was a professional refiner, and it was only natural that he dismantled the magical equipment even faster than Long Yangjun did. Long Yangjun's face color changed greatly. She stammered, Senior Spiritual Vulture, what's the meaning of this? Nothing, Li Yao said casually. Since you were sincere enough to confess everything dutifully, to show respect to Lord Wong, your life may be spared. However, I must take away the Thousand Stars tray and the map core. This place is not far away from the continent. Despite the weight of all the things, I can fly over by carrying them on my back. It is not a big deal whether or not I have your cosmos rings. Long Yangjun was dumbfounded. Senior Spiritual Vulture, are you still reluctant to work with Lord Wong? Why? The Great Qian dynasty is already on the verge of collapse. Those pretentious cultivators have nothing but dirty, shameless schemes in their heads. You will certainly die without a burial if you cooperate with them. Do you not understand why I choose not to stand on Lord Wong's side? Dismantling the Thousand Stars tray unhurriedly, Li Yao did not bother to raise his head as he casually spoke. It's not because he is too scary for me as one of the 4 rapscallions. To be honest, as a barbarian cultivator, I always keep an open mind toward the 3 saints and 4 rapscallions. They are basically the same as me. However, it is a habit that I must take the initiative in any cooperation with other people no matter who my partner is. If I cooperate with the 4 rapscallions, the 4 of you are already enough to complete most of the work. Even the map of the Divine Palace is in your hands. I will be a dispensable worker, and the best that I can expect is to serve as a vanguard, or rather cannon fodder, with my combat ability, before, during, and after the exploration. As long as you feel that I'm no longer of any value, you can eliminate me at any time. Besides, I'm all by myself, while the 4 of you all have tremendous forces under command. Even Lord Wong, who seems to be on the run, has the elite assassins of the ghost character, like yourself. However arrogant I am, I will not be conceited enough to believe that I can compete with 100 experts together in the snowy land and the land of eternal night in the North Pole. Long Yangjun gnashed her teeth. Is that any different from cooperating with the cultivators? Of course it is. Li Yao shook the diamond-shaped crystal in his hand that contained the map and smiled. As long as the Thousand Stars tray and the map core are in my hands, I will be in possession of the critical information that the cultivators certainly don't know. If we really set off to explore the Divine Palace, I will be of paramount importance and take all the initiative. Even if someone wants to get rid of me, they will have to wait until I'm no longer of value. Besides, although I'm not interested in who is righteous and who is evil, I still feel that Sword Maniac, Yin Liren, Basyayu the Beggar, and Masturbator Cicada are more trustworthy than your Lord Wong, Wan Mingzhu, Qi Chongxing, and Han Bailing. At the very least, Basyayu and Masturbator Cicada are by themselves too. If I cooperate with them, I won't need to worry about hundreds of experts jumping around a corner and attacking me together, will I? More than infuriated, Long Yangjun's face was pure red, and the shackle on her body was shaking and clanging. Yet, there was nothing that she could do about Li Yao except gnash her teeth. Senior Spiritual Vulture, Have you made up your mind to fish in the dirty water? I'm alone. It's better to fish in the dirty water than to gain profit at risk, Li Yao said with a fake smile. The more forces that are involved in the issue, and the more chaotic the situation is, the more advantageous my position will be. Li Yao had planned to evaluate the top experts of the ancient sages sector, and if there were other mysterious forces hiding in darkness in the first place. Once the shocking news about the Divine Palace was released, all the experts would certainly be attracted to it. The mysterious forces in darkness, should there be any, would definitely jump out. At that point, Li Yao would be able to make a final decision as to whether or not he should open the space gate and summon the expedition fleet of the Star Glory Federation. Long Yangjun was grinding her teeth in fury and could not say anything. Very soon, the redness on her face faded away, and it was as pale as a piece of paper, as if she had thought of the punishment that she would go through for losing the 1,000 Stars tray and the map core after she returned to the ghost character. Even her breathing was rapid and disordered. Leaning against a rock at a loss, she completely lost the strength to continue the game with Li Yao. Li Yao finished dismantling the 1,000 Stars tray and the map core. While calculating the best way to pack them up in his head, he walked to Long Yangjun, planning to remove the shackle on her body. Wong, she was a rather important person among the top 10 experts of the ancient sages sector. Maybe there was still a chance for cooperation in future. Naturally, Li Yao did not want to go too far. He even wanted to pass on certain information through Long Yangjun, implying that Master Spiritual Vulture was a rational man who was worth communicating and negotiating with. Their conflict this time was just business, and since it was business, there were always chances for concessions and renegotiations. Li Yao had already subtly expressed it. Long Yangjun might not have been able to understand it, but Wang Shi certainly would. Li Yao could continue locking Long Yangjun with the shackle, but if he did, her life would be at risk on the perilous ocean. Also, part of the shackle was Li Yao's clandestine secrets, and he did not want such a piece of magical equipment to be retrieved by the terrifying Wang Shi. At this moment, Li Yao was 3 steps away from Long Yangjun. Long Yangjun collapsed at the bottom of the rock, as if her bones had been removed. She looked at Li Yao, but her eyes were unfocused, as if she were staring at the infinite ocean behind him. Everything was under Li Yao's control. Li Yao, however, suddenly had a terrible feeling. If history was any reference, every time that he thought that everything was under control, it would be proved later that absolutely nothing was under his control. It seemed to be a reverse sign that never failed. Li Yao's right foot was about to reach the earth, but it could not move on any more during the moment. Instead, every muscle on his left foot, which was supporting his body, was triggered to the maximum. Boom, 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 boom. He could almost hear the sounds of the cells inside his left leg exploding and the overloaded mitochondria blowing out infinite energy. Right then, Long Yangjun moved. Long Yangjun, whose veins, acupoints, and spiritual energy circulations should have been tightly locked up by Li Yao's shackle, suddenly vanished. Li Yao had every faith in the shackle that he had crafted. The shackle was based on the venomous scorpion bone biting shackle, Solar Eclipse, Jiang Shaoyang's masterpiece. It was the state-of-the-art barrier-type magical equipment in the Star Glory Federation. The best knowledge in physiology, anatomy, ergonomics, and hundreds of other disciplines had been employed. Countless simulations had been run. Not a single demon or human being, even including those in the nascent soul stage, could break free from the shackle without paying a huge price. However, Long Yangjun had vanished into a shadow and left the shackle on the ground, incredibly, before she marched up to Li Yao. Chapter 1459. It is you. The starry brilliance enveloped the entire desolate land like a waterfall. Every space the size of a fingernail had been cut hundreds of times by the most brilliant sword auras. Unpredictable and yet extremely sharp traces of the sword were everywhere in the air. Her sword was truly dazzling. Long Yangjun's sword arts were so extraordinary that she was only slightly worse than Yen Liren, the most terrifying swordsman that Li Yao had ever seen in his entire life. That being said, the gap between them was barely tangible. Her style was entirely different from Yen Liren's. Yen Liren's sword was simple, straightforward, and unstoppable. It was usually well hidden, and he merely locked onto his enemy with the will of his sword. Once the will of his sword became real and he launched his sword, there would usually be no escape for the target. His sword arts were the arts of simplicity. Long Yangjuan's sword, however, was glamorous, splendid, and brilliant, like a volcano, a waterfall, and 10,000 stars that were exploding at the same time and unleashing infinite light and heat. Had Li Yao's right foot moved forward another millimeter, or if one muscle on his left leg were not completely tightened, those gorgeous torrents of sword auras would have devoured him. He stomped on the ground hard without caring whether or not his left leg would break. While retreating as fast as he could, he created a thick crack on the surface of the desolate island toward Long Yangjun as counterattack. But the sword auras that were as aggressive as fire still caught up to him despite the minor setback. Chi, 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 chi. As if enveloped in the sharpest fishing net, Li Yao's body was covered in hundreds of wounds, and his blood was flooding out. Dozens of sword auras had closely entangled his hands, leaving him no chance at all to move his fingers and summon the magical equipment from his cosmos rings. Li Yao's heart was almost frozen, but it was beating at a frequency of more than 500 times per minute the next moment, accelerating the blood and spiritual energy circulation inside his body to the maximum. It was the most dangerous battle after he had reached the ancient sage's sector, even more dangerous than the one between him and Yen Liren. After all, at that time, Yen Liren had merely been testing his sword and did not mean to kill him. However, Li Yao could perceive the infinite, sharpest killing intent from Long Yangjun. Li Yao could only keep retreating until he was at the edge of the desolate island. All the sharp-edged rocks on the desolate island had been cut apart by Long Yangjuan's shocking sword auras, turning into thousands of pebbles. Li Yao had no retreat now. Behind him was a cliff. If he jumped off the cliff, he would be in an awkward position where he lost balance for a brief moment. Faced with a swordsman as terrifying as Long Yangjun, it was definitely an action no different from washing himself and sending himself to a chopping block. Li Yao could only bellow. The blood spurting out of his body, mixed with the pebbles, turned into a saber of blood and slashed toward Long Yangjun. Long Yangjuan's lips curled into a cruel smile. There was not the slightest panic on her face at all. She looked like a cat that was playing with a mouse. She ran toward the saber of blood without any evasion, and after her body was cut in half by the bloody saber, those halves turned into two phantoms. Below the cliff behind Li Yao, a cluster of even more intense sword auras were bursting out. Li Yao's pupils constricted violently. He had absolutely no idea when Long Yangjun had hidden herself below the cliff, escaping his senses. However, the next moment, he realized that it was another sordid scam. It was impossible for Long Yangjun to hide below the cliff. She had merely transmitted an astonishing aura and hidden it behind him while the storm of sword auras was raging. It was the old distraction trick. Long Yangjun was still in front of him, but there was no time. Li Yao tried his best to move to the left, but he still heard the noise of his ribs breaking apart and his blood flooding out. He smashed into the edge of the desolate island, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. The sword auras were galloping inside his body, destroying all the spiritual energy circulation pathways. The spiritual waves that he released grew ever feebler, too. It was not until this moment that all the starry brilliance dancing around the desolate island was finally condensed in Long Yangjuan's hand, turning into a long sword that seemed to be made of countless brilliant diamonds. Long Yangjun had heavily wounded Li Yao after only one attack, but she did not take the chance to pursue him. Instead, a streak of brightness jerked out of her cosmos ring and turned into a round piece of magical equipment the size of a goose egg. It was riddled with dense holes and looked like a queer honeycomb. Weird sound waves were emanating from every hole of the honeycomb. The humming sounds would have made anyone who heard them extremely uncomfortable. Judging from the color on the surface of the weird magical equipment, It was fashioned through the most cutting-edge technology and definitely not something that the natives of the Ancient Sages sector could craft. Just like the map core, it seemed to be a product of the Nuwa clan. This magical equipment is named Sound Nest. It is not used to attack the enemy, but can release special sound waves that can block all cosmos rings in the hundreds of square meters nearby, Long Yangjun said with a smile. You will not be able to store anything into them or take anything out. Fellow cultivator spiritual vulture, you are the well-known Grandmaster of Great Zhou and one of the best masters of refining in the Ancient Sages sector. So, you certainly count on all kinds of peculiar magical equipment in your battle. Your cultivation and mine are on par, and the outcome of our battle depends on the seemingly insignificant details. Right now, you are heavily wounded, and you cannot retrieve the magical equipment in your cosmos rings. How much confidence do you have that you can defeat me with my secret sword? Fellow cultivator spiritual vulture, you are a smart man. There's no need to act recklessly and ask to be killed now, right? Cough, cough. Cough, 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 cough. Li Yao vomited a mouthful of blood. Licking his teeth that were covered in blood, he stared at Long Yangjun like a wolf that had fallen into a trap and shouted, "You are not Long Yangjun. Long Yangjun does not exist at all. You are Wang Shi." Wang Shi smiled. Long Yangjun or Wang Shi, it is just a reference. A man like me certainly has countless identities and names. Are you surprised? I should have seen it coming. Li Yao smiled bitterly. Wang Shi is a thoughtful, ambitious man. How could he have given ultimate treasures like the 1,000-star trays and the map core to a random subordinate? And how could he have let a subordinate learn so many secrets about himself? Also, as a subordinate, you were too chatty. I'm just confused. If you were Wang Shi, why didn't you reveal in real capabilities in the beginning instead of being so disgraced? As I said just now, Wang Shi casually said, "My cultivator and yours are on par, fellow cultivator spiritual vulture. If we cannot find the enemy's fatal opening, there's nothing we can do about each other. Even if I had revealed my real capabilities in the beginning, the best I could have expected was to defeat you, fellow cultivator spiritual vulture. But it would have been barely impossible to capture you." Li Yao's pupils constricted violently. "You were planning to capture me from the beginning?" "Of course." Wang Shi smiled. "Fellow cultivator spiritual vulture, you are an extraordinary person who has risen to fame in less than half a year. When I said that I'd admired you for a long time, I wasn't lying. Besides, you are proficient in the arts of refining, which will be a great help during the exploration of the Divine Palace. If you join the Great Cause, our mission's odds of success will be significantly increased. Therefore, I've been waiting for the best opportunity so that we can talk with each other nicely and uninterrupted." Li Yao gnashed his teeth. "Wasn't it the best opportunity when Mother White Lotus chased after us?" "No," Wang Shi shook his head. "For those with our cultivation, they might not be captured even when they are terribly outnumbered. Qi Zhongdao and the other experts attacked Mother White Lotus together and failed to kill her. How could I be confident that I could stop you if Mother White Lotus and I dealt with you together?" Li Yao narrowed his eyes and asked, "Why didn't you attack in the febrile typhoon?" "It was still not the best opportunity." Glamorous brilliance beamed out of Wang Shi's eyes as he laughed. "Besides, even I did not foresee that you would be insane enough to crash into the febrile typhoon. There were too many unexpected factors back then, and I was still not 100% sure that I could suppress you. The best opportunity was when you eased your wariness after we reached the place, and even considered removing the shackle on my body. According to my plan, I should have been able to suppress fellow cultivator spiritual vulture after only one move, but I didn't know that you had such sensitive natural instincts. As a result, I was forced to go through additional trouble." Staring at the shackle in a daze, Li Yao mumbled, "How did you break free from the shackle?" "Nobody, even a cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul stage, could have broken free from my shackle so easily." The brilliance inside Wang Shi's eyes were brighter and brighter as he declared, one word after another, "Nothing can ever trap me. Not just a tiny shackle. Even this world cannot keep me in custody." Li Yao's facial muscles were twisting as he said in a hoarse voice, Now that I have fallen into your hands and am completely at your mercy, I wonder, how are you going to deal with me? Believe it or not, fellow cultivator spiritual vulture, I am sincerely inviting you to join the operation to explore the Divine Palace. Wong Shi said. After all, none of the other 3 of the 4 rapscallions are easy to deal with. Even if I honestly hope that the team will work out eventually, I'm not confident that they do not have other plans to themselves. It will be excellent if I have additional help on my side. However, I know that you are certainly not going to cooperate with me dutifully and work as my assistant without complaint, fellow cultivator spiritual vulture. Even if you swear to the heavens that you will cooperate with me, I will not believe any of it. Therefore, Chapter 1461 Step Close. Right? You are not cooperating with Qi Changsheng, Han Bailing, and Wan Mingzhu sincerely either. After all the secrets about the Divine Palace are excavated, you'll figure out a way to eradicate all of them. It's a pity that dealing the 3 of them by yourself is too tricky, but if I serve as your lackey, and if we attack them one by one when they are not prepared, chances are that we will be able to eliminate them one after another. This will be my greatest usage. Wang Shi replied without giving consent or disapproval. Even if I say that there is no plan to eliminate Wan Mingzhu, Han Bailing, and Qi Changsheng, you still won't believe it, will you, fellow cultivator spiritual vulture? It doesn't matter to me at all whether or not you want to eliminate the 3 of them. I only want to know how I can be assured that you will not eliminate me after the job is done so that you can swallow all the gains. After all, if you plant a barrier inside my body, my life will be completely at your mercy. Opening his hands, Wang Shi said in a seemingly genuine way, I don't have any fundamental conflicts of interest with you, fellow cultivator spiritual vulture. Why do I have to eliminate you? Han Bailing, Wan Mingzhu, and Qi Changsheng are all leaders of a great force. Their ambitions are not just about themselves, but to overturn the entire world. If you accuse me of planning to eliminate the 3 of them, I think that it at least makes sense. However, fellow cultivator spiritual vulture, you're a relatively simple cultivator. You do not seem to be interested in power. If we cooperate with each other, we can both take what we need. Everything inside the Divine Palace that is related to the primeval refining arts will be yours. You will also be allowed to study the Cloud Qing gold statues freely. In the future, if I build an army of Cloud Qing gold statues, you will be responsible for all the refining work. Wouldn't it be terrific? Sounds like a plan, Li Yao said coldly. However, your promise is too weak and unconvincing. I am not willing to let somebody else gain control over my life in any case. Wang Shi's voice grew even colder. You don't have a choice. You can let me plant a barrier in you and cooperate with me obediently. Chances are that you will have some lucky encounters during the exploration of the Divine Palace that allow you to reverse the situation. Maybe I will truly fulfill my promise and set you free in the end. Or you can die now. Grabbing his crystal sword, Wang Shi pushed close to Li Yao, one step after another. Li Yao's breath became more and more hasty, and the blood flowing around his body had almost froze into crimson amber. He suddenly gnashed his teeth. Wait, I can cooperate with you, but I have to know more about the Divine Palace. Wang Shi stopped, apparently not expecting Li Yao to propose such a weird request. Deep in thought, he looked at Li Yao suspiciously. I'll calculate the odds of me being killed to keep my mouth shut after the exploration of the Divine Palace based on the information about the Divine Palace, so that I can decide whether or not I should cooperate with you. Li Yao explained. If I will certainly be killed after the job is done, is there any need for me to be humiliated for a longer time? I might as well put up one last struggle right now. Wang Shi narrowed his eyes into 2 coldly shining stars as he declared, one word after another. As I said, you don't have a choice. I don't, but you do. Li Yao gnashed his teeth. You can choose to tell me everything about the Divine Palace. Then, it is possible that you will gain the full-hearted support of a top-tier expert who is on par with Qi Changsheng, Han Bailing, and Wan Mingzhu. My refining arts will certainly prove to be of great use during the exploration, too. Alternatively, you can choose to kill me here and now. As a result, not only will you lose a potential lackey, You might also suffer irreversible wounds. You don't think that I don't have any way to hurt you without my magical equipment, do you? If I may remind you, during the exploration of the Divine Palace, you will have to be involved in competitions of wisdom and strength with some of the most brutal people in the world. It won't be good if you suffer certain uncanny minor injuries before the job, right? Li Yao cackled like a crow. Wang Shi stared at him for a long time. His brow furrowed, loosened, and furrowed again. All right, I stand by what I said. I am truly meaning to cooperate with you, fellow cultivator spiritual vulture. The barrier that I am to implement on your body is just a helpless choice. To show my sincerity, I would like to tell you the backstory of everything. Then speak now. Li Yao licked his blood-stained lips and pricked his ears. I'm all ears. The so-called Divine Palace. Wang Shi's eyes suddenly lose focus, as if he were mired in remote memories a long time ago. However, the next second, his eyes refocused, sharpened, and shone again. With a grave face, he bit his lips, and vague confusion was circling his face. He sniffed the air carefully, as if he had perceived something highly dangerous. Something's not right, Wang Shi mumbled. He focused his eyes on Li Yao again, especially his left arm, which was dangling behind him softly because the veins and nerves inside seemed to have been cut off. Show me your left hand, Wang Shi yelled. His crystal sword was humming, and the starry brilliance was all set to be launched. Li Yao appeared slightly dazed. There was bafflement on his face, as if he did not understand what Wang Shi meant. There was a deep bloody hole on his left shoulder, which suggested that the shoulder bone and the joint had been minced apart by the sword auras earlier. His left arm had been entirely crippled. Since crashing into the land earlier, his left hand had been folded behind him the whole time. At this point, he could only pick up his left hand with his right hand. While reaching for it, he grunted, I think my left arm is bro. Before he finished the last word, a series of explosions suddenly echoed deep inside Li Yao's left arm, as if a soft-skinned snake whose bones had all been crushed was turning into the most ferocious dinosaur. Shwa! 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 The skin on Li Yao's left arm turned black and green. Then it grew a layer of greasy scales. Bone spurs were also ejected from his flesh like sharp blades. His 5 fingers expanded in size in that moment, too. The round crystal in the middle of his palm was boosted because of the energy triggered by the mitochondria. Cell obliteration cannon. Attack. The moment that he crashed, Li Yao had ordered the mental devil to activate as many as possible primeval cells inside his left arm, repair the body at the highest speed, and accumulate the power of the cell obliteration cannon bit by bit. With just another half a minute, and nothing more, the cell obliteration cannon would have been brimming with enough energy to cover the entire desolate island. It was beyond his expectations for Wang Shi's sense of danger to be so keen, capable of catching the vague demonic energy flowing in the air. Li Yao was forced to change his plan and attacked in a hurry. Hiu, a pillar of the purest, ivory light rushed out of Li Yao's palm, right toward Wang Shi's face. The two of them were very close to each other. Although Wang Shi noticed that something was not right, he did not anticipate that Li Yao, as a master of refining, could launch such a violent attack without magical equipment. As a result, even though he managed to tilt his head, avoiding the frontal bombardment of the cell obliteration cannon, his cheek and temple were still brushed by the blast, as if a bucket of magma had been poured on his face. After an ear-splitting shriek, Wang Shi made the most sensible decision. Retreat without caring about anything. Li Yao grinned hideously. Tusks were growing crazily inside his mouth. His left eye had dyed demonic red. Fresh tissue was crawling out of the seeming terrible wounds all over his body. The result of the crazily exploding primeval cells was that his body was recovering at a visible speed. In the end, he was as strong and formidable as a primeval beast. Wang Shi had taken everything into account, but there was something that he did not know. With the apocalyptic body modified by the mental devil, and after 5 years of close-distance battles with Ding Ling Dang in outer space, Li Yao was definitely one of the most horrendous slaughtering machines, even without resorting to any magical equipment. Shwa! Li Yao's claws snatched Wang Shi's rising breast from his right side. The attack from the cell obliteration cannon, just now, while seriously bruising Wang Shi's face, caused damages to his right eye, making the guy unable to see anything clearly. Naturally, Liao would not let go of such a great opportunity. His every talon was surrounded by fatal demonic energy, like 5 sharpest flying swords. He was not necessarily piercing through Wang Shi's chest. However, it did not seem a bad idea to rip his clothes apart and view the real look of the plump female body. Clang, 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 clang. At the critical moment, Wang Shi's face was as cold as frost. He bit his lips so hard that the skin almost broke. Apparently infuriated, he launched a storm of sword auras again, which were also twice as dazzling as just now and constituted an impenetrable defense in front of him. Liao chuckled and twisted. He waved his sharp claw and snatched the sound nest, the interference magical equipment that was still floating in midair. He squeezed and crushed the magical equipment, enshrouding the sound nest with his overwhelming demonic energy and blocking all the vibration waves emitted by the device. Shwa, shwa, shwa. The molecular mica threads and needles inside his cosmos rings, as well as a plethora of crystal bombs, were finally able to be retrieved. With all the magical equipment in his hands, and now that the enemy's right eye had been hurt by the cell obliteration cannon, Liao had taken the initiative of the battle again. Liao and Wang Shi, 2 of the most dangerous experts of the entire Ancient Sages sector, confronted each other silently on the desolate island that was brimming with smoke and dust. Chapter 1461, Why Do We Have to Hurt Each Other? Liao, however, was not delighted either. He did not secure the advantage that he wanted in the new round, and he even revealed the secret of his apocalyptic body. There was not a dedicated term to describe demons in the Ancient Sages sector. However, a lot of barbarians scattered at the edge of the continent far away from the center of civilization carried the bloodlines of demons. It was likely because the members of the Thunderstriker Legion, a troop with strengthened cells that the Nuwa clan brought to attack this war base of the Panga clan, had been marrying other human soldiers in the hundreds of thousands of years since the battle. Gradually, their bloodlines had spread, and they had evolved into the great number of barbarians. Since the Ancient Sages sector had not gone through the Great Dark Era, the intense contradiction between human beings and demons did not exist. The barbarians and the civilized people were basically classified according to their culture. For those who had bizarre demon bloodlines, as long as they embraced the culture of the Central Plateaus, they would not be regarded as eccentrics. As Master Spiritual Vulture, who was born a barbarian cultivator, it was not very strange for Li Yao to display part of the features of the demons. However, the real problem was that the demon features that he displayed were overly eye-catching. The coldly shining claws and bone spurts, the crimson eyeballs, the greenish scales, and most unbelievably of all, the crystal in his palm that could trigger the cell obliteration cannon. He was almost a demi-demon and could not have looked more hideous and terrifying. Such distinctive idiosyncrasies and such a cool pose would certainly be a hidden problem for him in the near future, even if they did not raise Wang Shi's immediate suspicion. Liao narrowed his eyes. For the first time during the battle, intense killing intent flowed out of his heart as he calculated whether or not he was capable of killing Wang Shi instantly if he summoned his crystal suit. However, the result of his calculation was not good. Wang Shi had already stepped back to the edge of the cliff. It was obvious that he would dash into the ocean and flee immediately if anything went wrong. For an expert on Wang Shi's level who was at least at the peak of the nascent soul stage, he certainly had many more secrets than he cared to admit. Even if equipped with the crystal suit, Liao was not confident that he could finish him. He feared that the guy would only learn more secrets about him. What was most depressing for Liao was that, after exposing such a critical trump card, he gained absolutely nothing about the Divine Palace from Wang Shi's mouth. He had pretended to be feeble in order to elicit as much intelligence about the Divine Palace as possible from the guy, a move that had never failed him in the past. It had not occurred to him that the ladyboy had such keen senses and such a tight mouth. What marvelous berserker arts! It appears that the cultivators have greatly underestimated you the whole time. Fellow cultivator Spiritual Vulture. Covering his wounded right cheek, Wang Shi spoke slowly, one word after another. His charming voice that was as comforting as spring breeze had turned into the freezing wind. The so-called berserker arts was a secret technique that the barbarian cultivators with demon bloodlines adopted to activate the primeval cells inside their body. It was a rather uncommon skill among the cultivators. Wang Shi had read a lot of books when he was the librarian of the Royal Library of the Great Qian Dynasty. He mistook Li Yao's apocalyptic body for the result of the berserker arts. Li Yao was slightly relieved. He calculated all the details on the desolate island quickly, trying to find the best routes of attack, while he chuckled. But Lord Wang, you were even more marvelous to have sensed it in advance. Wang Shi sniffed and said, "You can stop wasting your time concocting another ambush, fellow cultivator spiritual vulture. We are both heavily wounded right now. If either of us is determined to run away, it is impossible for the other one to stop him. Any means of attack will only be a waste of strength. Besides, believe it or not, fellow cultivator spiritual vulture, to this moment, I still believe that we do not have fundamental conflicts. On the contrary, I'm growing more and more interested in you now." Li Yao intentionally stared at Wang Shi's voluptuous breasts and said, "I believe that the feeling is mutual. Fellow cultivator spiritual vulture, you are known to be Grandmaster of Great Zhou right now. So, you should be a man of honor and prestige." Wang Shi's voice was filled with coldness and anger. "Do you not feel that looking at other people in such a way is too insulting? I'm just curious." Li Yao smiled and retreated his gaze. Is it a male or female that is hiding beneath the shell named Wang Shi? Has Wang Shi been pretending to be Long Yangjun, or has Long Yangjun been pretending to be Wang Shi? I believe that you know that there are a lot of rumors about you among the cultivators. Many of them even suspect that you are a natural eunuch. However, I do find such a theory a bit queer. Lord Wang, you're a world-famous, powerful eunuch. Does a natural eunuch sound any more despicable than a lead eunuch? Or if you are in fact a woman, such an identity does not seem to be worth covering, either. Maybe in the past while you were still in the court, the identity of a powerful eunuch was of use to you, but you have come to this point where your greatest reliance is your strength instead of your power. Does it really matter whether you are a man or a woman, as long as your strength remains with you? However, while fight you, Lord Wang, I obviously felt that you are very sensitive about your identity. You seem to be hiding a secret that is even more appalling than Wang Shi is a woman. What is it exactly? Wang Shi stared at Li Yao for a long time. Then he sighed softly, as if he found it difficult to understand why Li Yao had to pursue that question. He gloomily said, "Fellow cultivator's spiritual vulture, do you not know that you should never trouble until trouble troubles you? The two of us do not know each other, and we have never had any grudges. We could have cooperated in the exploration of the Divine Palace and gotten what we wanted respectively. Why do we have to be wary of each other and even fight each other until one of us survives? If you have to pursue the trivia such as whether I'm a man or a woman, and I'm forced to counterattack with my full strength, investigating whether or not you are the real master spiritual vulture, we will both suffer losses. Why do you have to hurt each other?" Li Yao smile instantly froze. Taking advantage of Li Yao's shock, Wang Shi attacked again. A galaxy of sword auras was flowing in the sky of the desolate island again. Li Yao hurried to defend himself, only to discover that Wang Shi's dominating attack was just a disguise. When the sword auras in midair were all gone, Wang Shi had already opened his arms and stood on his tiptoes on the cliff at the edge of the desolate island. But there was one more thing inside his hand, the map core of the Divine Palace. In the haste, Wang Shi had no time to store the enormous thousand stars tray back into his cosmos ring and only managed to take back the map core. He shook his hand, and it vanished between his fingers like a grain of sand. "If you are eager to find out my secrets," Wang Shi smiled confidently, with vague femininity that was mixed with male intimidation. "Let's talk again when we meet in the Divine Palace." Tipping the land softly, he flew more than 10 kilometers away like a kite whose string was cut off and dived into the dark, black ocean, without raising the tiniest spindrift. Li Yao's eyes were still twitching, even more fiercely than before. His natural instincts were not wrong. Wang Shi was indeed a person of paramount importance in the ancient sage's sector. However, with a gloomy face, Li Yao walked to a corner and carefully studied the shackle that had been cracked by Wang Shi on one of his knees. The shackle was intact. Neither the circulation of spiritual energy nor the mechanical structure was damaged at all. Judging from the tiny scratches left on the shackle, it was almost as if Wang Shi had slid out like a ghost. Li Yao tilted his head and thought for a long time. Yet he failed to figure out exactly how Wang Shi had freed himself from the trap. He only reaffirmed his judgment that, except for the unimaginable divinity transformation stage cultivators, nobody could break free from the shackle instantly without being harmed. Hew, 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 hew. Fulminations were echoing in the clouds behind him, implying that 4 strong cultivators were flying at a supersonic speed. Li Yao wiped his face and took a few deep breaths, retracting the hideous claws, tusks, and bone spurts into his body. What has happened here, fellow cultivator spiritual vulture? Qi Zhongdao, Yin Liren, Ba Xiaoyu, and Master Bitter Cicada landed on the desolate island. It appeared that Wang Shi had only fled when he perceived that the 4 super nascent soul stage cultivators were approaching. Otherwise, he might have had another few rounds in the game with Li Yao. Looking at the components of the 1,000 stars tray that were strewn on the ground, and glancing at Ba Xiaoyu, Master Bitter Cicada, and the rest of them, Li Yao cleared his throat and interpreted what had happened carefully. After 10 minutes, Qi Zhongdao, Ba Xiaoyu, and Master Bitter Cicada's faces all turned grave. Even Yin Liren, who was never interested in anything other than sword arts, raised his eyebrows high. The Divine Palace, the Cloud Qin gold statues, and the path to the Deities' realm? Wang Shi, Wan Mingzhu, Qi Changsheng, and Han Bailing, the 4 rapscallions, have joined their hands? Even the 4 resolute, super nascent soul stage cultivators were rubbing their hands quickly at the shocking news. The Cloud Qin gold statues are the legendary ultimate treasures. One of them may be enough to change the outcome of a whole battle. Master Bitter Cicada sighed. If Han Bailing, Wan Mingzhu, Qi Changsheng, or the likes of them pick up a few Cloud Qin gold statues, they may be able to turn the world upside down and raise catastrophes. Ba Xiaoyu the beggar frowned and said, Wang Shi is best known for his cunning schemes. Everything about the Divine Palace is just his side of the story. It may not be necessarily true. However, whatever Wang Shi's purpose is, it is indeed a big deal that the 4 rapscallions are cooperating. One moment of carelessness, and the world will be in chaos, and the people will bleed. We have to find the Divine Palace before the 4 rapscallions do, Qi Zhongdao said solemnly. It's a pity that Wang Shi has the map now. It doesn't matter, Li Yao said casually. I browsed through the map and the structure of the Divine Palace just now, and I can duplicate them even without the core. The biggest problem is that, since Wang Shi's cultivation is on par with mine, he should be able to copy the map from his memories even if he does not have the 1,000 stars tray to parse it. Chapter 1462, Purge the World. Li Yao opened his hands and casually said, If possible, I would swallow the secrets in the Divine Palace by myself. However, I fear that the land of eternal night is not open to an individual. The 4 rapscallions are certainly not something that I can deal with alone. Although I am adept at the arts of refining and traps, I am not experienced in grave robbing. Of course, I can only find someone trustworthy to cooperate with me. Fellow Cultivator Ba and Master Bitter Cicada are both famous men of justice in the world of cultivators. Fellow Cultivator Yin and fellow Cultivator Qi are more or less dependable too. It doesn't matter to me how the issue is addressed, as long as you promise that everything about the arts of refining and the mysterious primeval magical equipment inside the Divine Palace will be given to me to study. Ba Xiaoyu and Master Bitter Cicada looked at each other and was more or less relieved, feeling lucky that Master Spiritual Vulture was dedicated to refining and not as ambitious as the 4 rapscallions. Qi Zhongdao nodded and drew a rough map on the ground with his spiritual energy. Fellow Cultivator Spiritual Vulture is quite right. If the Divine Palace does exist, it is definitely not a place that can be explored single-handedly. Please take a look. This is the relative location of the Divine Palace, the dark cloud prairies, and the states of the Great Qian Dynasty. The states under the government of the Great Qian Dynasty are in the south, and the Dark Cloud Prairies, which are occupied by Ghost Qin, lie in the north. However, the northmost land of eternal night is still tens of thousands of kilometers north of the Dark Cloud Prairies. The boundless Dark Cloud Prairies have a coverage that is almost half the territory of the entire Great Qian Dynasty. It is only with the help of the vast prairies that Ghost Qin's people manage to compete with the Great Qian Dynasty. If we go to the land of eternal night, there are only two roads. We can either penetrate through the Dark Cloud Prairies, which is apparently not a viable option, or take a large detour from the ocean next to the Dark Cloud Prairies. Qi Zhongdao drew a curve on the side of the map and continued. The critical problem is personnel and supplies. The land of eternal night is a freezing hell. The natural spiritual energy is in disarray and highly unfavorable for training. For the nascent soul stage cultivators such as you and me, we have to inhale and exhale tremendous spiritual energy to prevent our level from falling. If the natural spiritual energy is too chaotic for us to absorb, we will have to carry tremendous crystals with us as supplies. Together with the food, magical equipment, herbs, and other provisions, I'm afraid that 100 Cosmos rings will not be enough. Besides, if we encounter the main troops of the 4 rapscallions in the land of eternal night, how are we going to accomplish the mission even if we can slay 1,000 low-level cultivators on the enemy's side with just the 5 of us? It was indeed a critical question. The 3 saints, together with Li Yao and Master Bitter Cicada, versus the 4 rapscallions. The former had a slim edge. However, the 5 of them were mostly all lone wolves, whereas the 4 rapscallions had countless trusted soldiers and subordinates. In the hopeless, frozen land where there were no supplies, as long as the 4 rapscallions drained their spiritual energy and physical strength in the war of attrition, they would be dead for sure. The 5 of us are not enough to compete with the enormous forces behind the 4 rapscallions, nor are we capable of excavating all the secrets about the Divine Palace. Looking at Li Yao, Qi Zhongdao asked, "Do you agree, fellow cultivator spiritual vulture? Are you suggesting we inform all the cultivators of the news?" Li Yao replied coldly. I have only one remark for those guys who are as greedy as hyenas, as idiotic as swine, and as sordid as vipers, better destructors than constructors. Well said. Boss Xiaoyu clapped his hands and said, I've been too much about the behavior of the swine-like cultivators. Old Qi, if we truly inform them of the existence of the Divine Palace, believe me, just for the map inside fellow cultivators' spiritual vulture's head, they will blow each other's brains out. When the journey to explore the Divine Palace really begins, the dirty traps and tricks on the way will be even greater eye-openers for everybody. Fellow cultivator Qi is a man of manners. Master Bitter Cicada also sighed and said, It's a shame that few cultivators are as mannered as fellow cultivator Qi. Have you not been educated in the trip to the southeast, fellow cultivator Qi? Qi Zhongdao listened in silence. There was no emotion on his face, which seemed to be forged out of iron. After a long time, he said slowly, Since we share a pessimistic view about the cultivation sects in the world, and it is a mandate that we cooperate with a certain powerful force, what about the Emperor? Everybody was dazed by what he said. Boss Xiaoyu the beggar bulged his eyes and eyed Qi Zhongdao up and down as if he had never seen the guy before. Cooperating with the Emperor? What a surprise. I remember that you have always led all the major sects in competition with the court, old Qi. Rumor even has it that the old Emperor kicked the bucket because he was too mad at you. Wrong, Qi Zhongdao replied. Everything I did was meant to keep the stability of the world. The cultivation sects and the court are like 2 legs of a person that can only walk steadily if they are equally strong. It will do nobody any good if one of the legs is too long or too thick. When Wong was in power in the past, he established the ghost character and instigated conflicts among the major sects through his diplomatic tricks. As a result, all the cultivation sects were living in anxiety and even attacking each other. So, when the leg that was the court was too thick, I led the main sects to check and balance the Emperor and Wang Shi's power. Then and now are different. Now, Wang Shi has lost his power. and the new emperor is new to the throne. Despite his ambitions to revive the great Qian dynasty, his foundation is still relatively weak. As a result, the leg named Cultivation sex is expanding rapidly. You have witnessed everything during our trip of disaster relief to the southeast. If things go unchanged, the country will be no more. Qi Zhongdao raised his voice. Excitement beamed out of his dark face that was as tough as iron, as if a solid mask had been shattered with furious flames flowing out of the cracks. Right now, the world is about to be embraced by chaos, and every cultivator may face their inevitable doom soon. However, the avaricious, short-sighted elders and leaders of the cultivation sects are still minding only their selfish interests and fighting each other. Just as fellow cultivators' spiritual vulture said, they are as ravenous as dogs and as stupid as swine. They are better destructors than constructors. If they continue messing around, a great war will break out before long. Then, the world of cultivators will become a dog-eat-dog hell. We already realized that during our meeting below Roaring Tiger City the other day. However, despite our physical strength and our seemingly fancy titles, we are incapable of changing anything. We can only watch the world of cultivators sliding into the abyss. After another few steps, everybody will fall and crash into pieces. That day, didn't we sigh over the fact that even the super nascent soul stage cultivators invincible in the world were still unable to change the dirty and chaotic world? This is a great opportunity for us to reorganize the cultivators and purge the world. As long as we excavate the secrets in the Divine Palace and receive the legacies of the primeval creatures, and preferably, if we each have a Cloud Sheen gold statue, the entire world of cultivators will run according to the will and rules of the five of us. Want to be 100 times better than the mess right now? There will, of course, be unnoticed problems to cooperate with the proud, ambitious Emperor Phoenix. That's all the more reason for the five of us to be united. As long as the five of us reach a consensus and stay fully united, the Emperor, the 4 rapscallions, and the rogue cultivation sects will all be suppressed by our will. Qi Zhongdao's astonishing declaration cast the other 4 super nascent soul stage cultivators into a long silence. White mist was popping up from everyone's forehead, a sign indicating that their computational ability had been boosted to the maximum. After a long while, Master Bitter Cicada recited the sutras briefly and said, "The vast changes in the world are too overwhelming for a monk to grasp and predict. However, I'm told that the new emperor has indeed accomplished several impressive things in the divine capital since he ascended to the throne a year ago. He pays great attention to the happiness of the people, too. Although his style is still a bit immature, he is already showing the demeanor of a wise monarch. If the court can stabilize the situation and protect the people from the harm of blades, it will be a blessing for everyone." Ba Xiaoyu also craned his neck to study the relative location of the great Qian dynasty, the dark cloud prairies, and the land of eternal night. Scratching his stinky hair, he said, "I don't know much about battles. However, by common sense, if we intend not to be blocked and harassed by a large batch of enemies, we will have to strengthen the attacks on Ghost Qin from the south and stall the enemy's elite forces there. The cultivators that are just loose sand can never achieve that purpose. Only the army of the court will be able to do that. Few troops in the court are brave enough for battles today. The elites are all under Emperor Phoenix's control. If we want our trip to be a success, the Emperor seems to be our only possible partner. The Emperor is not a dead person." Yin Liren was studying the stripes on the sheath of his sword with his full attention. He casually mumbled, "For such a huge operation to explore the Divine Palace, do you think that the Emperor will not know it even if we don't tell him?" The few of them did not seem to object to the cooperation with Emperor Phoenix. After all, they did not lust for power at all, and there was no fundamental contradiction between them and the Emperor. Li Yao, however, stared at Qi Zhongdao for a long time before he said something that was beyond everyone's expectation. "Fellow cultivator Qi, you have long been in touch with Emperor Phoenix, and this isn't the first day that you've wanted to join your hands to deal with the cultivators, right? However, Just because Emperor Phoenix banished Wong, she does not mean that he will bend to the cultivators. On the contrary, he might want to raise his own Wong, she to keep the cultivators in check. With the great Qian dynasty in peril right now, he does not have much time for his reorganization. It is impossible for him to bring up a trusted subordinate from nothing. Fellow cultivator Qi is his best candidate. He is Emperor Phoenix's Wong Shi. Is it true? Boss Yu could not help but ask. Old Qi, did the Emperor really turn to you? Qi Zhongdao was emotionless, but the veins on the back of his hand were suddenly rising. He stared at Li Yao and replied one word after another. I am a man of integrity, and I don't have any clandestine secrets that I cannot share with other people. It is true that the Emperor has reached out to me, proposing to purge the smoky world of cultivators through thunderous approaches in order to restore the peace and order. Did you agree, fellow cultivator Qi? Master Bitter Cicada asked. I didn't. The brilliance in Qi Zhongdao's eyes dimmed. He said in a low voice, I am the grand leader of the Grand Mystery Sect and a member of the world of cultivators after all. I believe that as long as every cultivator abides by the rules and bears the big picture in mind, we can restore the former vigor and prosperity on our own. So, I was reluctant to allow the Emperor to meddle with the internal affairs of the main sections. It's a pity that the main sect's doings during the trip to the southeast have completely disappointed fellow cultivator Qi, Li Yao added for him. Your blood is cold, and your heart is dead. You've realized that it is impossible to cleanse the dust, smoke, and scoundrels with just the strength of the cultivators. It's just like a man who is mired in a swamp. If there is no external force to help him, he will only fall deeper and deeper until he is doomed. Only by cooperating with Emperor Phoenix and relying on the force of the court can we expect to revolutionize the world of cultivators. Qi Zhongdao's eyes were frozen for a while, as if he was unwilling to admit the pathetic fact. Sighing gloomily, he said, There's another reason why I didn't agree at that time. At that time, I was all by myself, and I did not have any chips to bargain with the Emperor. Even if I agreed, I would only be his chess piece and his lackey. Moreover, I didn't believe that Emperor Phoenix had the capabilities to suppress the main sections. If the contradiction between the two parties intensified and a civil war of the great Qian dynasty was caused, then I would be forever blamed in the history books. However, your participation and the news regarding the Divine Palace have given me a new glimpse of hope. As long as the five of us are united, we will be a force that can shake the world, and we will have enough bargaining chips whether we are faced with the Emperor or the main sects. If we can control the Cloud Qin gold statues in the Divine Palace, we will be able to purge the world of cultivators with our invincible strength and bring new rules to the main sects and even the entire world. I can assure you, fellow cultivators, that the rules will certainly be bright and justified. This is my lifelong dream. What do you think, fellow cultivators? Like black nails, Qi Zhongdao's words pierced into everyone's heart deeply. Master Bitter Cicada sighed and said, I wish for nothing but the peace and happiness of all the ordinary folks in the world. If I have to pay a visit to the freezing hell in the land of eternal night in order to achieve that, why not? Ba Xiaoyu spat on the ground heavily and clapped his hands in laughter. This beggar has long been pissed off by the pretentious, shameless cultivators of the main sections. Cooperating with the Emperor does not look like a bad idea if it can teach them to behave. To reiterate what I said, Li Yao said, as long as everything related to the arts of refining inside the Divine Palace are given to me to study, it doesn't matter who we cooperate with. What about you, fellow cultivator Yin? Qi Zhongdao shifted his eyes to Yin Liren. Yin Liren was an elder of the Purple Pole Sword sect. Of the 5 cultivators, he and Qi Zhongdao were most involved with the cultivation sections. Yin Liren was still studying the stripes on the sheath of his sword, as if he was decided their influence on the weight of the sheath. Without bothering to raise his head, he replied, The Purple Pole Sword sect or Emperor Phoenix matter little to me. You can fight however you want. There's only one thing that I care about, which is whether or not there is an opponent who is worthy of me drawing my sword in the Divine Palace. He suddenly raised his head, with brilliance of interest beaming out of his eyes. He mumbled, Has it ever occurred to you that the Divine Palace is very close to the battlefield of the fight between Wu Suiyun and Meng Qixin, the two divinity transformation stage cultivators? At that time, Wu Suiyun and Meng Qixin had their confrontation in the land of eternal night. It is said that they countered an unprecedented blizzard in the middle of their fight. The cold front was so fierce that even the air froze. After the blizzard was over, the two divinity transformation stage cultivators had already vanished. Do you think that Wu Suiyun and Meng Qixin might be related to the so-called Divine Palace in a mysterious way? The question cast the four of them in a daze. They looked at each other in bewilderment and apparently could not offer an answer. Yin Liren suddenly grew interested. He extended his thick and short fingers and flicked the sheath hard. During the journey to explore the Divine Palace, it is possible that I will encounter the four rapscallions, who are worthy opponents that I must wield my sword with full strength to defeat. Two seniors in the divinity transformation stage, and even legendary deities whom I can also try to kill. This seems to be a lot of fun and definitely can't be missed. Finally, the five super nascent soul stage cultivators reached a consensus driven by different motives. Liao, however, had one last question. Fellow cultivators, have you seen Wang Shi in person before? What does he look like? Liao picked some random pebbles on the desolate island and crushed them into powder, building a vivid sand sculpture, before he fixed it temporarily with his spiritual energy. It was Wang Shi, who had appeared under the form of Long Yangjun just now. As a refiner, Liao had to conduct shaping and micro-carving on the components on many occasions. Although his sculpture was not a piece of shocking artwork, the ration was precise, and the face was vivid. It looked precisely like the real person. Is this Wang Shi? Everybody frowned at sculpture that Liao had made, which was a female with a plain face and a plump body. This is Wang Shi. Exactly like Liao had done, Yin Liren also built a sculpture of Wang Shi with pebbles and broken stones. Yes, this is how Wang Shi usually appears in public occasions. Wang Shi used to be a powerful eunuch in the court. Naturally, there was no need for him to hide from everyone. Many cultivators had seen him in person. Yin Liren and Qi Zhongdao, in particular, had met him at a close distance many times, which allowed them to capture his features precisely. Liao observed Yin Liren's sculpture carefully. Wang Shi was not an arrogant, condescending weasel that most people imagined a powerful eunuch to be like. Instead, he looked like a graceful, if not vulnerable, middle-aged scholar. Except for his fair face and his lack of beard, he did not look much different from other cultivators. Since Yin Liren had always been fighting with Wang Shi in terms of their sword arts every time they met, the sculpture of Wang Shi was also carrying a sword on his back. His glittering eyes did befit the expected appearance of an unparalleled swordsman. After Liao juxtaposed the two sculptures and compared them, he could not help but conclude that Wang Shi and Long Yangjun were too different. However, it did not suggest anything. For cultivators at the level of Liao and Wang Shi, it was not difficult to change their bones and muscles in order to expand or shrink their body size, or to control the secretion of their androgen and estrogen to generate different secondary sexual characteristics. If Liao was willing, he could stimulate the estrogen inside his body to secrete crazily. As a result, his skin would naturally be fair and smooth, his beard and his leg hair would drop, his subcutaneous fat would grow thicker, and his breasts would rise. That was certainly not a big deal. Wang Shi, Long Yangjun, what is the real identity hiding behind you? Liao suddenly thought of Wang Shi's profiles that he had read before. According to the files, Wang Shi had been admitted into the palace around 90 years ago. Most eunuchs were raised from their childhood, unless they were the special talents that were direly needed by the royal family. It meant that Wang Shi had been born approximately 100 years ago, which was a critical time. 100 years ago, two divinity transformation stage cultivators vanished, never to be seen again, in the blizzard near the Divine Palace. 100 years ago, Wang Shi was born, and he was finally setting off to explore the Divine Palace after spending his entire life searching for the clues. Still 100 years ago, a mysterious signal was sent from the Ancient Sages sector to the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector. Was everything mysteriously related? The answer to everything would have to be found out after they arrived at the Divine Palace. A month passed. Hew, 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 hew. Arrows were raining upon the battle formation overwhelmingly across the sky that was occupied by the dark clouds like a flock of hungry crows, raising a round of desperate screams and the sounds of blood springing out. Charge now! After a deafening roar, the iron cavalry from the central plateaus rushed toward the fertile dark cloud prairies like a torrent of steel. After that battle, the border of the great Qin dynasty had grown more perilous than ever. All the soldiers were staying behind the defense lines timidly, allowing the wolf knights of Ghost Qin to gallop and demonstrate their power however they saw fit. However, that day, the side that was marching forward unstoppably was actually a troop of the great Qin dynasty. It was the Divine Edge Legion, one of the best troops of the court on par with the Thunderstriking Legion that had been protecting the divine capital for hundreds of years. It appeared that they were there for a head-on battle with the Ghost Qin for real, without caring about the cost. What was even more uncanny was that many cultivators under the banners of various sects were flying to the sky from the flanks of the Divine Edge Legion. Like a swarm of locusts, they lunged at the soldiers of the Ghost Qin, who were running away. The few Ghost Qin cultivators deployed at the rear of the knights hurried to fly into the sky for resistance, only to discover that the cultivators of the great Qin dynasty were not bluffing as they had done in the past. Instead, they were fighting the battle aggressively and fearlessly at the risk of their lives. What's going on? Didn't the army of the great Qin dynasty just suffer a great failure last year? How can they be reorganized so quickly and even take the initiative to attack in a way that implies that they're going to die with us? And those cultivators? Don't the cultivators of the great Qin dynasty cherish their own lives most? Why are they as ferocious as tigers today? Before they fell one after another like raindrops, many cultivators of Ghost Qin bulged their eyes and stared at the warriors of the great Qin dynasty who were entirely different from the past in shock, not having the faintest clue what had gotten into their enemy. Similar things were happening on almost every side of the great Qin dynasty. The army and the cultivators of the great Qin dynasty seemed to have been awakened overnight. They launched the most overwhelming attacks in the southeast, northwest, and north simultaneously. Not only were Qi Chongqing's heaven-battering army and Wan Mingzhu's White Lotus cult so terribly beaten that they could barely walk on the street, a lot of soldiers and cultivators of Ghost Qin were successfully stalled too. They were not able to be mobilized to the north to set up the supply line to the land of eternal night. The cause of everything, on the other hand, had now established a fleet of airships and flown to the land of eternal night after bypassing the dark cloud prairies with the help of a warm wind north to the equator in a long curve. Li Yao was on the deck of one of the airships. As far as his eyes could see, there was nothing but a white ocean. The outline of the continent was already invisible. The sea wind that was blowing against his face was gradually mixed with gloomy coldness, too. The airship was more than 100 meters long, driven by both the sails and the wind manipulating rune arrays. Because the airship was cruising in the sky, it was possible to establish sails on and beneath the vehicle, which looked like a round shuttle that had been adorned with all kinds of colorful flags. The sails were connected with ropes that were more complicated than the strokes of a rune. Many bold sailors were crawling on the ropes like spiders in the sky hundreds of meters off the ground. The head of the airship had been carved into a roaring dragon. 4 giant anchors that looked like dragon claws extended out of the deck. They could hold the vehicle to the ground in case of a strong wind, but more importantly, they could bind the airship to any prey during a battle. Although the flying boats in this era could manage to cruise in the air, and certain remote magical equipment such as the Gold Crow Fiery Ballista or Divine Magnificence Cannon were accommodated, it was difficult for them to hit the target from thousands of meters away because of the underdeveloped probing and aiming technologies. A radius of thousands of meters, on the other hand, was the perfect attack range of a cultivator. Therefore, the air fights in the Ancient Sages sector were mostly boarding battles. The seemingly dominating airships were nothing more than an airborne platform of transportation and supplies. The combat ability of the airship depended not on the airship per se, but the cultivators aboard it. The dragon head of this particular airship had been dyed gold. There were 5 talons on each of the 4 claws, suggesting that it was a 5-talon gold dragon. The unique characteristics indicated that this was a royal battleship of the Imperial Guards. The mobilization of such a royal battleship, which could almost be called the best of the ancient sages sector, and the stormy attacks of the Great Qian dynasty in various directions over the past month were naturally the results of the communication between Qi Zhongdao and the incumbent emperor. After the 5 super nascent soul stage cultivators reached a consensus and formed an alliance on the desolate island, Qi Zhongdao had gone straight north to the divine capital to discuss the issue with Emperor Phoenix. Qi Zhongdao did not disappoint anyone. Emperor Phoenix's head was also clear enough for him to believe Qi Zhongdao's words instantly and make the judgment that the most critical factor about the issue was time. They had to seize every second in order to beat the 4 rapscallions to the divine palace. In the one short month that followed, troops were mobilized to launch attacks in every part of the Great Qian dynasty, especially at the border of the Great Qian dynasty and Ghost Qian. Tremendous soldiers and cultivators on the enemy's side had been stalled. Also, a rather enormous expedition fleet had been established, and all the usable and necessary items for the trip deep into the snow field were prepared. All the thunderous approaches indicated a stronger leadership than the previous emperor and the ambitions of the young Emperor Phoenix, who was not bragging but really had the capabilities to revive the Great Qian dynasty. However, Li Yao glanced at an airship next to the one that he was standing on. Other than the bright yellow dragon flag of the Great Qian dynasty, the banners of the Grand Mystery sect, the Purple Pole Sword sect, and other major sects were also flying. He slightly frowned. The hyenas had sensed the smell and followed up anyway, but it could not be helped. Although Li Yao did not wish for the guys who could only be counted as saboteurs but not contributors to join the operation team, the facts that the 5 nascent soul stage cultivators went missing simultaneously, the obvious aggressions of the court in multiple battle lines, and the dozens of missing flying boats in the divine capital could not escape everyone's attention. None of the leaders who had defeated thousands of competitors to reach their position were simple-headed fools. Mother White Lotus' hasty uprising and her operation to blindly attack East Peace County had been weird in the first place. Even if the leaders of the main sects did not realize it at that time, they would have figured out that something was wrong afterward. Therefore, rumors had already been spreading among the cultivators 3 days after the battle in East Peace County. Although the Divine Palace was not explicitly pointed out, the Land of Eternal Night was clearly mentioned. With everything reaching that point, it was difficult to hide everything from the other cultivators. At the very least, Yin Liren, who belonged to the Purple Pole Sword sect, and Qi Zhongdao, as the grand leader of the Grand Mystery sect, could not keep their complete silence under the inquiry of their respective sections. Besides Han Beiling's Ghost Qin, Qi Changxing's Heaven Battering Army, Wan Mingzhu's White Lotus Cult, and Wong Shi's Ghost character certainly had experts in the core formation stage and nascent soul stage. The 5 top warriors and the Imperial Guards loyal to the Emperor together were still relatively insufficient. The middle-level and high-level warriors in the core formation stage and nascent soul stage had to be filled in to fight the enemy in the snowy land of eternal night where there were absolutely no reinforcements. Therefore, the expedition fleet eventually became a combination of the 5 super nascent soul stage cultivators, the Imperial Guards, and the 6 major sections. The Cloud Qin gold statues, the path to the Deities' realm, and the mysterious divine palace. The temptation riled up everybody in the 6 major sections. Even the elders who had been training in seclusion earlier had gone outside again without caring about anything. The 6 major sects would gain tremendous profits from the operation to explore the divine palace. In return, they were responsible for suppressing the riots of the other smaller sects in the world of cultivators and dispatching enough low-level disciples in cooperation with the court's army during the stalling battles. That was why the Great Qian cultivators had launched attacks fearlessly on the dark cloud prairies. Although Qi Zhongdao did not like the selfish, disobedient fellows in the 6 major sects, he had been respected as a common leader, even if just a nominal one, for many years. Since their participation was unavoidable, he could only further contact Li Yao and the rest of them. He also specifically reminded Li Yao not to release information on the secret tunnels in the Divine Palace to public, so that the five of them could still hold the initiative during the operation. Li Yao agreed without any hesitation. He was not the real master spiritual vulture. His real purpose to participate in the operation to explore the Divine Palace was to evaluate all the forces of the Ancient Sages sector and the endorsers behind them. The greater a fuss the Divine Palace caused and the more forces were involved, the more convenient it would be for him to observe and analyze. The three saints, for rapscallions, one monk, and one emperor, as well as the mysterious Grand Master of Great Zhou, were all involved in the issue. If the spies of the Imperium of true human beings, or some even more terrifying existences, were lurking in the Ancient Sages sector, they would still visit the Divine Palace, would they not? During the past month, Li Yao had been away from the Purple Pole Sword sect for a while under the excuse of training and seclusion. He had flown to the satellite where Spark was hidden beyond the atmosphere of the Ancient Sages sector. Then, with the components that he had crafted in the Purple Pole Sword sect in the prior months, he had finished repairing and building up the star beacons and set them to a state that could be activated at any time. Li Yao had made up his mind that, as long as the operation to explore the Divine Palace proved that there were no spies of the Imperium of true human beings in the Ancient Sages sector, and that there was an intact manufacturing base for the Colossi in the Divine Palace, he would risk sending a message to the Federation and summon a fleet. In any case, a factory for Colossi was of great strategic significance to the Federation. It was definitely worth the risk. After witnessing the pandemonium of the cultivators of the Ancient Sages sector and the suffering of the ordinary folks, he could not wait to completely change the world with his and the Federation's will. While he was pondering, a common, medium-sized flying boat without any markings drew close from another route in the west and joined the spectacular exploration fleet. A streak of brightness soared up from the medium-sized carrier. It was Qi Zhongdao, the underappreciated leader of all the cultivators. Qi Zhongdao brought a piece of slightly surprising but rather reasonable news. Emperor Phoenix will lead the elites of the Thunderous Qian sect and participate in the operation to explore the Divine Palace personally. In a world without cultivators, the Emperor, with his honorable status, should certainly reside in the capital as a commander. It was rare for them to show up on the front line. Those who did lead the charge in battles were often seen as unwise monarchs. However, in the world of cultivators, especially one with hundreds of super experts in the nascent soul stage, the royal authority was not a supreme concept that everybody revered. If every cultivation sect was compared to a tribe, the emperor was only the chief of the largest tribe. Nothing more. In order to completely control the world, it was mandatory that the emperor boasted personal combat ability that far exceeded other people's. Since the Cloud Sheen gold statues, a strategic weapon that could decide the outcome of a battle, possibility existed in the Divine Palace, Emperor Phoenix, who was ambitious enough to purge the world and revive the great Qian dynasty, would certainly not stand by while watching other people excavating the treasures. Otherwise, if every major sect got one or two Cloud Sheen gold statues in the end, and the emperor had nothing in his hands, would it not be terribly embarrassing? His declaration to purge the world would also be a joke. Li Yao met Emperor Phoenix on the seemingly plain flying boat that did not have any markings on it. Before he met the mysterious monarch of the great Qian dynasty who had always been a center of gossips, Li Yao had speculated what he looked like in many ways. Emperor Phoenix was not the previous emperor's nominated heir. Among the many princes, he was not even one of the popular and well-respected ones. His birth mother was just a regular concubine in the palace whose position was not very high. She had passed away soon after giving birth to him. As a result, he did not have any force that he could count on in the palace. It was said that he had been troubled by ailments since childhood. Also, the late emperor had once received the instructions of a deity in his dream, who stated that if he wanted his son to live, he must have him grow up in the Thunder Marshal Temple at the north suburb of the divine capital, where the great emperor of Thunder Marshal would suppress the evil inside his body with his might. The great emperor of Thunder Marshal was a prehistorical deity worshipped by the Thunderous Qian sect. After the Thunderous Qian sect took over the world, naturally, The royal family claimed that they were the blood descendants of the great emperor of Thunder Marshall. A lot of temples had been established across the country to enshrine their ancestors. Having his son to grow up in the Thunder Marshall Temple and asking him and his descendants to guard the memorial tablets of the ancestors essentially meant banishing him from the center of the conflict of power. By logic, a weak, unsupported, and unpopular prince stood no chance of a comeback against all the odds at all. Therefore, the internal strife in the court and the competition between the court and the cultivation sects had nothing to do with him. Even during the years when Wong was in power, Emperor Phoenix had always stayed in the Thunder Marshall Temple in the north suburbs of the divine capital dutifully, like a pebble that had been forgotten by everyone. However, last spring, when the army of the Ghost Qin marched to the divine capital and the late emperor passed uncannily, leaving the princes who all had their own plans and the cultivation sect whose stance was rather obscure, Emperor Phoenix suddenly showed up in the Forbidden City. Nobody knew exactly what he had learned and done in all his years in the Thunder Marshall Temple. They only knew that the young, unattractive prince who had been lurking in the darkness all the time suppressed his two most supported brothers and the few nascent soul stage cultivators who endorsed them during his grand entrance. When he demonstrated his invincible combat ability in the Forbidden City, the Imperial Guards defending the divine capital all pledged loyalty to him. The forces who struggled to resist in their ignorance were soon suppressed by a brand new troop of Imperial Guards with mysterious backgrounds but a high combat ability. The brand new Imperial Guards who had never walked in daylight before were all wearing crimson armor and glamorous helmets that looked like phoenixes. They were known as the Fiery Phoenix Legion. With the thunderous attacks of the Fiery Phoenix Legion and himself, Emperor Phoenix soon had the entire divine capital under his control. He also took the chance to defeat the Ghost Qin's invasion. After Ghost Qin retreated, he had claimed the whole world, although just nominally. Li Yao was very interested in Emperor Phoenix's rise. The path of the emperor who had once been kicked out of the center of power only to rise and swagger back mysterious later had too many uncanny incidents and traces of external interference. What Li Yao was doing right now was making the external interference hiding back Emperor Phoenix walk into the spotlight so that he could see exactly what they were. Emperor Phoenix was a young man whose skin was so fair that it was almost pink. Even his eyes were mixed with stripes of bright redness. Li Yao suspected that it was a symptom of some sort of albinism. No wonder the late emperor would feel that the sun was so weak that he had to be kept in the Thunder Marshall Temple, where his ancestors would watch over him. Li Yao's first impression of Emperor Phoenix was that his eyes were ridiculously huge. Boundless ambition and vitality were beaming out of his scarlet eyeballs, as if his soul had always been burning at the highest intensity, which was too fierce for his body to bear. In contrast to his glittering eyes, the rest of his body was indeed extremely feeble. He would cough slightly after saying every sentence. It was very difficult to imagine how he dominated the Forbidden City and suppressed the entire world. Li Yao, however, did not dare underestimate him. If he was one of those tall, muscular men just like Lei Dong, an expert of the Thunderous Qian sect who was known to be the strongest expert in the royal palace and the closest one to the three saints of the great Qian dynasty before Master Spiritual Vulture showed up, it would not have been a big deal at all, no matter how violent and intimidating the guy might have seemed. The scariest enemies were in fact the seemingly vulnerable guys like Emperor Phoenix, who was like a sick cat, especially when they were well-mannered and showed no condescension to Li Yao at all. He was addressing Li Yao as a master exactly like other people did. Based on Li Yao's abundant experience and adventures in the past, how could he not be a supervillain with his entrance and his demeanor? Master Spiritual Vulture shocked heroes of the world and rose to fame at the Dragon Spring meeting. You even held an enticing lecture on swords later. I couldn't help but feel fascinated when I heard people talking about the content of the lecture in the Divine Capital, and I have long yearned to invite you to have a chat in the Divine Capital, Master. Emperor Phoenix smiled casually like an obedient student. But I didn't know that you were so honorable and selfless besides your amazing cultivation and your impressive expertise in refining. Master Spiritual Vulture. There must be countless treasures in the Divine Palace, and the Cloud Qin gold statues are marvelous weapons that can change the world. If other people had information about them, they would certainly plan to swallow the treasures alone. Master Spiritual Vulture, you have set an example for all the cultivators in the world by revealing the great secret to public. Liao chuckled in amusement and said, "You are flattering me. I'm a barbarian who grew up in the wilderness, and I don't know the first thing about honor or selflessness. What I do know is how much food I can take in and how much strength I wield. The divine palace is too large a pie for me to eat by myself. As for changing the world, I am not very interested in it. I only hope that I can receive sufficient resources to study the mysterious refining arts in the primeval era." The Great Qian dynasty was governed by both the emperor and the cultivators. According to the unspoken tradition, the cultivators in the nascent soul stage, whether they held any high position in the court or not, boasted many special privileges. The nascent soul stage cultivators were on relatively equal terms with the emperor. They were allowed to speak more freely. Liao, on the other hand, was born and raised as a barbarian cultivator. Therefore, Emperor Phoenix was not offended by his lack of respect. Instead, with more appreciation beaming out of his face, he nodded and said, "Rest assured, Master Spiritual Vulture, I will certainly return the great favor that you have done for me. For all the artifacts and magical equipment inside the Divine Palace, they will be given to you for study as a priority, no matter how you want to process them. If you are short of any resource, you can always ask me. Moreover," pausing for a moment, he glanced at Li Yao with a thoughtful look before continuing, "I'm told that you came to the Central Plateaus to gain fame and establish your own sect, right, Master Spiritual Vulture?" Li Yao rolled his eyes and sighed. "I think I have basically achieved the purpose of gaining fame now. However, establishing a sect does not seem to be as easy as I thought in the beginning. Establishing a sect and stealing the food from the mouths of thousands of cultivators are certainly not easy, but it might not be as troublesome as you imagine, Master Spiritual Vulture." Emperor Phoenix smiled. "If you want to build a great sect that will pass on for hundreds of years from scratch on your own, it will certainly be an impossible task. However, if you are backed by someone and provided with infinite resources, it is not entirely unlikely that you will be able to found an eminent spiritual vulture sect. The world of cultivators today is like a pool of dead water. It has been still for such a long time that the fish, bugs, shrimps, and crabs inside are already rigid, stinky, and rotten. It is my opinion that only by introducing new, fresh water to the pool can we expect to purge the pool properly." If Li Yao was really Master Spiritual Vulture, who had gone there to gain his fame and establish his sect, it would have been possible for him to truly be persuaded. The young emperor is indeed quite thoughtful and has a great vision for the future. Also, I can sense his intense confidence between the lines, as if he has further support that nobody knows about. Otherwise, with just by himself, and even counting the 5 of us, it would still be far from enough to control so many nascent soul stage cultivators in the 6 major sects. On the other hand, if I were a spy of the Imperium of true human beings, and I plan to guide the Ancient Sages sector to join the Imperium when I'm new to the place, it seems a matter of course to cooperate with the Emperor of the Great Qian dynasty. Therefore, if a supervillain is to jump out in the exploration of the Divine Palace, it's 10 to 1 Emperor Phoenix. Alternatively, it is possible that there is something wrong with Qi Zhongdao, too, considering that he is so enthusiastic about cooperating with Emperor Phoenix. He is determined to purge the world of cultivators and establish the government of his rules. He has a strong motive to cooperate with the spies of the Imperium of true human beings, too. There's also the damn eunuch Wong, she who has planned the whole operation to explore the Divine Palace. I feel that he still has a lot of secrets that are yet to be exposed. He is not going to be easy to deal with. As for the other 3 rapscallions, namely Han Bailing, Wan Mingzhu, and Qi Changsheng, they have sufficient motives to cooperate with the Imperium of true human beings, too. It is possible that they will suddenly go on a rampage during the exploration. I have to pay special attention to them. As for Yin Liren, Ba Xiaoyu, and Master Bitter Cicada, intuitively speaking, I don't think that they are related to the issue, but that might not necessarily be true. Based on my experiences in the past, the more innocent, plain, and righteous someone looks in the beginning, the more likely that they will be the guy behind all the schemes. It will be darn embarrassing if Master Bitter Cicada suddenly laughs hideously and chants, "Long live the Imperium of true human beings," after the two parties have fought a bloody battle with everybody dying in the Divine Palace. Wait, does this mean that everybody involved in the exploration, both my teammates and my opponents, could be a supervillain with great schemes? Li Yao scratched his hair hard. He had explored countless relics in his life before, but this seemed to be the most complicated one of all. Don't you think that there's more? The mental devil crawled out of his head. Not just everybody involved in the exploration is a suspect and could be a supervillain. Are we not supervillains ourselves? Slightly dazed, Li Yao blinked. From our perspective, we naturally feel that those who cooperate with the Imperium of true human beings are supervillains. The mental devil chuckled. However, from the perspective of the locals of the Ancient Sages sector, we are actually alien invaders with ill intentions. Are we not true supervillains? I suggest that you do not view the whole thing and gauge our friends and foes with the simple criterion of righteous and evil. Even if Boss Xiaoyu, Master Bitter Cicada, and the rest of them are truly righteous, devoted, and merciful, we are as much alien invaders as the Imperium of true human beings. What makes you believe that they will certainly pick us over the Imperium? For example, to save the Ancient Sages sector from the scourge of war, so that all the folks could live in peace, Boss Xiaoyu and Master Bitter Cicada might have to reach a deal with the Imperium and help the Imperium deal with the Federation. Is it not a possibility? Li Yao took a long breath. He realized that not only was it a possibility, it was also a fairly great one. Getting to the bottom of it, the civilization in the Ancient Sages sector and the civilization in the Star Glory Federation had been on separate paths for hundreds of thousands of years. They had been rushing on different paths of development for such a long time that they were essentially two different civilizations. The locals of the Ancient Sages sector were not obliged to consider the Star Glory Federation at all. Even for someone as merciful as Master Bitter Cicada, it was impossible for him to sacrifice millions of compatriots of the Ancient Sages sector and help the Federation fight a war that was destined to fail at the risk of the destruction of his civilization. It would indeed be tricky to convince most of the super nascent soul stage cultivators. Anyways, I'll see what I should do after I reach the Divine Palace. Looking at the gray horizon far away, Li Yao could not wait to visit the Divine Palace. Incoming Tempests. Drop the sails. Lower the altitude. Raise the spiritual shield. All cultivators, hold your position. Devote all your spiritual energy to the defense rune arrays to resist the Tempests. Crack, 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 crack. Not good. The main mast of Swooping Eagle has been broken due to the late retraction of sails. It is now involved in the swirl of wind and going out of control. Cultivators in the nascent soul stage, please reinforce immediately. Make sure that Swooping Eagle does not crash into Flying Tiger. Flying Tiger has stored tremendous crystals of the fire class to heat us. The keel of Swooping Eagle has been broken. The airship is collapsing. Swooping Eagle is hopeless. Swooping Eagle is hopeless. Everybody on Swooping Eagle, evacuate to Flying Tiger, Silver Serpent, and Jade Void immediately. Nascent Soul Stage Cultivators, please try your best to control the Tempests to buy more time for the crew members on Swooping Eagle to escape. The crazy roars that had been filled with spiritual energy, which were deafening around the deck, were immediately ripped apart by the overwhelming Tempests after they left the defense range of the spiritual shield and turned into nothing more than the moans of butterflies that nobody could hear. It was the 20th day after the Joint Exploration Fleet, which stood for the best forces of the Great Qian Dynasty, left the continent. They had gone all the way to the north in a curve on the ocean with the help of the trade wind. Finally, they had bypassed the dark cloud prairies 5 days ago and re-entered the desolate and fertile land. From then on, the wind was no longer slow and stable flowing between the sky and the earth, but chaotic, unpredictable, and devoid of any patterns. Even the most experienced sailors had to crawl up and down on the ropes day and night without rest, adjusting the angles of dozens of sails in order to make the best use of every wind. Ordinary people could never be such sailors. They were generally cultivators raised by the main sex or the royal family, who had special connections with the spiritual energy of the wind class. Such special talents were known as the wind runners. The royal family and the 6 major sects boasted the best wind runners in the entire ancient sages sector. With their delicate control, the fleet was able to cruise 40,000 kilometers steadily after only 3 days. But that was as far as their luck went. Up ahead was the land of eternal night. The roaring, chaotic winds in the world had been upgraded into the tempests that were mixed with violent spiritual energy. They were powerful gusts that could tear apart even the bodies of cultivators. Liao had never seen such rampant winds before. Even the dust storms on the grand desolate plateau did not seem as intimidating as the blizzard in the land of eternal night. It felt that all the stars in the entire universe had been turned into hail the size of fists smashing on the fleet. They rotated at lightning-like speed under the savaging tempests, mincing everything that was unfortunately involved. As far as one's eyes could see, pure white snow was in every direction. Only the vague silhouettes of the flying boats nearby could be seen. There was nothing but the howling of the wind that one could hear. Everything was suppressed, and the roaring tempests seemed to never grow tired. It was the will of nature, the wrath of the entire planet. Even the high-level cultivators in the nascent soul stage could not compete with such power. Under the scourge of the world-blighting tempests, none of the flying boats were able to move forward. They could only lower the sails at the highest speed and fire out the anchors toward the ground or the seemingly solid mountains nearby. With the 70 or so chains that were as thick as the thighs of human beings, the flying boats managed to steady themselves. Then, all the cultivators worked together to keep the defense rune array functioning properly so that the Tempest would enter and invade the cabins. If the cultivators hesitated when they dropped the sails, like Swooping Eagle had done earlier, they would be swallowed by the Tempests. Those who were too slow to fly out were completely ripped apart. Even their bones were nowhere to be found. Lowering the sails and securing themselves well did not mean that they were safe. The 100 chains had all been pulled taut in the Tempests. White frost soon condensed on them, and they squeaked crazily. Some of the flying boats were unlucky enough to fire the anchors into relatively feeble rocks or areas on the ground that could not resist the force of the Tempests. As a result, the chains were all blown away brutally after ear-splitting noises. With the loss of the few chains, the pressure on the remaining chains would grow even greater. Many more chains crumbled from the middle, forcing the flying boat to tremble violently in midair. After only a few shakes, the flying boat would break and fall apart amid cracking noises. After a whole day and night of tempests, other than Swooping Eagle, another 3 flying boats had crashed just like that. The nascent soul stage cultivators such as Liao could do nothing but enhance the defense rune arrays on their ship and try to control the tempests when other ships were about to crash, so that there would be more time for the victims to escape. After witnessing countless cultivators, including several in the core formation stage, to be caught by the tempests and vanished in the overwhelming blizzard, some even being split apart before they were gone, Liao could not help but ponder on the cruelty of nature. No wonder Qi Zhongdao, Ba Xiaoyu, and the rest of them had to cooperate with the court and the major sects despite their reluctance. The losses were severe enough with such a fine fleet, and when the crew members were supporting and protecting each other. If the few nascent soul stage cultivators had decided to barge into the land of eternal night because they were arrogant about their personal valor, the consequences would have been too dire for them to bear. At this moment, however, the entire world had been enshrouded in pure whiteness. The snow field extended from everybody's feet to the horizon before it seemed to go straight upward and froze the entire sky. The continuous mountains also turned into translucent peaks of ice in the snowy world. It was noon when the sun should have been scorching, yet the sun was struggling on the horizon. The flickering light that it released only managed to dye a dim orange color at the edge of the sky. Most of the parts in the sky were variegated and blurry, like the eyeballs of frozen, dead fish. That was the real appearance of the land of eternal night. On all the maps in every dynasty, the terrible zone that was frozen all year around without absolutely any native creatures, was known as the Land of Eternal Night. It was a forbidden area for most people. Although the blizzard was already far away, the temperature that had plummeted never bounced back. Li Yao secretly measured with a thermometer from the Star Glory Federation, only to discover that the average temperature was below -50 degrees even at noon. This place was only the periphery of the Land of Eternal Night, far away from where the Divine Palace was located. It was easy to predict that the temperature would not get any higher if they continued going north. Such an extremely low temperature was beyond the description of a drop of water would become ice immediately. Every breath of air that people exhaled was like a cluster of icy mist that they spurted out, which then covered their face, body, and hair like an ice shell. The Ancient Sages sector did not possess the advanced mustard seed combat suits that entailed coldness-proof functions like the Federation and the Imperium did. Everybody could only wear thick cotton coats, although the cotton coats were all specially made robes where the crystals of the fire class and all kinds of runes had been added. General cotton coats would have frozen into pure ice in less than 1 day if they were kept in such an environment. Even if the cultivators covered themselves in as many clothes as possible to the point that they looked ridiculously fat, the cold wind of the Land of Eternal Night that felt like tiny, sharp needles would still pierce through every invisible hole possible, stimulating the flesh, veins, and bones of the explorers incessantly. Most of the cultivators were forced to turn on their spiritual shields or heating magical equipment 24 hours a day to resist the harsh weather. As a result, their consumption on spiritual energy and crystals was greatly increased. Other than that, there was another issue, which was that most of the magical equipment was not functioning properly due to the extreme temperature. The erosion rate and the crystal consumption rate had both been increased, whereas the efficiency had dropped. In the environment of -50 degrees, the uneven, delicate patterns on the magical equipment had all been covered in frost. The durability of the weapons, such as swords and sabers, had plunged. Even some of the cosmos rings were malfunctioning, making it impossible to retrieve or store objects. The magical equipment, such as sabers and swords, could be stuffed into the cosmos rings to address the issue. However, the floating rune arrays, power rune arrays, defense rune arrays, and heat rune arrays on the flying boats had to be exposed to the cold air. Not only were the flying boats consuming twice as many crystals as usual, their speed had been lowered by about 2/3. The exploration fleet that had been rushing like lightning previously was struggling to crawl forward in the frigid hell like an army of tortoises. Thankfully, they had foreseen the situation before the exploration. Inside the 30 airships, other than the tough soldiers, most of the assets accommodated were crystals and various kinds of resources. Also, every cultivator had been equipped with at least 2 cosmos rings that had been packed with materials. The technology of cosmos rings in the Ancient Sages sector, of course, could not have been more developed than that of the Heaven's Origin sector. Most of the storage magical equipment that the middle-level and low-level cultivators used only had the space of a backpack. It meant that, other than the storage space in the cabin, everybody was carrying 2 backpacks of life-saving items, nothing more. They still have 26 flying boats. Other than the wind runners to manipulate the flying boats, there were 977 experts from the Imperium Guards, such as the Fiery Phoenix Legion, and 1,026 cultivators from the 6 major sections. Master Spiritual Vulture, please. On the deck of the airship in the lead, a few Imperial Guards and cultivators invited Li Yao to look at a piece of bizarre-looking magical equipment respectfully. It looked like dozens of iron rings, large and small, that had been embedded together and rotating in a dazzling way. On every iron ring, countless glittering silver balls were rolling, colliding, and uttering clanging noises. The magical equipment was named Heavenly Magnetic Measurement Instrument. It was used by the locals of the Ancient Sages sector to determine their location in a long journey. It had always been a great headache in the Ancient Sages sector to determine the precise coordinates of where one was. There was not a network made of hundreds of satellites in the orbit of the Ancient Sages sector. If the cultivators were on the ocean or in the wilderness where the directions were beyond recognition, how should they measure where exactly they were? In other ancient cultivation worlds, The astronomical magical equipment to observe stars had been invented very early. The cultivators could observe the relative locations of the stars and run a series of complicated calculations to determine their latitude and longitude. Unfortunately, for the ancient sages sector, the stars were not the stars in the universe whose trajectory was relatively stable but glittering, radioactive debris of the primeval war near the ancient sages sector. The war debris were susceptible to the gravitational force of the stars, the planets, and the satellites. They would even collide into each other every once in a while. Their direction and trajectory were utterly chaotic and of zero significance for reference purposes. Therefore, it was not until recently that the ancient sages sector finally invented magical equipment to determine one specific location by measuring the intensity of the magnetic field. Even the concept of latitude and longitude was rather new. However, the intensity of the magnetic field was a rather ambiguous notion that was under the interference of many factors. Therefore, the precision of such localization was not very high. One might say that it was only slightly better than nothing. Liao had drawn a few rough maps marking the location of the divine palace based on his memory, but the maps were certainly far from detailed. The cultivators from the Royal Observatory who specialized in astrology and geography turned the heaven magnetic measurement instrument by pushing the handles on its two sides, allowing the interconnected iron rings to lean toward different angles. The silver balls on them were running into each other non-stop too. The few of them gathered and calculated something together for a while. Finally, they concluded their location precisely. Drawing a line from the coordinates of where they were to the coordinates of the divine palace would be their sailing route. The same work had to be repeated 3 times every day to adjust the sailing route. Sometimes, due to the disorder of the magnetic field, something went wrong with the localization, and they were misled into going backward instead of moving forward. But all in all, after an arduous march, they were still drawing ever closer to the divine palace. Boundless ice occupied the sky and the earth. Except for the whiteness on the ground and the grayness in the sky, there was not a third color to be seen. The monotonous environment was almost driving everybody insane. Thankfully, most of them were determined cultivators, and it was not unusual for them to train in seclusion for a year and a half. That was why they had managed to persevere. On the 4th day after they entered the land of eternal night, they discovered something that did not belong to the place for the first time. It was a flying boat, or what was left of it, that had been shattered by the Tempests. The remains were scattered on the snow field and about to be entirely buried by the snow. Only a few bare masts were still exposed on the ground. It was possible that there were crystals and other resources that were not used up yet in the flying boat that had an accident. Naturally, it was not ignored. The cultivators spent half a day excavating the remains of the flying boat. The result, however, was rather unexpected for them. It was not one flying boat, but a tiny fleet made of 3 flying boats. Also, the accident that caused their fall did not happen a long time ago, but only around 2 days prior. Although none of the 3 flying boats were flying their banners, Qi Zhongdao recognized quite a few cultivators who had been frozen to death. They are subordinates from the Dragon Ocean sect, the Equal Mountain sect, the Heaven Shocking Hall, as well as another 5 or so sects. Qi Zhongdao looked rather awful. One condition on which the 6 major sects had been allowed to participate in the operation was that they must handle the smaller sects that were seething with impatience and prevent them from causing trouble. Liao did not know what kind of pact the 6 major sects and the smaller sects had reached in exactly what way, but it was obvious that the core formation stage cultivators and the nascent soul stages in the smaller sects did not intend to abide by their promise at all. They might have established fleets with higher speeds and risked marching into the land of eternal night earlier than the 6 major sects did, hoping to discover the divine palace in advance. They were asking to be killed, Qi Zhongdao remarked coldly. Even the 6 major sects and the court, with the finest flying boats of the entire Flying Star sector and the best windrunners, have to tread lightly and make thorough preparations for every step. But those guys were trying to barge into the land of eternal night and loot the divine palace in advance with just a few of them, insufficient crystals and resources, and probably not even the heaven magnetic measurement instrument. Idiocracy can never be cured. They discovered the body of a nascent soul stage not far away from the remains of the flying boats that had an accident. The cultivator from the Dragon Ocean sect, who had always been a well-known celebrity in the world of cultivators, had died the most miserable death. His body was like a skeleton, as if his flesh and blood had been drained. According to Qi Zhongdao and Master Bitter Cicada's analysis, he must have escaped alone after the flying boats were ripped apart by the Tempests. He had tried his best to fly out of the dangerous area, only to be caught in the turbulence. He had activated the spiritual energy inside his body to resist the force of nature and eventually died of exhaustion. At that moment, countless more exploration teams and cultivators must have lost their way in the land of eternal night, waiting to be torn into shreds by the freezing tempests. Were they stupid? Maybe. However, were Li Yao and his companions any better than the guys who broke into the land of eternal night recklessly? It was true that they were well prepared and had the best gear and experts, which allowed them to resist the scourge of the tempests and possibly to reach the depths of the land of eternal night and dig out the legendary divine palace successfully. But when the day did come, and when the cloud-sheen gold statues and the path to the deities' realm were unfolded in front of them, would they be caught in a storm that was even more horrendous than the tempests, one that rose from everybody's heart, enough to destroy all their trust and rationality and make them kill each other? The discovery of the debris added to the grave atmosphere in the exploration fleet that was vaguely divided into three forces. Qi Zhongdao went to Li Yao, Yin Liren, Ba Xiaoyu, and Master Bitter Cicada to discuss solutions more than once, restating that the five of them must be united as the pillar to keep the situation from going out of control, no matter how chaotic it was later. Emperor Phoenix summoned Li Yao quite a few times, too. Every time, he simply asked Li Yao some questions regarding the production of magical equipment respectfully and never mentioned the discovery of the Divine Palace. However, he expressed his support for Li Yao to establish an independent sect subtly between the lines. The support that he promised was greater after every meeting. Even Li Yao felt more or less intrigued. For the rest of the journey, the dozens of high-level cultivators in the nascent soul stage expanded the search range at the cost of tremendous crystals. As they expected, they discovered another 3 spots of debris. The smallest of them had only 1 flying boat, but the largest one actually boasted almost 10 airships where the cultivators from dozens of sects were held. It was a pity that their flying boats had not been solid enough for them to resist the tempests. Also, they lacked the state-of-the-art heaven magnetic measurement instrument and a precise map of the Divine Palace. As a result, they could only wander on the snow field like blind people riding blind horses. It was inevitable that they had an accident. All 1,000 cultivators had been turned into frozen statues. Judging from the traces left on the debris, it seemed that a few experts at the peak of the core formation stage and in the nascent soul stage had managed to escape the blizzard. However, without the protection of the flying boats and the support of sufficient resources, it was unbearable to imagine how long they could survive on the freezing land of eternal night and what a gory ending would become of them. The last debris, on the other hand, was different from the debris that they had discovered earlier. Most of the corpses had become broken limbs and torsos. Countless flowers of blood seemed to be thriving on the snowy earth. All the crystals and resources in the flying boats had been plundered. The cosmos rings and the bags on all the cultivators were gone too. The ferocious animals in the snow field might feed on the bodies, but they would certainly never take away the cosmos rings. It was evident that the victims had not been killed by the Tempests but assaulted by the enemy. A lot of dead bodies of foreign cultivators, who was wearing the robes in a different style from the central plateaus and had tremendous tattoos on their faces with giant gold rings on their ears, were also found on the spot. They should be the cultivators from Ghost Sheen. It was certainly not good news that the Ghost Sheen team was faster than them. Thankfully, the internal organs of quite a few bodies had not entirely frozen yet, and the vague stench of blood still lingered in the air, suggesting that the battle did not happen a long time ago. It was possible that the attack took place yesterday or the day before. Before Wong escaped, he had grabbed the map core of the Divine Palace, but Li Yao had kept the 1,000 Stars tray to himself. It was unlikely that there would be a replica of the 1,000 Stars tray, which was a piece of magical equipment that was specially designed to parse the map core. Therefore, at that moment, both parties were using the imprecise map drawn based on Li Yao and Wang Shi's memories to guide the way. In the meantime, Ghost Qin, the heaven-battering army, and Ghost character were unlikely to possess localization tools as precise as the device from the Royal Observatory. Therefore, everybody was still almost at the same location before the start line. It remained to be seen which of them would reach the Divine Palace sooner. The traces of the Ghost Qin were like a whip in the ass for the exploration fleet from the Great Qian dynasty. They rushed at their top speed without considering the cost at the risk of dismembering the flying boats. Finally, they reached the coordinates of the Divine Palace according to the map 5 days later. The point on the map in Li Yao's memory and the location of the fleet according to the Heaven Magnetic Measurement Instrument overlapped. However, the tiny point on the map was actually a vast land with a coverage of almost 100 square kilometers in reality. Considering the error of the Heaven Magnetic Measurement Instrument, the specific range of the Divine Palace could be anywhere in the hundreds of kilometers around them. The weird world in front of them, on the other hand, made all the cultivators look particularly awful. Starting from the previous night, a vague mist had risen up on the land of eternal night. At first, nobody had thought much of it. It had never occurred to them that mist was highly unlikely to appear in a terrible environment with a temperature of below -60 degrees. Perhaps it was not mist but a certain uncanny natural phenomenon similar to mist. As they approached the Divine Palace, the mist had grown more and more intense. In the end, it looked like an ocean of clouds that was flowing on the earth. It was barely possible to see one's own fingers after the cultivators walked into it. The mist boasted a strong suppressive effect on spiritual energy. Both the cultivators and their magical equipment were having problems with spiritual energy disorder when they were placed in the middle of the mist. The Divine Palace could be anywhere in the hundreds of kilometers nearby. It is hidden right inside the mist. Let's set up camp at the edge of the mist. Connect all the flying boats with chains. Dig holes in the snow field and fix the anchors on the solid rocks deep below the snow. Send out exploration teams in different batches and search in all directions. Also, according to the map, divide the 500 square kilometers nearby into grids of 1 square kilometer. Then, mark every grid after it has been explored. The experts from Ghost Qin, the heaven-battering army, the White Lotus cult, and Ghost character are likely to be hiding on the opposite of the mist. Stay alert, everybody. Qi Zhongdao issued orders unhurriedly. A camp made of 26 flying boats was established quickly. Bronze pillars were erected, constructing a defense rune array that was enough to resist the blizzard. Li Yao and the other nascent soul stage cultivators, each leading an exploration team, went into the mist in search for the Divine Palace. However, the moment that he entered the hazy mist, Li Yao realized how tricky the operation would be. The mist was like an invisible, yet unbreakable maze and cage. After only several hundred meters, the temporary camp made of the 26 flying boats had already disappeared. Even the dazzling brilliance on the masts, which was supported to provide guidance for them, was as lackluster as a dying firefly. When he roared to the outside world, the sound waves seemed to be absorbed by puffy cotton, and it was barely audible 50 meters away. The exploration team that he led had 50 members, but he could only see the shadows of the 10 or so people closest to him. As for those further away, he could neither see nor hear them. They found themselves accidentally trespassing on a weird, white world that replaced the previous world that had been living in. There was nothing except for themselves between the sky and the earth. Even their own breath and heartbeat were swallowed by the mist when they did not pay attention to listen to them. Li Yao had thought about whether or not he could soar into the atmosphere and search for the Divine Palace from above. When he had a try, however, he discovered that he was faced with an ocean of ivory clouds, and all the mountains appeared and disappeared like lone mountains. It was impossible to observe the details on the ground at all. Therefore, they had to resort to the clumsiest way, by groping inch after inch and setting up enormous marks in the zones that they had explored. Thankfully, they had thousands of members. Other than those stationed in the camp, it was enough to build almost 30 search teams. When they pushed forward together, the speed of exploration was quite impressive. After only 3 days, the zones closest to the camp had been explored. Everybody was moving toward the center of the mist. As a result, the connection with the rear became even more difficult. Also, the temperature at the center of the mist was even lower, and the air was more corrosive to human bodies and magical equipment. The cultivators in the refinement stage and the building foundation stage could not last for long before they had to go back to the camp to rest and recover. Even the core formation stage cultivators and the nascent soul stage cultivators such as Liao were exhausted and miserable when they exploited their brain cells to release their telepathic thoughts in search of the divine palace while they were exposed to the mist for a long time. Liao took a deep breath. The air immediately darted out of his face like an arrow and soon melted into the overwhelming mist around. It was the 17th zone that he had explored. Still, he had found nothing, except for the solid, frozen soil and the ice and rocks too thick to be measured. Absolutely nothing. Judging from the scale of the divine palace on the map, the palace was so large that it was almost a minor city. If it was there was no way that they would not have found it after such a long time. Unless, of course, the divine palace was below their feet, and it was a vast underground city. If that was the case, things would be more troublesome. They had to enhance the magnitudes of their telepathic thoughts so that they could search below the ice. The cost of time and crystals would more than double. While Liao was pondering, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. His nose flapping, he inhaled the air that was as sharp as a saber, only to feel that it was stinging from his nostrils to his lungs. The temperature had dropped more than 10 degrees in that moment, and it was still dropping. Chapter 1469 Tide of Ice Devils. Liao felt that the frost was spreading to his stomach all the way from his nostrils like a pervasive bug, outlining his trachea and bronchia for him. He could even sense that a lot of his alveoli were freezing. He suddenly fell on one of his knees and sensed the environment clearly by sticking his hands to the ground. As he expected, he sensed a slight shivering, as if the ground in the mist up ahead had been split open, and something was crawling out from underground. After only a few seconds, his palms had been frozen to the ground. When he removed them by force, even the thick gloves were ripped apart. Liao stared at the mist in the front without blinking. Soon, ear-splitting shrieks were echoing from the mist. There was also the sound of something wriggling forward. "Run! There's a large area of ice up ahead." After we drilled through the ice, countless ice devils flooded out. In the mist, dozens of cultivators were staggering to run backward. Everybody's face was extremely twisted, as if they had been smashed by the hammers of ice right in the head. Many of them were tottering, with their bodies and legs covered in thick ice shells. Despite the severe frostbite, they did not dare slow down at all. Exhausting their spiritual energy, they fled in panic like running fireballs. Behind him, a giant translucent tide, as if the white snow had been blessed with life, was lunging toward them like a ferocious beast. One of the cultivator's legs was frozen in place. He managed to summon his flying sword, hoping to ride the sword out of danger. It was a pity that his flying sword was malfunctioning in such a frigid environment. Drifting up and down for a moment, he was soon caught up by the translucent tide. Boom! After the tide swept over, the cultivator was immediately frozen into a block of ice in midair before he fell to the ground and shattered into pieces, leaving a ground of scattered, blood-red ice, pieces the size of fingernails. The sight felt eerie to all the cultivators who witnessed his end. Before they marched into the land of eternal night, they had also collected many notes from the previous adventurers and sorted out a large batch of files regarding the land of eternal night. The land of eternal night was frequented by all kinds of brutal demon beasts living in the coldness. There were also gangs of frost barbarians. The blizzards and the tempests were terrifying natural disasters too. However, of all the dangers, the most horrible one was doubtlessly the ice devils. The ice devils were a type of very special moss. To survive in the harsh environment of the land of eternal night, they spent most of time lurking inside the thick shells of ice and preserved their lives by means of hibernation. When they perceived the arrival of prey, they would figure out a way to break out of the shells, proliferate, and moved before they lunged at the prey, like a man-eating swamp. The ice devils' food was the heat in the air and in the body of their prey. Therefore, when the ice devils went on a rampage, the temperature in the environment would plummet by dozens of degrees because all the heat in the air had been absorbed by the ice devils. Should the prey be covered by the ice devils, all the heat and spiritual energy inside their bodies would instantly be drained, leaving an empty ice sculpture behind. After all the prey was cleaned up and devoured, the ice devils would sneak back underground, waiting in hibernation for another batch of unfortunate prey to start a new round of hunting. Liao had once seen a very weird primeval moss named Blood Tide on Kunlun. Feeding on spiritual energy, it could cover dozens of square kilometers and was as thick as a carpet. It was even bold enough to attack the high-level cultivators who were equipped with crystal suits. The ice devils were probably the mutants of the Blood Tide in the extremely cold area. They were even weirder and more dangerous. Damn it, I should have seen it coming. Liao slapped his thigh hard. All the information that he had collected regarding the ice devils stated that the terrible creatures were rather unpredictable. As long as the explorer was not too unlucky, it was unlikely to ever run into them. However, if they were truly the mutants of Blood Tide, it was possible that they would have an equally keen sense of spiritual energy. Therefore, near the Divine Palace would certainly be their best shelter, just like Kunlun, as a land of dense spiritual energy provided sanctuary for the Blood Tide. The appearance of the ice devil suggested that the Divine Palace was not far away. It was possible that the Divine Palace was right below the ice shells that they had drilled through. It was a pity that Liao had failed to associate the ice devils with the Blood Tide in the beginning. When he figured out the connection between the two parties, the translucent tides of ice had already lunged toward him. "Run!" Liao roared and threw out more than 10 grenades, which exploded right above the ice devils. However, the blossoming flames were frozen into half-translucent flowers after only blocking the ice devils briefly. Their color changed from crimson to orange, from orange to blue, and from blue to bright green, until they became transparent and melted into the overwhelming tide of ice. Not only did his attack fail to blow apart the ice devils, it even gave away Liao's existence. With a series of crunching noises, the ice devils flowed toward him mixed with ice and mist. Cursing, Liao turned around and ran away. He was of a mind to ask everybody to keep calm and remind them that, based on his experience in the past, the ice devils would only attack when they perceived spiritual waves. So, as long as everybody concealed their spiritual waves to the minimum, they would not be attacked anymore. However, on second thought, if they did not summon their spiritual energy to resist the bitterly cold environment, they would be equally dead. Besides, with the thickness of the mist, even if he condensed his spiritual energy on his throat and roared at the top of his voice, it would not be able to reach hundreds of meters away. Liao suddenly realized that the weird mist could have been a trap made by the ice devils. This place was their hunting ground. Gritting his teeth hard, Liao could only flee in a hurry. Due to the extremely low temperature, all the magical equipment became highly unstable, especially devices made of metal. They would be covered in thick shells of ice within a few breaths when they were exposed to the air. The circulation of spiritual energy on the rune arrays was seriously jammed. It took a much longer time for the cultivators to prepare their flying swords. Many of them had already been devoured by the ice devils before their flying swords were soaked in spiritual energy. Amid long, dry screams, they ended up being bizarre-shaped ice sculptures. The other survivors were already lightheaded. In the obscure mist, they were wandering like headless flies, and if they missed 1 or 2 marks on the ground in their anxiety, it was very possible that they would miss their direction. Some of the more unfortunate guys were even running right toward the ice devils. When they discovered that the air was freezing around them, there was already no time for them to react. The overwhelming tide of tide soon drowned each and every one of them. Don't run in panic. Follow me. Roar while you run to attract the companions nearby. Do not lose your way. Liao was rather anxious. Although he did not like the cultivators of the ancient sages sector very much, He was not heartless enough to watch them to freeze to death without doing anything. He did not know the situation about the rest of the exploration teams in the mist. At the very least, he wanted to bring the exploration team under his lead out of the mist in one piece. In the mist up front, a lot of people were suddenly shouting and running toward them in panic. They had apparently lost their way under the devastation of the ice devils. "Don't panic. The camp is over there." Li Yao snatched the cultivator in the lead and shoved him hard. He suddenly felt that the cultivator was somewhat weird. The guy was wearing a battle robe made of smooth bear hide and a hat made of otter leather that dangled to his ears. Although there were no earrings, he could still see part of the tattoos on the guy's face. The saber on his waist, the wolf fangs on the sheath as adornments, and the 7-star agates, which were local specialties of the dark cloud prairies, as well as their scream just now that was mixed with the unique accent of the dark cloud prairies. All the signs suggested that it was a team of ghost Qin cultivators. In the middle of the boundless mist, the great Qin cultivators and the ghost Qin cultivators looked at each other in a daze like two swarms of headless flies. The atmosphere was a bit intense and awkward. Everybody's throat was rolling up and down. They were breathing so hastily that more white air was spurting out their nostrils, covering everybody's frozen faces in the hazy smoke. It was not until then that Li Yao realized that the exploration team, led by the 4 rapscallions, must have reached the coordinates of the Divine Palace, which was enshrouded in the mist, at almost the same time as they did, except that the two parties were on different sides of the mist. They had been pushing toward the center from opposite fronts. Because the vast mist blocked all the light, sound, and spiritual waves, and both parties were measuring and prospecting carefully, they did not discover each other in the beginning. It was like digging a tunnel from the two ends of a mountain to the center of it. Before the two parts of the tunnel were connected, it was almost impossible for them to notice each other. However, the weird ice devils sensed the two bunches of prey at the same time and attacked them indiscriminately. Under the scourge of the ice devils, many people lost their way. Instead of running to their own camp, they ran toward the ice devils, or where there was noise. The multiple forces there, namely Great Qian, Ghost Qin, the Heaven Battering Army, the White Lotus cult, and Ghost Character, must have gotten mixed up. Everything was in chaos. The situation could not have been messy, Li Yao only hoped that the Ghost Qin cultivators in front of his eyes maintained the most fundamental rationality. Even an idiot could tell that fighting each other while being chased by the ice devils would do nobody any good. Thankfully, the Ghost Qin people on the opposite side seemed to have realized it. Or maybe, in an environment where the temperature had dropped to almost minus 100 degrees, their fighting will and brutality had been frozen. Although they were clutching the handles of their sabers, they were retreating step by step in silence instead of unsheathing the weapons. However, Shua, a sword aura rushed out from the Great Qian cultivators behind Li Yao and darted into the Ghost Qin cultivators, knocking one of them to the ground. For a moment, sabers and swords were colliding, and grenades and broken limbs were flying in midair together. Explosions and screams echoed with each other. Hardly had the hot blood spurted out when it was frozen into bizarre-shaped red flowers, and the flowers crashed to the ground into pieces, turning into clusters of translucent pearls of blood. Li Yao found it impossible to stop the cultivators from the two sides dying with each other. Besides, this was definitely not the only battlefield in the boundless mist. After avoiding the explosions of a few grenades that had been embedded with the pieces of bones of the dragon wolves, Li Yao felt that his ears were humming, and there was nothing but blankness in his eyes. In his dizziness, he suddenly discovered that the marks for guidance had all been blown apart. He could not tell which direction the camp was in at all. Li Yao cursed loudly in his heart, lowering his head to evade a saber that was slashing at him. He kicked the Ghost Qin cultivator, who was coming at him, ferociously away. Then he stomped on the ground and soared into the sky. The wings of spiritual energy like greenish, ghostly fire surged out of his back crazily, but their size had almost been reduced by half in the extreme environment. Holding back the excruciating coldness, Li Yao exploited his cells crazily and summoned as much spiritual energy as possible to push himself upward. Layers of frost enveloped him, only to be shattered and obliterated by his surging spiritual energy. The ice devils were hissing below his feet and extending pillars that looked like claws toward him. Still, they were not as fast as him. He flew to an altitude of almost 1,000 meters and craned his neck in the mixture of mist and clouds. Liao was about to sharpen his eyesight to look for the camp when another huge head popped up in the mist not far away. The newcomer had a dry, monkey-like face with a short, hard beard and hair that was soaring into the sky. Both his beard and his hair were in the most dominating red color, leaving the impression of aggressiveness and unreasonableness. His eyes were bloodshot, but the blood threads were not actinomorphic but spread out in spirals. They seemed to be rotating all the time, and it was very easy for other people to be awed by him. The guy noticed Liao the moment that he was noticed. His bloodshot eyes rotating even faster than before. He grinned, baring his golden, sharp teeth. Master Spiritual Vulture? Liao's pupils constricted violently. The guy's appearance was so queer that it was unique in the entire Ancient Sages sector. Liao had seen his portrait a long time ago. Heaven Battering King? It was Heaven Battering King Qi Changsheng, the leader of the Heaven Battering Army, and one of the 4 rapscallions, who boasted a legendary, indestructible body blessed by a fire fiend, had savaged the Northwest for decades, and had risen again every time after his army was annihilated. Qi Changsheng burst into laughter. He suddenly dived back into the mist, vanishing into thin air. Liao's hair was standing on end. He felt even more alarmed when the ice devils were coming at him. Dozens of needles darted out, dragging the molecular mica threads to establish a sharp protective web around his body. Hardly had the molecular mica threads interweaved when an orange claw of fire crawled out of the mist and snatched right toward Liao's abdomen, only to crash into the molecular mica threads precisely. It was almost cut in half. A bellow echoed inside the mist, and the fiery claw suddenly disappeared. Soon, Heaven Battering King Qi Changsheng slowly showed up in the mist again. He looked entirely different from before. His previously dry skin had become half-transparent orange, with deep purple cracks here and there. His beard and his hair were bouncing like scorching fire. His whole body seemed to be made of magma. In the legends, the fiery fiend brought fire and drought everywhere he went. Although it was an overstatement, the Heaven Battering King's indestructible body, allegedly blessed by the fiery fiend, clearly boasted a certain superpower to control fire. Perhaps it was because the working mechanism of his mitochondria was different from other people. Just now, Qi Changsheng had crawled into the mist and ambushed Liao. Yet he had become the victim of his own scheme. His right hand had almost been cut in half by the molecular mica threads, and a terrible wound had been left there. However, it was not blood that was flowing out of the wound, but a thick material resembling magma that appeared to be some sort of powerful adhesive. The wound was being stitched up at a visible rate. In the blink of an eye, the hand was as good as new, without even a scar. The so-called indestructible body had been displayed in such a weird way. Qi Changsheng performed a seal with his right hand. His cosmos ring glittered crazily, and a saber more than 2 meters long, made from heavenly river red copper, slowly showed up. Solemnly, he stared at Liao with his spiral eyes and said, one word after another, "Master Spiritual Vulture, we never had any grudges with each other. There's no reason for us to attack each other the moment we meet." Before he finished his small talk, Qi Changsheng turned into a streak of orange brilliance. A saber in his hand was like an army of thousands of soldiers when he slashed it right toward Liao's face. Liao had long been prepared. After a snort, a bright green claw glittered and appeared on his right hand. He split into dozens of phantoms, avoiding Qi Changsheng's attack, and condensed again behind him. That's indeed so. Heaven Battering King. The sharp claw on Liao's right hand turned into a cluster of gray mist. More than 10 holes appeared on every talon, and a molecular mica thread was passing through every hole. As if he was controlling a puppet, Liao manipulated 100 molecular mica threads to attack Qi Changsheng's critical parts at the same time. While launching the fatal attacks, he chuckled. Not only do we have absolutely no grudges between us, There are also a lot of opportunities for cooperation between us. I'm told that you have been excavating relics in the northwest and are best at exploring the treasures below the ground. As for me, I know a thing or two about magical equipment and rune arrays. Exactly. Qi Chongqing sprayed an overwhelming tide of saber auras even when Li Yao's molecular mica threads were cutting thousands of wounds all over his body. He was even trying to melt Li Yao's molecular mica threads with the scorching fire inside his body, forcing Li Yao to pull the molecular mica threads and the needles back and to quickly retreat. Qi Chongqing burst into laughter. You and I are both here for treasures, not to kill each other. Although we belong to different sides right now, we are both clear that Han Bailing, Wan Mingzhu, and Wang Xi are as unreliable as Qi Zhongdao, the goddamn emperor, and the 6 major sects on your side. When we are truly faced with the Cloud Qin gold statues, it will be hard to say who is a friend and who is a foe. Boom! The two of them had another head-on clash in midair. Ripples were spreading out in the mist like a blowing storm. Li Yao gnashed his teeth. Are you more reliable than them, Heaven Battering King? Nobody is reliable nowadays. Qi Chongqing spat on the ground and said, However, although I do have a good appetite, it is impossible for me to swallow dozens of Cloud Qin gold statues alone. I believe that you cannot take all the Cloud Qin gold statues by yourself. Either, Master. Doing you a favor will be doing myself a favor. Is it not good? It certainly is. Li Yao narrowed his eyes and said, After the few rounds that we've fought, we basically know how strong we are. A great price must be paid if one of us wants to kill the other. With that in mind, why don't we stop now and wait until the Divine Palace is opened and the Cloud Qin gold statues are found to see whether we should fight or cooperate? Shua! Qi Chongqing's saber blew out a tide of flames. When the tide was minced apart by the freezing wind, he had already drifted hundreds of meters away to the other side of the mist. Retreating his saber, he clasped his fist toward Li Yao, implying that the deal had been made. Right then, deafening cracks were echoing from mist. The very fact that the noises had passed through the thick mist to the sky, almost 1,000 meters above the ground, was indicative enough of the mayhem at the source of the sounds. Right then, the center of the mist abruptly sank, as if an enormous crack had appeared at the bottom of the mist into which all the mist was pouring. Very soon, the mist had already grown a lot thinner. As the mist grew thinner, the two of them were finally able to clearly see what was happening down below. It was indeed a messy and disordered battlefield. Because of the blockage of the mist and the scourge of the ice devils, both the great Qian cultivators and the subordinates of the 4 rapscallions had lost their way. After fleeing in panic for a while, many of them had run into their enemies and fought them hard, their blood shed on the white snow. At this moment, the mist gradually dispersed. Like a maze whose walls had been retracted, they finally discovered that they had been completely entangled with their enemies. While they surrounded part of the enemies, they were surrounded by other enemies too. It was impossible for them to break from the battlefield. After a brief, weird silence, the two parties unleashed roars and spiritual waves that were even fiercer than before. Without bothering about the ice devils that were still wandering around them, they battled to the death. Whoa! Awe-inspiring horns were blown in the camp made of the flying boats of the great Qian dynasty. The fiery Phoenix Legion, in their crimson armor, marched to the center of the battlefield in a burning arrowhead under the lead of Emperor Phoenix. It was the only organized troop on the great Qian dynasty in the mess. Obviously, it was going to play an important role in the battlefield. Hew, 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 hew. Far, far away, on the other side of the snowy world, a few alarm arrows were shot into the sky. Accompanied by hundreds of violent howls, the elite Dragon Wolf Knights commanded by Han Bailing, the regent of Ghost Qin, began to trample on the vulnerable snow field with their iron hooves. Chapter 1471 Snowfield Falls, Divine Palace Rises. The two torrents almost discovered their opponents simultaneously. Like two attracted magnets, they crashed toward each other without dodging. Their unstoppable aura reminded Li Yao of 2 high-speed crystal trains that were running toward each other. Shwa! 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 The soldiers of both troops were adept at reining their mounts. While they were rushing, they cast spells, drew their bows, or summoned their swords on the back of the bumpy animals. Thousands of weapon auras, fireballs, and sharp arrows around which lightning was dancing drew devastating arcs in the air, brushed past each other, and landed upon the enemy. Occasionally, some of the auras and arrows crashed in midair, resulting to the colorful balls of light exploding. The broken pieces that were rotating rapidly sprayed down like flowers. Chi, 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 chi. Hazy spiritual shields were rising around the battle formations of the two parties, but they could not block all the auras and arrows. More and more people were shot by the arrows. Half of their body was electrified and burnt, and some even lost their entire arm during the explosions. Yet, they did not say anything when they crouched on their dragon wolves and horses. Even if they were about to die, they were destined to make their mounts drag their bones into the enemy's chest. Boom! The two torrents finally crashed brutally. There were few fancy tricks on the battlefield. The two parties barely stopped. After a brief stalemate, like the dragonflies dipping on the water, they pierced through the enemy's formation and swapped sides with the enemy. After the single encounter, hundreds of broken bodies were already left on the ground. The battle formations of both parties were significantly sparser than before. However, under the command of their leading generals, they soon regrouped and adjusted their direction, ready to launch the second wave of attacks. The party that regrouped into a new attack formation and adjusted to the best direction for the next assault while maintaining the high morale would likely be the final victor in the battle. Li Yao saw that Emperor Phoenix was leading the charge at the front of the fiery Phoenix Legion on a horse that had wings on its back and colorful long tails behind the hindquarters. Perhaps because he despised his feminine face, he was wearing a mask that had been shaped like a phoenix bathing in fire. The long beak and the bulging eyes, all made of crimson crystals, were emitting indescribable brutality. Together with the long spear in his hand, he was like a totally different person from when Li Yao had met him a couple of days ago. At the front of the Dragon Wolf Knights, on the back of a tall and majestic dragon wolf whose hair was pure black, there was a ghost Qin warrior with a typical look of his people. His cheekbones were high, his eyes looked like almonds, and the gold rings on his ears were dangling to his shoulders, producing clanging sounds. He was wearing a hat made of bear hide, but even the head of the bear had somehow been fashioned into the hat after being refined through special liquids. At first glance, he was like a great bear that had stood on its feet. It was Han Bailing, the leader of the Ghost Qin and the greatest headache for the great Qian dynasty. There were barely any grudges between Li Yao and Qi Changsheng, but for Emperor Phoenix and Han Bailing, they were the best example for sworn enemies. The flames of spiritual energy on them, one side red and the other black, were spreading out infinitely like fire that had been added with oil. The snow field below their feet was cracking nonstop, and gaps that looked like spider webs were appearing. Fellow cultivator's spiritual vulture, Qi Changsheng grimaced. Han Bailing is dueling with your lousy emperor right now. Although I don't like Han Bailing, I like the Laos emperor even less. If you choose to help your emperor, I'll have to go and help Han Bailing. The result will not be any different from right now, except that the two of us may have to blow each other's brains out. Why bother? I suggest we stay here and see which of them wins the battle. What do you say? Li Yao replied with a nod. He did not intend to interfere with the fight between Emperor Phoenix and Han Bailing in the first place. Although Han Bailing was one of the ambitious four rapscallions, there might be even greater schemes behind Emperor Phoenix. Before everything was clear, Li Yao's priority was definitely to preserve his strength. He shifted his attention to search for the other super-nascent soul-stage cultivators. The super-nascent soul-stage cultivators were like fireflies on a dark night when they activated their astonishing spiritual energy for self-protection in the middle of the Ice Devils. He found them without any trouble. Boss Xiaoyu and Master Bitter Cicada were confronting Wan Mingzhu, who was leading more than 10 gold, glittering zombie kings, while Qi Zhongdao and Yin Liren were faced with Wang Shi and more than 10 experts who looked like phantoms and seemed to be the elite assassins of the ghost character. What surprised Li Yao for a moment was that Wang Shi had resumed his generally known appearance. He looked like a true middle-aged scholar. The two parties were all holding their weapons calmly, and did not get into a fight right away. After all, other than the few of them, there were dozens of nascent soul stage cultivators on the battlefield. Those from the Grand Mystery sect, the Purple Pole Sword sect, and other major sects might not necessarily listen to their commands. The Divine Palace and the Cloud Sheen gold statues had not yet been seen, except for Emperor Phoenix and Han Bailing, who were each other's sworn enemies. Nobody was willing to throw out all their trump cards. The cracking sounds that pierced through the mist in the beginning and caused the dispersion of the mist were still echoing on the battlefield, attracting the attention of all the nascent soul stage cultivators, including Li Yao and Qi Chongqing. The sounds came from the depths of the snowfield. It seemed like a bottomless gap had been created in the ground. The immense attraction force in the hole was absorbing all the mist nearby, producing a remarkable view that looked like a white tornado. When the mist was almost exhausted by the gap, everybody was finally able to get a general picture of the snowfield. It was much more than a simple gap. It was more like a splendid canyon with shining, translucent cliffs, leading to a dark, boundless underground world. Crack! Crack! The canyon in the ice that was thousands of meters long and hundreds of meters wide was still growing, as if a pair of invisible hands was still mauling the earth and tearing it half. The broken ice on the two sides of the canyon was collapsing and rolling into the canyon. But the feeble sound of collisions did not come over until more than 10 seconds later. Not good! Floating at an altitude of hundreds of meters, Li Yao noticed before anyone else that when the mist was dispersing, the snow field below him was perfectly round. The hundreds of square kilometers in the center was the flattest plateau, which was surrounded by a circle of towering mountains. It was a very typical crater, caused by an enormous meteorite or something else when it hit the ground heavily. The snow field at the center was as smooth as a mirror, without the slightest rumple. Also, its color was entirely different from the rocks around, suggesting that it was just a thick shell of pure ice that did not have the least solid rock. It appeared that a long time ago, a meteor or some other artificial object had hit the crust here, leaving an enormous crater. At that time, the land of eternal night had probably not been so cold. The rainwater gradually gathered and formed a special lake in the crater. Later, as the days went by, the temperature gradually dropped, freezing the crater lake into an enormous ice block. But for some reason, only the topmost part of the ice block was frozen, and the remaining parts were all hollow. The thunderous noise that they had heard at the beginning was the sound of the ice shell breaking apart. It was a pity that the two parties were still attacking each other brutally and releasing their spiritual energy and magical equipment without any reserve. They were savaging the earth as hard as they were savaging their enemy. Hard as the ice shell might have been, it could not withstand the collective bombardment of thousands of cultivators. Therefore, it broke apart from the middle. When the raging cracks spread out non-stop and surpassed the tipping point, the avalanche began. The ice shell, almost 100 kilometers in diameter, fell apart in the blink of an eye. It rose high above first before it collapsed into the abyss helplessly like a ship that had an accident on the ocean. Most of the cultivators were still fighting on the ice shell. Few of them realized what was going on. Even if they did, they were hardly able to spurt spiritual energy and fly into the sky in time while in such a harsh environment. Many of them fell into the abyss amid the broken ice. Some were rushing here and there in the middle of the ice that was sliding like a waterfall, trying to escape, only to be smashed by a few giant rocks of ice. Some fell into the depths of the canyon while waving their hands and feet, and there was no telling what happened to them after the hazy white smoke they raised. The heated battlefield was disrupted by the unexpected change. The fortunate cultivators at the periphery of the ice lake all looked at each other in bewilderment, stunned by the enormous crater that had shown up in front of them out of nowhere. Even Emperor Phoenix and Han Bailing's troops were divided into two sides by the canyon almost 100 meters wide. Restraining their respective troops, they looked at the canyon in suspicion. The ice canyon was like a lake whose water had been pumped away. It was in the most precise circle. Under the cover of the ice shell above, the rocks thousands of meters below the ground must have been blocked from the world for hundreds of thousands of years. They were releasing the glamorous bluish colors. Natural blue crystals were also growing in the middle of the crevices, making the place look like a gorgeous, splendid palace. A silver, magnificent building was standing in the deepest part of the ice canyon. It was made purely of metal, yet there was no sign of rust whatsoever after such a long time. Instead, a layer of vague silver light was reflected on the surface, which was fluctuating unpredictably like the ocean. One could not help but feel the urge to worship it. Divine Palace. This must be the Divine Palace. There was no telling who shouted first, but after a moment, everybody stopped fighting and roared frantically. Chapter 1472 The Truth About the Divine Palace. When he observed from the high stance, he discovered that the Divine Palace was streamlined like an enormous spindle, but most of its parts had been deeply embedded into the ground, with only a tiny block exposed to the air. There were also dark holes that led to the inside of the Divine Palace. Liao pondered for a long time. He then compared the observations of the Divine Palace with its internal structure in his head. Then, a shocking idea suddenly occurred to him. Isn't this a starship from the primeval era? Liao had excavated the warship debris of the Panga civilization and the Nuwa clan on Kunlun. The circular holes at the bottom of the Divine Palace were clearly where flames would spurt out to make minor adjustments in space and to jet within the atmosphere. He had seen the same distribution of exhaust flame spurts on the warship debris in the Kunlun relics. Also, the materials on the warship debris, despite the serious rust, were very similar to the glittering materials in front of his eyes after a series of restoration reactions. If the Divine Palace was a super warship of the Nuwa clan, everything would make sense. In the primeval era hundreds of thousands of years ago, before the God-Sealing War, the Panga civilization had dominated the entire universe that human beings were familiar with today. At that time, the ancient Sages sector must have been a war base of the Panga civilization. Then, it was only reasonable that the Nuwa clan sent some super warships to assault the ancient Sages sector during the God-Sealing War, and one of the super warships accidentally crashed in the land of eternal night. The super warship of the Nuwa clan had the mass and momentum equal to a rushing meteor. It was not strange at all that the warship crashed deep into the ground and blew out a crater hundreds of kilometers in diameter. Since it was a super warship of the Nuwa clan, it was understandable that some colossi were accommodated on the warship, and that it even boasted maintenance and manufacture bases for the colossi. As for the so-called path to the Deities' realm, it would be even easier to explain. There were certainly facilities, such as escape capsules and mobile teleportation arrays, that could allow the user to appreciate the wonders in the Sea of Stars. It was also possible that the grand illusionary lands that contained tremendous files about the outside world had been installed on the warship. Those who walked into them would be able to observe the scenery in the 3,000 sectors. The technology of the Panga clan and the Nuwa clan were marvelous enough, even by the standard of the Star Glory Federation. It was perfectly normal that the locals of the ancient Sages sector, secluded and underdeveloped, would call them deities. Moreover, Liao suddenly realized that, since it was a super warship of the Nuwa clan, it was possible that certain communication magical equipment that could transmit information across the universe instantly by means of gravitational waves or other amazing technologies had been installed. Was the mysterious signal sent to the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector 100 years ago related to the Nuwa warship? Very likely. The part of the Nuwa warship exposed above the ground was emitting a layer of bright, silver light. The ignorant locals of the ancient Sages sector might worship the glamorous, divine aura, but Liao knew that it was a protective membrane to block the air and prevent the warship from becoming rusted and damaged. The fact that the protective membrane was still glittering suggested that the main power source of the Nuwa warship was not entirely ruined. It had been in the hibernation state for the past hundreds of thousands of years. In such a case, even if the Nuwa warship could not cruise through the Sea of Stars anymore, at the very least, many units on board, and even the communication room or the teleportation room, could still be functional. A very well-preserved Nuwa warship. Liao was breathing heavily. Despite the extremely low temperature of below -80 degrees, he still could not help but feel as if the blood all over his body was boiling and about to spurt out from his eyes and nostrils. Although the Star Glory Federation possessed Kunlun, most of the remains inside had been corroded by the moss and the waves from the pulsar. Even though a few colossi could be jumbled together, most of the warship remains only had a feeble and vulnerable shell left. The researchers could only study their appearance and internal structure, but had no access to the specific technologies of the Panga clan and the Nuwa clan. A Nuwa warship that possibly accommodated a factory of colossi with a preservation rate of more than 50% was certainly a priceless treasure for the Federation. Li Yao's eyes were spurting fire because of excitement. But he was even more prudent than before. If a certain mysterious force sent a mysterious signal to the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector through the communication room on the Nuwa warship 100 years ago, it was very likely that the mysterious force had already controlled the Nuwa warship. Nobody could tell if it was a well-disguised trap. If he exposed the coordinates of the Star Glory Federation, it would be pretty embarrassing if the enemy traced that back to Li Yao and then the Nuwa warship that had 100 colossi on it. Besides, there was still the Imperium of true human beings. Li Yao's not-so-reliable intuition reminded him again that the spies of the Imperium of true human beings could be around. He could almost smell the dominance and superciliousness on the immortal cultivators. After the great show in front is finished, we will know exactly what the forces here are up to. Li Yao glanced at the few super-nascent soul-stage cultivators and calculated in his heart silently. The Divine Palace has been revealed. The gate has been opened to us. This is our opportunity. Many cultivators were already awed by the super warship from the primeval civilization. They pointed at the dark exhaust flame spurts at the bottom of the Nuwa warship and roared. The cultivators that belonged to different sides had no time to bother each other. The hastier ones had already jumped into the canyon before the rocks around the crater stabilized, leaping toward the Nuwa warship as quickly as possible. The remaining cultivators looked at each other in bewilderment. It was obvious that all the cultivators there belonged to two sides and more than 10 different forces. Ghost Chin, Heaven Battering Army, White Lotus Cult, Ghost Character, Grand Mystery Sect, Purple Pole Sword Sect, Thunderstorm Valley, the Court, and unaffiliated cultivators. Everybody had only gathered there in pursuit of gains. If they fought each other, the cultivators of other forces would gladly take all the advantage. After they took control of the Cloud Chin gold statues, they would not bother to shed a tear for those who were killed. There was no telling who roared first, but everybody was running toward the crater, forgetting the grudges among themselves that was still fresh. The high-level cultivators whose flying swords were still intact, or who boasted the techniques to ride the wind soared into the sky and jumped toward the Nuwa warship like moths darting toward the fire. The low-level cultivators whose flying swords were broken and who did not have such expertise were hopping on the uneven rocks and sprinting toward the bottom of the crater at the risk of falling into the boundless crevasses among the rocks. They were so impatient that they looked like a colony of ants. Even Emperor Phoenix and Han Bailing turned around and led their troops to leave the battlefield after a moment of hesitation. They charged at the Nuwa warship from different directions, hoping to beat the enemy to the Divine Palace. What are you waiting for, Master Spiritual Vulture? If you don't hurry up, even their sh*T will be cold. Qi Changsheng burst into laughter. The flames of spiritual energy around his body expanded crazily as he dived down vertically like a shooting star. The few middle-level and low-level cultivators who were flying clumsily in the air were blown away by him regardless of which side they were on. They fell into the ice canyon, and there was no telling whether they survived the impact or not. The harmonious scene where everybody was running without bothering about anything else was soon broken up. A lot of cultivators had already arrived at the exhaust flame spurts, which were rising high at the rear of the Nuwa warship. They thought that the spurts were the gates leading to the Divine Palace. Compared to the body size of human beings, the Nuwa clan was huge. Therefore, their warships were dozens of kilometers long and looked like cities in space, made of pure metal. Even the engine spurts used to make minor adjustments and to support the in-atmosphere flight were more than 5 meters in diameter. At first glance, they indeed appeared to be gates that were wide open. Near the gates, to decide who was qualified to enter the Divine Palace first. Small-scale bloody conflicts were already breaking out. However, it was often the case that before the two parties involved in the conflict were done fighting, they had already been crushed by the main force that was following up. Only the super-nascent soul-stage cultivators such as Qi Zhongdao or Qi Changxing crawled into the engine tubes without meeting any resistance because they were obviously too strong for anybody to mess with. Li Yao frowned greatly. Things had completely fallen out of anyone's control. The previous plan had been to tread lightly and think before leaping. Even after the Divine Palace was discovered, they would search, measure, and analyze it in an orderly fashion. Everybody had their duty, and every exploration team had independent tasks. But the reality was that the 100 nascent soul-stage cultivators from almost 20 forces on two different sides had been utterly mixed up. Everyone was fighting for themselves. There was absolutely no discipline or organization anymore. Even the procedure to test the internal environment of the Divine Palace and check if it was safe to enter the place had been omitted, not to mention the effective commanding. It could be seen that Qi Zhongdao, Master Bitter Cicada, and some other people had maintained their basic rationality instead of being overwhelmed by greed. They were still shouting desperately, trying to get the situation under control. However, with everything reaching such a point, how could the cultivators from the 6 major sects listen to them? Besides, Wang Shi, Wan Mingzhu, Qi Changxing, and the cultivators on the other side had already barged into the engine tubes of the Nuwa warship without caring about anything. Having no other choice, Qi Zhongdao and his companions could only follow them closely. Li Yao sighed and felt that his head was aching, but there was nothing that he could do except sneak into the Nuwa warship first. Of course, he would not be as idiotic as the locals of the Ancient Sages sector and walk through the engine tubes, which were bound to be a dead end. At the end of the engine tubes were doubtlessly the engines, and the engines were connected to the fuel cabins. All the parts were definitely made of the most solid and heat-proof materials. It would take quite a long time even if they wanted to break in with brute force. Li Yao, as a specialist in warship infiltration, would certainly not choose such an illogical entry path. Chapter 1473 Body Explosion. In the collapse of the ice shells, countless cultivators had fallen to the bottom of the valley and been smashed into meat and blood by the thousands of tons of ice. The few lucky dogs were struggling and screaming miserably among the crevices. Most of the cultivators had been focused on the engine tubes. Everybody was jostling for them. Everyone's attention had been grabbed by the Divine Palace. Few of them noticed Li Yao's whereabouts. Li Yao's brutality was famous all over the Ancient Sages sector. The cultivators both on his side and on his enemy's side were familiar with his appearance. Therefore, they were even less willing to piss off Master Spiritual Vulture before the Cloud Sheen gold statues were found. Li Yao soon found what he was looking for. They were the dozens of cracks that looked like the gill of a shark on the two sides of the Nuwa warship. Every crack was extremely long and narrow. They could be more than 10 meters long, yet their width was only slightly greater than one's palm. They were also covered in a glittering metal membrane. At first glance, it was integral with the shell of the warship and did not seem to be a channel of passage at all. Li Yao, however, knew that it was the air inlets to exchange fresh air with the outside world when the Nuwa warship was flying within the atmosphere. As the fortresses cruising in the Sea of Stars, the Nuwa warships certainly boasted a very advanced air recycling system. However, absorbing fresh air from the outside world when it was flying on the habitable planets that had an atmosphere would not only relieve the burden of the air recycling magical equipment and save the energy to transform the air, but also improve the dull environment inside the warship and the morale of the crew members. There were similar designs on the warship debris of the Nuwa clan discovered on Kunlun. Li Yao had studied the structure carefully before. When the warship was flying in the vacuum, the inlets would be blocked from the inside and would not be opened until the warship landed on the surface of a planet. The internal architecture of the inlets was relatively feeble. At the very least, they were much feebler than the thick, heat-proof materials at the end of the engine tubes. Also, even if they broke the wall at the end of the engine tubes, they would only appear in the engine compartment of the Nuwa warship, which was at the rear of the warship and still far away from the core area. As a super-large warship, the Nuwa warship had an extremely complicated internal structure that looked like a labyrinth. The few shabby maps were far from enough for them to investigate every corner of the warship. If he snuck through the inlets, it was possible that he would reach the area that needed fresh air most. Such areas were often the places frequented by the crew members most, too. It was not hard to guess that those areas could not be too far away from the bridge, the command room, the arsenal, and other key facilities. Li Yao glanced around. Some other cultivators noticed him. However, they would not have the courage to tail Li Yao even if their guts were combined in one person. Li Yao put on a cold smile. A sharp dagger as thin as paper appeared among his fingers. As his spiritual energy surged out, it was heated to almost 1,000 degrees, allowing him to cut a hole more than 2 meters long on the metal membrane easily. He then removed the entire metal membrane. Li Yao took a deep breath. Cracking noises were suddenly echoing inside Li Yao's body. His chest collapsed deeply, and he became extremely thin. Leaning his body, Li Yao tried the inlets of the Nuwa warship, only to discover that it was still barely possible to squeeze in. Thankfully, for the activities in the cold area, every one of them had carried a lot of oil and patches with them, which were supposed to prevent them from frostbite or sunburnt. They turned out to be the perfect lubricants now. Li Yao retrieved an oil bag that was made of the whale skin and smeared the oil refined out of the oil of whales, bears, and tigers all over his body. Then he tried hard to squeeze into the gap. Finally, he made it. Ho! Li Yao slowly breathed out the last air inside his body. His chest had already kissed his back. It was impossible for him to breathe for a while, and he would be in the anaerobic state. The stomach was easier to deal with. The pain on the head was more insufferable. The joints and bones on the body could be twisted and deformed, but it was difficult to change the shape of the skull. Li Yao felt that his facial organs had been pressed together. Except for a starship infiltration specialist such as himself, he did not believe that a second person would be willing to choose such a torturous option. Even so, he still could not be more careful. He stuck more than 70 grenades on the internal wall of the inlets with a thick ointment before he attached a few tiny metal threads to the triggers, constructing a simple trap. If another cultivator was walking on the same path as he did, they would have to taste the feeling of being blown up by more than 10 grenades while they were stuck there. After finishing all the preparations, Li Yao finally controlled every muscle on his body precisely and wriggled toward the depths of the tubes, like a viper that was moving with the scales on its abdomen. He moved about 30 meters when he ran into another metal membrane. Behind the metal membrane was a thick plank. He had already reached the end of the inlet tube. There was no need to be careful at this place. Li Yao extended his left hand straightforwardly. The translucent crystal appeared inside his palm, and he fired the cell obliteration cannon, gouging a great hole on the metal membrane, as well as the air-cleaning magical equipment behind it. A roaring sound immediately echoed as the fresh air filled the room. Before the orange edge of the hole entirely cooled down, Li Yao had already crawled out in a hurry. Shwa! Every hair on Li Yao's body was pricking. On one of his knees, he narrowed his eyes and continued locking his every pore. He did not even recover his breath, but he was prepared to summon the mystic skeleton battlesuit from his cosmos ring at any time. He opened his hands and took out an air examination device from the Star Glory Federation. The shimmering detector rotated for a moment, and the device gave a report of the elements in the air inside the Nuwa warship very soon. The inside of the Nuwa warship had been almost devoid of oxygen in the beginning, but as the cultivators broke the shell from various directions into the warship, the oxygen percentage was rising quickly. Before long, it would reach the level of the outside world. There was no oxygen, but there was no lethal poisonous gas either. Although there were some weird impurities in the air, it was more than enough for Li Yao's apocalyptic body that was even tougher than the demons' bodies. Li Yao was finally relieved and began observing the environment. The place seemed to be some sort of maintenance room for the air-cleansing magical equipment. There was a black pathway that led to who knew where. Because the Nuwa clan's body size was many times larger than human beings, the room and the pathway were both astonishingly large, making the place look like a splendid palace. Li Yao put the air examination instrument back into his cosmos ring. He then retrieved a few super tiny crystal bombs that he had crafted through modern approaches in the Star Glory Federation in case of special needs. Finally, he prudently walked to the pathway. The dark pathway seemed to be endless, trapping him in a world of darkness alone. Even Liao felt creeped out, although he always considered himself bold. His eyes were vaguely emitting redness in the dark as he scrutinized every detail inside the Nuwa warship. Liao suddenly noticed that a guy was sitting at the turn-up in the front and staring at him without blinking his eyes. Before Liao realized what was going on, the guy suddenly lunged at him. Liao shrieked and almost threw out all the super tiny crystal bombs in his shock. When he calmed down and observed more carefully, he discovered that it was a tall, huge, hideous-looking member of the Panga clan, or the Nuwa clan. The body must have been well preserved in the anaerobic environment, because Liao brought a lot of fresh air into the place. The air had intense reactions with the body, casting the body that should have decayed hundreds of thousands of years ago into powder instantly. Liao breathed heavily, with sweat popping out of his back. He blinked and looked again. The only things left on the ground were a few bright, golden bones and some lackluster armor. He had encountered similar body explosions on Kunlun many times. Except for the initial shock when he was caught by surprise, he did not find it too strange. However, it remained to be seen what the reactions of the locals of the ancient sages sector would be like when they ran into the exploding bodies as they broke into the Nuwa warship in other ways. Liao could not help but wonder whether or not Qi Zhongdao, who had been grave and solemn the whole time, would be shocked and kneel to the ground when he witnessed a legendary deity obliterating into nothingness in front of him. Thinking about that, Liao could not help but chuckle. His previous anxiety was greatly eased. As he pressed forward, he discovered a lot of dead bodies that exploded instantly because of the intense reaction with the air. Judging from their bones, the remains of their armor, and the runes on their magical equipment, some of the bodies belonged to the Nuwa clan, and some belonged to the Panga clan. Of course, there were also a lot of human soldiers on both sides. It appeared that a troop of the Panga clan had once invaded the Nuwa warship and launched a brutal boarding battle, which resulted in the serious damage to the internal structure of the warship. Burnt holes and ripped gaps were everywhere. Broken limbs and frozen body liquids filled up the entire space. Perhaps that was the reason that the Nuwa warship had crashed in the land of eternal night. However, for Liao, the holes that had been ripped apart by brute force made his exploration more convenient. Let me make a bold assumption. In most boarding battles, the most important target for the attackers is doubtlessly the bridge of the defenders. As long as the bridge is controlled, half of the warship will be seized. At the very least, even if the warship is not seized, the important people on the enemy's side, such as the captain, the navigator, and the chief technician, will be injured or killed. Therefore, as long as I study the battlefield carefully and follow the direction of the Panga clan's attack, together with Wangshi's map, and based on the structural designs of the Nuwa warships I've discovered in the past, it is very possible for me to find the bridge and the captain's office. A team was needed to maintain them, fill them with energy, and equip attack magical equipment. Experienced pilots who had received professional training were required too. Not everybody had a weird black wing as the medium between the pilot and the colossus like him. Truth be told, not that Liao was looking down upon the locals of the ancient sages sector, but even if a few colossi that had been fully charged with spiritual energy and all set to go were given to them, they would not even know how to make use of the weapons. The colossi would be pure garbage. In comparison, the bridge of the Nuwa warship was much more valuable than the colossi. The mainframe crystal processor of the Nuwa warship must have been accommodated on the bridge. Chances were that things such as cruise logs might be found. There might even be communication or teleportation magical equipment that was more advanced than the gizmos in the Star Glory Federation and the Imperium of true human beings. Even if he looked for the colossi later, Liao believed that there would be short-distance teleportation arrays on the bridge that led to the magical equipment warehouses and the maintenance workshops. Otherwise, it would seem awfully low efficient if everybody commuted on foot on a super warship that was over 10 kilometers long. Therefore, if he found the bridge, it would be equivalent to seizing half of the warship, and he could go anywhere that he wanted. Most of the dead bodies of the Panga clan and the Nuwa clan had exploded into dust before he arrived and lost all value for research. However, the dents and traces caused by the blades and the cannonballs left on the wall and floor were enough to point out the route of attack of the Panga clan. Passing through the high and dark pathways and cabins, and surrounded by enormous skeletons and armor more than 10 meters tall, Liao was caught by a sense of depression, as if he was wandering inside a valley of giants. From the darkness far, far away, Liao vaguely heard shrieks and fighting noises that were as feeble as the sound of mosquitoes. The cultivators who had boarded the Nuwa warship through other paths must have met the exploding bodies, too, and begun killing each other in their nervousness. Liao glanced around and found the cause of the battles. The armor and blades of the Panga clan and the Nuwa clan were much more solid than their bodies of flesh and blood after all. Although the bodies were gone, some of the remains of their gear, however rusted, were left behind. For the locals of the ancient sages sector who worshipped primeval treasures, that gear was the magical equipment and marvelous weapons that the prehistoric deities left behind after they vaporized. Such temptations were indeed enough to drive them crazy. Even though the Cloud Chin gold statues had not yet been found, the primeval treasures were already enough for them to fight a blood battle. Liu Siga. He loathed most of the locals of the ancient sages sector, but at that moment, when thinking that they were biting each other like ravenous hyenas just for a few pieces of primeval magical equipment, and that they might die in vain after training hard for decades, he felt somewhat sorry for those people. Getting to the bottom of it, what other paths of cultivation did they have when they were born and raised in such an environment? Any path was a dead end when they were wreathed tightly by the dark nebula. Liao had a stronger urge to dig a hole in the dark nebula so that the ancient sages sector could see the brightness of the future and walk on a brand new path. Taking a deep breath, Liao dashed toward the center of the Nuwa warship along the route of the Panga clan's attack. Outside his expectation, weak beeps were suddenly echoing next to his ears. A bright silver metal ball around 1 metal in diameter rolled out of the dark pathway. When it reached him, dozens of green threads popped up on its surface. After a few cracking noises, the ball was dissected along the green threads, turning into a 4-legged metal spider, with 2 3-barreled turrets above where blue electric arcs were dancing, suggesting that the weapons were good to go. Shwa! 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 Dozens of green rays of light darted out of the corners of the pathways around, too. They interweaved into an impenetrable cage around Liao and locked onto him. Liuba. He was about to shoot out the super tiny crystal bombs so that he would have enough time to put on his crystal suit when all kinds of illusions appeared in front of his eyes. He had been dragged into a grand illusionary land. He seemed to envision more than 10 human girls lying on a dark altar inside a gloomy, horrible temple, naked. The altar was surrounded by more than 10 bizarre-looking members of the Panga clan, who were slowly turning the chains and lowering a black rock weighing hundreds of tons above the altar. It appeared that they were going to press all the girls to death and fetch their flesh and blood as part of some sacrificial ritual. Below the altar, hundreds of bald human beings, whose faces were emotionless and eyes were numb, looked at the altar without moving. However hard the girls on the altar screamed and cried for help, they showed absolutely no response. Even their breath was not changed at all. Liao seemed to be one of the hundreds of human beings kneeling on the ground. But he was about to throw up in nausea and fury. Although he knew that it was just an illusion, the girls, as innocent as lambs who were going to be crushed by the hideous individuals of the Panga clan, and their desperate cries for help still triggered intense physiobiological reactions in him. His breath, heartbeat, and secretion of epinephrine were all exploding. He could not help but stand up from the hundreds of human beings who were kneeling and clench his fists toward the priests of the Panga clan. The moment that he stood up, the illusions broke, swirled, and dispersed like thousands of glass butterflies. He was back in the depths of the dark pathway, but the rays that had locked onto him previously were gone. Even the 4-legged metal spider had been compressed into a ball again and rolled back into the darkness. What happened? Liu Blinka. Then he suddenly realized that the grand illusionary land just now was probably some sort of program to distinguish friends from foes. The four-legged metal spider and the rays of light darting from the pathway were probably one of the few pieces of automatic defense magical equipment on the Nuwa warship that had persisted to that day. Since the Panga clan and the Nuwa clan both had a lot of human beings fighting for them, a program was necessary to decide if the passers-by were allies. The Panga clan regarded human beings as pure tools. They controlled human beings with the so-called three fundamental laws and forbade them from having any feelings or self-consciousness. When the picture of the Panga clan taking human beings as sacrificial offerings appeared in the grand illusionary land, the human beings, or demi-humans, who were bound by the three fundamental laws would not feel anything at all. In such a case, the automatic defense magical equipment of the Nuwa warship would certainly launch the fiercest attacks. However, when Li Yao witnessed such a gory scene, his physiobiological parameters were changing drastically, indicating that he was in the middle of emotional turmoil. It was evident that he was a real human being who had feelings and self-consciousness, someone who could protect himself and his own kind. Therefore, the automatic defense magical equipment on the Nuwa warship identified him as an ally and did not attack. Wait! Thinking quickly, Li Yao chased after the round ball that had been the four-legged metal spider earlier. However, his target disappeared after 2 corners. Perhaps it was absorbed into a warehouse through an inconspicuous teleportation array. But Li Yao did not gain nothing. Judging from the distribution of the pathways just now and the runes on the wall, it was very likely that he had already entered the core area of the Nuwa warship. The bridge, or the captain's office, should be ahead. The conclusion could also be proved by the dead bodies of the Panga clan and the Nuwa clan scattered everywhere around. It appeared that this was the end of the boarding battle hundreds of thousands of years ago. Although the Panga clan rallied tremendous soldiers to barrage the gate to the bridge, it was still not broken through. It was great trouble for Li Yao. 3 magnificent gates were standing in front of him. Each gate was more than 10 meters tall, with a layer of vague silver brightness flowing on the surface. They were flawless and showed no sign of joints. At a height of 10 meters, 5 meters, and 1.5 meters, 3 complicated rune arrays had been carved respectively, which appeared to be for identification purposes. Li Yao touched gently on the gate and felt that it was rather soft. There was no telling what the doors were made of, but when he did pour his spiritual energy into them, he received absolutely no feedback, which indicated that it must be a very advanced energy absorption material. It was useless. Even the warriors of the Panga clan failed to blow up the gates to the bridge. It was even less possible for him to crack them by brute force. Li Yao turned back and studied the rune arrays and magical equipment that were designed for identification. Those at the lowest height must have been prepared for the human warriors on the Nuwa warship. When Li Yao tried putting his finger on a piece of blue identification magical equipment, it suddenly split from the middle and shot out a ray of light, which soon dispersed into a 3D identification interface. It was a super complicated identification interface. Not only were his fingerprints, iris, and voice to be tested, he would also have to input 3 ever-changing dynamic passwords in only 5 seconds. You've got to be kidding me. Li Yao was dumbfounded. He wondered if there had always been a traffic jam on the gates to the bridge with such complicated procedures to enter and exit the bridge. On second thought, he immediately realized that they should be the security measures of the highest level when the warship was under the attack of the Panga clan, in which case few personnel were allowed to enter the bridge. The normal identification procedures could not have been so complicated. I'm in trouble now. The 3 silver gates were all integral. Even the identification magical equipment did not have any gaps around them, as if they had been forged together with the gates. There was no chance for him to dismantle the devices to study them. After searching the nearby carefully, he failed to find any of the legendary ventilation tubes through which he could crawl into the bridge. Even if there were, they would have been shut off in the state of the highest alarm. The most fatal traps in them would have been activated. Right when Li Yao was scratching his face, wondering what to do next, his ears suddenly shuddered. He heard soft footsteps from a pathway far behind him. Most other people crawled in from the tail of the warship. They were also fighting hard on their way. Li Yao had thought that it would take them a few hours to disperse on the warship and find this place by accident. Who was the guy that was coming close? Was it a coincidence, or was it on purpose? Li Yao eyed around and retrieved a stealth membrane suit from his Cosmos ring as quickly as possible. The biochemical combat suit that the Fire Ant King had provided him played a vital role in the battle to sneak into the eye of Blood Demon. As long as he remained absolutely still, he would be almost completely invisible. After putting on the stealth suit, hiding himself behind a pile of scrap armor of the Nuwa in a corner, and lowering his breath, heartbeat, and spiritual waves to the minimum with the great dream tortoise hibernation arts that Gue Suesho had taught him, Li Yao stared at the darkness coldly, both like a rock and like a ghost. Soon, a shadow staggered out of the end of the pathway. It was exactly the initiator of the operation to explore the mysterious divine palace, the mysterious lead eunuch Wong Shi. How is it possible? Li Yao's pupils constricted violently. He was truly baffled. He saw with his own eyes that Wong Shi had crawled into the Nuwa warship from the engine tubes that were at the rear part of the warship. Unless he was absolutely familiar with the internal structure of this particular warship, how could Wong Shi have passed from the engine area through the complicated, labyrinth-like cabins on the warship to the command area after only half an hour? At this moment, Wong Shi still had the appearance of a fair-skinned, beardless, middle-aged scholar, except that there was green brightness on his pale face, suggesting that he might have been poisoned. There were bloodstains everywhere on his body. A shocking wound could be found on his thigh, where the flesh was rolling up like the lips of a baby. The wound was absolutely vertical, without the slightest slant. There was not even the error of a hair. What a shocking sword aura! Li Yao secretly clicked his tongue. He could not have been more familiar with the wounds of such a shape. Over the past months, he had witnessed identical wounds on many ferocious beasts that were used as targets for sword training. In the entire Ancient Sages sector, only Yin Liren's unstoppable sword auras could have left such a marvelous wound. Wong Shi had a head-on clash with Yin Liren and appeared to have suffered an obvious setback. That did make sense. Perhaps Yin Liren was the only weirdo here who did not give a damn about the Cloud Sheen gold statues. The sole reason that he had participated in the exploration of the Divine Palace was to practice his sword arts with the real experts. Despite the wound on his thigh, Wang Shi had retreated in one piece when Yin Liren was attacking with all his might. It was evident enough of his remarkable cultivation. Wang Shi wobbled to the 3 silver gates. He craned his neck and observed for a long time. There was confusion on his face. A mysterious brilliance was flashing inside his eyes. The magical equipment that the Panga clan and the Nuwa clan had once used was strewn across the ground, but Wang Shi did not even bother to look at the weapons. His eyes suddenly lost focus, as if he was caught in memories a long time ago. Exactly like Li Yao just did, he touched the 3 silver gates for a moment before turning around and studying the barriers to open the gates. "Take your time to study them," Li Yao sneered. "Let's see how exactly you are going to open the gates that even I can't." Wang Shi pondered for a moment. Then, like Li Yao had done, he also activated the unlocking interface of the gates. The first thing to pop up was the facial recognition procedure. A cluster of gentle bluish brightness, which looked like a beautiful jellyfish, slowly surfaced. There was no telling what Wang Shi was thinking, but after a slight delay, he stuck his own face into it. Li Yao almost laughed out aloud. What was the guy thinking of? Did he think that any random guy could just swipe their face and enter such an advanced Nuwa warship? As expected, the cluster of blue light wriggled on his face for a while before it turned red. The gates remained closed, showing absolutely no sign of opening. The identification failed. Wang Shi was confused. He rubbed his face softly and paced back and forth for a while. Suddenly, he dashed back to the pathway and examined for a moment. He then established quite a few alarm rune arrays on the pathway tirelessly. One of them was almost deployed to the bottom of the armor that Li Yao was hiding behind. Li Yao was so anxious that he almost failed to stop his cold sweat from running out. What was the guy trying to do after taking so many precautions? After setting up 7 alarm rune arrays to ensure that nobody would break in, Wang Shi returned to the identification magical equipment on the silver gates. He suddenly bulged his eyes and took such a long breath that his chest was rising high. A series of cracking noises echoed inside his body, which sounded both like his bones being weirdly twisted and like his muscles and veins breaking, growing, and condensing again. As he slowly exhaled all the air from his body, a weird scene happened. Ivory mist flowed out of every pore on his body and enshrouded him like a great cocoon. Creepy chewing noises came from inside the cocoon, accompanied by low moans. When the mists were gradually gone, his face, physique, and demeanor had gone through drastic changes. He had changed from the handsome middle-aged scholar to the plain-looking but plump female, assassin Long Yangjun. Well, what technique is this? This is too sophisticated. How can the guy transform freely from a male to a female so quickly? Is he a man or a woman? Is he half a man and half a woman? Li Yao was so shocked that his eyeballs almost dropped to the ground. The nascent soul stage cultivators could control the secretion of hormones inside their bodies at will. If Li Yao stimulated the secretion of the estrogen in his body and suppressed the secretion of the androgens such as testosterone, perhaps he would be able to change his body figure as well and gain the secondary sex characteristics that were similar to a female. However, the process would take months, if not years, before the preliminary changes took effect. Also, there would not be any fundamental difference except that he would look more feminine than before after the changes. The mutation of Wang Shi or Long Yangjun had far exceeded what a nascent soul stage cultivator could achieve. Wang Shi had no idea that somebody was peeping at his metamorphosis nearby. He looked quite relieved, as if he had gotten rid of a burden and a camouflage, and took a deep breath in relief. Although the physique had changed, the female assassin Long Yangjun was tall and strong. Therefore, the previous clothes still fit pretty well. She smiled and touched her brand-new face before she leaned toward the blue light ball again. Wang Shi's face was buried in the blue ball, leaving her graceful body outside. She had no idea at all that a highly dangerous enemy was lurking right next to her. However, Li Yao did not plan to attack her immediately, because he could not have been more curious about Wang Shi's uncanny behavior. Beep! A crisp beep echoed deep inside the blue ball a moment later. The ball then turned green, hinting that she may proceed to the next procedure. She had passed the test of the facial features recognition. Li Yao was utterly dumbfounded, as if he had been struck by lightning. How was it possible? The Nuwa warship had crashed there 100,000 years ago. Also, the bridge was under the protection of the highest level. It was certainly the case that only the few key crew members could pass the facial features recognition. How was Wang Shi, a local of the ancient sages sector who lived 100,000 years later and theoretically could not have had anything to do with the Nuwa warship, accepted? Li Yao was baffled. When he looked Wang Shi's face, even she did not seem to expect that she could pass the test. Both surprised and delighted, and with a hint of intense confusion, she even let out an exclamation. Taking a deep breath, she put her hands into the light ball as per the instructions on the identification interface. Li Yao felt that his heart was heavy again. It was obvious that the operation menu of magical equipment on the Nuwa warship was written in the language of the Panga clan and the Nuwa clan. Although it was somewhat similar to the common tongue of human beings nowadays, there were still major differences. Their language was constructed in a unique way by transforming 3-dimension into 2-dimension. The information contained in one character could be more than 10 times than in the common tongue of modern human beings. The Star Glory Federation had collected a lot of primeval characters on Kunlun. After 5 years of arduous studies by historians and linguists, they had finally managed to get a general idea of the primeval language system and understand the basic meaning denoted in every character. Even so, Li Yao had to resort to his guesses a lot when he recognized the characters, and he could only understand the general meaning. Wang Shi, on the other hand, seemed to have no trouble at all reading the instructions on the operation menu. It reminded Li Yao of the map of the Divine Palace. How exactly did Wang Shi learn how to parse the map of the Divine Palace and how to operate on the layers of complicated menus? Beep! When Li Yao was thinking, Wang Shi passed the palm print, voice print, and iris test successfully. The only thing left was a dynamic password. In front of the hundreds of glittering runes, she was dazzled and at a loss again. However, Her helplessness was soon replaced by weird epiphany a moment later. The brightness inside her eyes grew clearer and clearer, and she was more and more at ease, as if something frozen inside her body for the longest time was thawing and about to break out of the shell. Wang Shi's hands turned into two clusters of gray fog as she tapped the virtual runes as quickly as lightning, as if it were her conditioned reflex. She inputted all the 3 dynamic passwords after only 1 second. Hiss! The largest silver gate in the middle, after uttering a high-pitched noise, split apart from the middle and retreated toward the center helically. The gate to the bridge had been opened,